Good morning, everyone. Council, please come to order. So we will be beginning today, continuing testimony on agenda item C2. We have 77 testifiers left on this item regarding testimony limits. A reminder that individuals and companies will have 3 minutes and organizations and associations 6 minutes. There's a timer on the screen in front of you. If you go over, I will try to offer a friendly reminder and ask for a summary comment. We're interested in hearing from everyone here today, and we'll try to get through as much testimony as possible. For those testifying remotely, please ensure that you have good connection and you unmute yourself when your name is called. Thank you. So we will begin with Thad Dicken, followed by Harley Sundown, and there will be no questions during this testimony.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Thad Dicken from Bethel, Alaska, located about 400 miles west of here on the Kuskokwim River. I am presently a board member of my tribe, the Luchalamit Native Council, and also the chairman for the Association of Village Council Presidents Executive Council. First off, I would like to state I am not in favor of the alternatives. We still need to work towards a better solution. The people from my region of Western Alaska have lived a traditional subsistence lifestyle of hunting, fishing, and gathering. Nothing has changed. Still practiced today, and we are still dependent on salmon. The testimonies I heard since yesterday state warmer waters, climate change as a cause. Yet we are also presented with numbers which also show high bycatch rates. They are also in the equation. Record catches until last year, then the figures dropped. Was it because the fleet did a good job of avoiding catching salmon? Or has it just reached a point where things are going in any other direction and the fish numbers are just too low? It is your responsibility and duty and mandate that this doesn't happen. A river has already been shut down for 7 years on Chinook. If we continue at the rate things are going, not only a river shuts down, but the whole western state of Alaska. At some point, someone has to make a call. We have sacrificed a lot on the river, volunteering to let salmon pass through the spawning grounds. The other burdens placed on us, the end users, are reduced hours, windows for fishing, law enforcement officers from the lower 48 states patrolling the offenders. And now a complete closure has happened. We, the subsistence users, bear the burden in the use of our natural resources. We have to fight both state and federal sides just to subsist. We live in a cash economy, yet a majority of our food is supplemented through our hunting and fishing. This is what gets us through the hard times. Why should I accept a box of half-frozen fish that someone donated to me, when instead I should be able to go down to the river, throw out my net, and catch my own salmon? Something that some people can't do anymore. It is up to you all sitting on this table to make the right decision, something that is fair to all users. Sometimes I feel the only time I'm recognized is during my 3 minutes. We are proud people that have and still depend on salmon for our needs. Thank you for the opportunity given to me to state my concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is Harley Sundown, followed by Christina Chack. There will be no questions during this testimony. I think he is joining us remotely.
Hey, good morning. This is Harley Sundown. I'm from Scammon Bay, Alaska. And I want to start off with a positive on our CDQ groups that have been all over Western Alaska, and the economic impact they have made with our local shops, our local boat building, our local economy. That has been a very good economic partner for our communities that lack any kind of infrastructure. We have trained people who can service machines out here, from Edu to Honda, and that's all due to our CDQ groups, and we're very thankful for that. And having said that, you know, I look at the room that all the testimony has come from. That is over 30 years of declining salmon that I see that serve those people that are in the room, both on the Kuskokwim, on the Yukon, and everywhere else that depends on the fish that is regulated by you. And so, you know, I'm trying to find hope in the people that are testifying, because they are all hoping that the NFPMC will decide in the favor of the communities and the fish that they depend on, which has crashed from once $30,000 to $40,000 a year commercial industries on the Yukon, on the Kuskokwim. Those have all crashed in the past 30 years. And that's also saying for the upper Yukon areas, people in the interior, their economic societies have crashed also. And so I'm trying to find, after years and years of no approval or no favorable rulings in our favor, I'm trying to find any source of hope why our testimony is going to count today and the past few days. And so we are now at a point where the ecological system has changed, and the way that any systemic change is done is when there's a systemic change, the change must also go up to the people who regulate. If there is no regulation change, which in this case would be to zero out the fall fishing for a year, to zero out the area M fishing for a year, to see if that impacts the fish that return the following year. So, you know, we've been under, before we were under BIA rule, we were under church change that changed our system of our people, of our thinking. And so we don't want the North Pacific Management Council to be in that same shoes that change our people's lifestyle. We want to hear some positive change from the council these next few weeks and months that will help our communities. And so I hope that our people that are testifying there are not going to walk home brokenhearted and end up becoming criminals in their fishing, because the only time we're going to be able to fish if this continues is at night and with troopers patrolling our areas. So hope I've said it bluntly enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Christina Chack, and there will be no questions.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christina Chack. I'm from Russian Mission, and that's on the Yukon. I'm testifying today for our people on the Yukon. You know, we haven't fished for quite a while, and then they're shutting us down for another 7 years, and we pretty much rely on our land because we gather by the season, and we put everything in our freezers to support our families on. And it's been so long we haven't fished that our children, grandchildren are craving the fish. I know there's other fish like whitefish, pike, cheefish, but it's not the same. We live in a community that have no road system, so everything coming by plane or by barge. And when the weather's bad, we run out of things in the store, and gas prices are so high, and food is so high and everything, so we pretty much rely on our subsistence need. I know I have grandchildren, children that I want to pass my tradition knowledge to. And how many years our fish camp has been empty without fish. I know we gather berries, we gather other things, but that fish oil is pretty much a diet for us. So all the options I heard, I think there should be different options. Sorry, I'm having a cold, so but our tradition, I think, needs to be carried on by our kids, grandkids. That way they'll keep it going, because if what will happen if there's no more store, we'll all have to rely on our land. So thank you. I think that's it on my testimony.
Thank you. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Julia Doris, and there will be no questions.
Good morning. First of all, I'd like to respectfully thank the Dena'ina people for allowing us to come and meet here on this very important subject. Thank you, Madam Chair and the board, for listening to us as we speak and try to work and save our salmon that we depend on. My name is Julia Doris. I'm a lifelong resident of Kalstag in the middle Kuskokwim River. Excuse me. I cannot, well, like those who spoke yesterday, I'm here to testify before you and speak on behalf of my people, our people. I can't imagine life without salmon. hanging in my smokehouse and in my freezer. We used to live in fish camp all summer long. Now we're lucky if we live in our fish camp for a month because of being fish closures. Gas prices are so high and food prices have gone up so high, which push us to be more dependent on our fish and the moose and our subsistence gathering. Excuse me. Fishing industry came and negatively impact our way of life. Our food, our salmon, which we used to eat on a daily basis. I feel like not only myself, but others sitting behind me speak to deaf ears, mostly when we travel from our villages and spend hours testifying to plead for our fish. Then we return home and continue to be regulated. That cycle needs to stop. Listen to us. Listen to us by reducing bycatch. Help us. Help us so we can continue to eat our salmon and our native food. We have fished here forever, our people. And we want to continue to pass our way of life to our kids and grandkids. I thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Edgar Holsher, and there will be no questions during this testimony.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the North Pacific Management Council. My name is Edgar Holsher. I am from Hooper Bay, the largest community of the 20 member communities of Coastal Villages Region Fund, a CDQ group. I am a founding member of this organization after the succession of Coastal Villages Fishing Cooperative in 1998. Additionally, I am also one of the founding members of Kushavak Career Academy, a career technical education arm of Lower Yukon School District, whom you heard testify yesterday. It seems like it was not that long ago when we could see foreign trawlers fishing off the coast of our communities, and the people closest to the fishing resources in the Bering Sea were one of the last to the commercial game. But however late we were, the people in our communities are grateful to be recipients of the much needed benefits from the Bering Sea fishery. Since 1997, Coastal Village Region Fund has provided more than $347 million plus in benefits that are designed to fit our region, like People Propel, a subsidy program that helps residents acquire new power equipment, boats, appliances, and fishing gear from within the state of Alaska. The elders, and as a grandfather myself, one of our focuses is on the youth. We want them to be successful in this ever-changing world with new technologies changing the way we live. It is important that we do our best to provide opportunities for the youth because they are our next generation of hope, and they will be sitting here and there of where we are all sitting. Every year, students sign up for the Youth to Work programs, scholarships, internships, and to further their education, and then come back to our and continue to helping our people. The CDQ program provides much needed economic development in our regions, and I urge the council to consider an adaptive and collaborative management that will allow us to be in a better position for the future, and encourage you to consider alternative number 4. It's like everybody, as you heard everybody testify, ever since COVID prices have gone up, our gas prices are gas and heating fuel is over $8 a gallon, and a box of pizza you heat up used to be like $10. Now it's about $20, and so economically we're back to a lot of villages other than are back to high levels of poverty and hardly any work going on, and etc. And I will stop there because you heard a lot these past couple of days, and thank you for giving me a chance to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Amber Vasa, followed by Kirill Basarjan.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Council members, and thank you for the time to testify this morning. My name is Amber Vasa. My parents are James Vasa and Cheryl Peltola of Antioch. My paternal grandmother is the late Nastasia Wasley of Piamute. My maternal grandparents are the late Catherine Hoffman of Bethel and the late Ray Peltola of Nyack. I'm a tribal member of Antioch on the Kuskokwim, chair of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics, and work at the Tanana Chiefs Conference as the executive director for tribal government and client services, serving the tribes of the Yukon and Kuskokwim watersheds. And I'm going to provide my testimony as a TCC staff. Our people are salmon people. We have a deep spiritual connection with salmon that is fundamental to our way of life. We are in a salmon crisis where escapement goals are unmet and our subsistence needs are not being met. Tribes hold the burden of conservation. We face the reality that salmon will not recover without drastic changes to commercial fishing management, and that our way of life that surrounds salmon may vanish. Our health and the health of salmon are linked. When our salmon suffer, we suffer. Salmon comprised about 53% of our tribe's diet. No salmon means food insecurity. The salmon crisis increased Yukon River restrictions, and now we face a 7-year moratorium. Grocery stores have limited and expensive healthy foods, which is not a replacement for harvesting and sharing wild foods. In 2023, an average of 538 TCC families were waiting for food stamp benefits. Hunting is not a reliable source as tribes face increased outside hunting competition and animals face similar climate change challenges. TCC spent $1.8 million on salmon distributions and will spend $1 million each year, costing $10.80 per pound. We calculated the cost to send tribal members to Fitch, which ranges $17.97 to $25.30 per pound. This impacts our wellness. There are 4 lifestyle factors that are linked to an 80% reduction in developing chronic diseases: never smoking, healthy weight, physical activity, and healthy diet. With no salmon, our people lose 3 of the factors: physical activity, healthy diet, and healthy weight. Families aren't going from dawn to dusk working on salmon at fish camp. They're not eating salmon throughout the year. The lack of these lifestyle factors contribute to heart disease, stroke, cancer, diabetes, dementia, and arthritis. In fact, TCC is already seeing an impact. Between 2019 and 2023, there was a 70% increase in pre-diabetic patients. This is a health crisis. U.S. stewards of the oceans continue to fail. You fail to address the cumulative effects of decades of commercial fishing, fail to share the burden of conservation, fail to have an ecosystem perspective, fail to recognize that salmon are hit in Area M, then hit in your jurisdiction on the same migration. Fail to recognize that each salmon fail to take precautionary management measures now to ensure salmon sustainability into future generations. And I'll summarize my ask. Our people need action now and our salmon need action. The DEIS alternatives must be meaningful to actually reduce chum bycatch in alignment with NEPA. All alternatives must have a PSC limit. The PSC limit range must be lowered to include the limit of 22,000 and 0. Include alternative 5 to create a chum conservation corridor and to integrate traditional knowledge and impacts of our tribes further into the SIA and DEIS. Thank you for their time.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. So the issue before us today, the work, the action that this council can do is to reevaluate this analysis and perhaps expand options in a way similar to the advisory panel. But that's the only immediate action we can take right now to move this process forward. It's anything else beyond that's out of our hands. From your perspective, if we hear you and we make changes to this analysis in ways similar that you suggested, for right now, for this action item, is that enough?
I don't think it's enough for our people. I get to listen to our tribal members through various village meetings and village council meetings, and they want action now. And because of the lack of action for decades of salmon bycatch, we're now in this crisis. And I know I've heard questions about just saving a few salmon. Does that really make a difference? Yes, that does make a difference because each salmon counts. And if you do a cumulative of saving salmon and having that mindset, in generations to come, maybe we can save the salmon for our children's children. But you have to have that mindset now. And so, unfortunately for our people, we won't think that's enough action, but that's what we have to deal with. And that's what we have to continue to push.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, excuse me, it looks like we have another question. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. You'd mentioned something in your testimony, and you did a great job in identifying the areas that are taken away, the 3 out of the 4. But you caught my attention with one fact. I think you said 5,000, but I wasn't sure. Is there 5,000 people waiting on a food stamp program somewhere, and is that different than it is everywhere else in the country? In other words, is everybody waiting on the food stamp program, or is this something particular to these villages?
Yeah, so in Alaska, we're having the food stamp backlog. And so on average, we had 538 families. So if that's like an average of family of 4, that's over 2,000 people who do not have their food stamps benefits that are waiting for them.
Thank you. So next up is Kirill Basarjan, followed by Johnny Evan. And Kirill's not online. We'll circle back to him. So Johnny Evan, followed by John Hendersheet. Is Johnny Evan in the room? Oh, and there will be no questions during this testimony.
Good morning. Guyana, thank you. And I'd like to thank the speakers before me, the elders, the selected leaders here who have been speaking from their hearts for their people, for a resource, renewable resource that our Creator has given to us. To all the people, everybody has faith, and we're put here to take care of something we didn't make to benefit our people. We didn't make this resource. Think who made it. I didn't. I've been living on it since my lifetime here. I was born and raised in Tundutuliak. I did everything. Retired Army, retired in several professions. And like everyone else, I have faith, love, and hope for my grandchildren, my daughters, and everybody here. But what I witnessed through back home, I see young people with opportunities through some programs that don't exist elsewhere. Every spring, summer, I see young people working. I have grandkids working. Their first paycheck, these young children, my grandkids, my daughters, they give their paychecks to me and make me wonder why do these young people, my grandkids, give their first paycheck to me. And they say, Uppy, Dad, here's money that will help us to hunt, fish, gather. I taught my children, daughters, save. So you can go out and hunt, because like in urban Alaska, our store is out there. Opportunities, economics is out there. My elders, generations before me, survived on this. For they eat everything. You'd probably be grossed out if I eat something right here that you don't see in stores. But I thank all of those elders and the speakers before me whom are speaking from their heart. We're trying to take care of something that'll be gone. And I wish from my heart that these people, my elders, would be sitting here. They knew their resources. They're not educated. I might be educated, but I always look up to my elders. They're the ones who reared us, brought us up to this day. In everything we do, we look upon our elders. In everything, God. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is John Hendersheet, followed by Frank Kelty.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is John Hendersheet. I'm president of Phoenix Processor Limited Partnership, which owns and operates the Excellence, an AFA Pollock mothership. I'm here this morning to speak in support of the Catcher Vessels Alternative 4 proposal and would like to underscore just a few points. Rolling hotspot closures are not a new concept. They're a tested tool that have been improved continuously since first used in the early 2000s. And over time, the rules of the rolling hotspot closure program have been modified to reflect lessons learned by the managers and to adapt to the evolving mandates established by the council. And as you know, until recently, the program's focus, at least with respect to chum salmon, has been on overall avoidance of chum bycatch and reduction in total numbers of bycaught chum salmon. But now, with the benefit of data and analysis presented by Ms. Zagorski on behalf of the catcher vessels, we're in a position to shift that focus and again modify the rules of the program in support of avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. In developing the catcher vessel proposal, the genetic data used in Sea State's scenario analysis and the data that will be used in identifying the location and boundaries of the rolling hotspots is the very same information that was used to identify clusters 1 through 4. And so establishing corridors and informing rolling hotspot locations with genetic data are very similar approaches. However, rolling hotspot closures are more dynamic and avoid unnecessary constraint on the fleet when chum salmon presence in a corridor is low. A cap on chum salmon bycatch of all origins, including those from Asian hatcheries, would undermine the pollock fleet's ability to implement its alternative 4 proposals and IPAs in general to full effect, likely at the cost of Western Alaska chum salmon. In any case, we support the recommendations in earlier testimony regarding additional analysis of the impacts of the options under Alternative 2, and in particular with respect to the cost and impact of disrupting or constraining access to the pollock fishery and unintended consequences within that fishery. There is no doubt that reaching the multiple objectives of avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch while continuing to reduce the bycatch of Chinook salmon and achieving optimum yield in our fisheries demands trade-offs. In this case, the trade-off is the need to shift fishing effort to areas where chum bycatch rates may be higher at times, but where the likely abundance of Western chum salmon is lower. I thank you for your attention and for your service as council members.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hendersheet. And I just wanted to maybe hear a little bit more on the expansion of your point that the rolling hotspot program or some new version of that under Alternative 4 is equivalent to a corridor closure or corridor program that's been spoken about. And maybe it's just the terminology being used, but I think that was your point, that is what that is. And I'd like to hear more about why you think that's the case.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. As I understand it, the data that underlie the genetic cluster areas and which would inform corridors are the same data that we will be using to establish rolling hotspots. And one of the biggest differences is that the rolling hotspot approach is more adaptive and more dynamic, meaning that a sort of predetermined corridor may or may not be accurately predicting the time and location of Western Alaska chums at any given point in the bee season. With the use of the in-season bycatch data and the historic genetic data, we're taking a very similar management strategy, but informing that by the sort of real-time in-season fishery dependent data to ensure that those corridors are reflective of what's actually going on in the fishing grounds at any given time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So Frank Kelty is up next, followed by Laurelai Ivanov.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Frank Kelty, speaking on behalf of the city of Unalaska. I'm a contractor for the city. I've lived in Unalaska for 50 years, worked for the seafood industry for 30 years, and was a longtime mayor of Unalaska. In your packet, I believe you have a letter submitted by Mayor Tudikoff. Just for people that don't know, the city of Unalaska is Unanganui Village that's been located on Unalaska Island for over 10,000 years, located 800 miles west of Anchorage in the middle of the Aleutian Islands, centrally located next to the fishery resources of the Bering Sea. The pollock fishery is the economic engine for Unalaska and for other fishery-dependent communities of the Bering Sea area. A closed or reduced pollock bee season impact all sectors of Unalaska. The seafood industry is the only industry we have. If it's impacted, it's felt everywhere in the community. The pollock fishery is even more important due to the crab fisheries collapse in the Bering Sea, Pacific cod, reduced allocations. The pollock fishery is also of critical importance to the 6 CDQ groups and support sector businesses that have supported the seafood industry for years and invested millions of dollars in Unalaska. Unalaska has experienced fishery closures in the past. The 1981 red king crab crash was devastating. We faced plant closures, layoffs throughout the communities. The city couldn't pay its bills or its bonds. We had a mass exodus of residents leaving the community. The red king crab during those days was the main revenue source, just as pollock is in Unalaska today. We really did not get back on our feet until the pollock industry started onshore in 1986, 1987. The analysis points out that the harvesting sectors receive 40 to 60% of their gross revenues from the pollock fishery. This shows the importance of the bee season fishery to the pollock fleet. The city of Unalaska's shoreside cooperative catcher vessels harvest 64% of the shoreside pollock allocation for the year. 60% of that is harvested during the pollock bee season, which is a season that we would face the largest impacts of a very restrictive chum bycatch allocation being met or total pollock bee season closure. In the analysis on the impacts of the city of Unalaska, the Chum Salmon SIA and Chum Salmon DEIS explain the high degree of vulnerability for Unalaska under severe caps under Alternative 2 and 3 if restrictive caps were adopted. The analysis also points out the high degree of dependency on the pollock bee season for Unalaska and other fishery-dependent communities in the region. The analysis for the pollock bee season says that about 16% of the Unalaska General Fund's revenue would be impacted, and possibly 4 to 6 million direct fishery tax revenue. I believe that would be much higher because they don't include the sales tax, which is a 3% tax in Unalaska that's driven by the large amount of fuel sales to the harvesters and processors in Unalaska. And that sales tax is the second largest revenue stream after fish tax dollars. We believe two sections of the analysis on Unalaska could use more work. One is Alternative 4, which I'll discuss in a moment. The other is the importance of including more information in the document on support sector investments made on Unalaska and on ongoing pending projects by the private sector in the city of Unalaska that would have positive impacts on the quality of life in the community. Pending projects include more dock and harbor upgrades, utility, road paving, green energy, hopefully coming online, processing plant, and support sector upgrades. If a hard cap alternatives are implemented, that could restrain investment in Unalaska in a major way. Who would invest if a lightning strike of Russian or Asian hatchery fishery could shut down the pollock bee season? The Port of Dutch Harbor is the major shipping port for domestic and export shipping of millions of pounds of seafood from the region. We have Matson, Maris, CML, Linden, Sampson, Coastal Transportation all have major support sectors for both the onshore-based and at-sea processing sectors that utilize the port as their shipping and resupply base. The port would be heavily impacted by a B season, reduced season, or a closure, and this would be a great harm to the transportation sector and the 350 plus longshoremen who live and work in Unalaska. It appears to Unalaska that Alternative 4 in the Senate Plan IPAs would work well for Unalaska. We would ask for a complete analysis of this alternative, which may be the most effective alternative in avoiding Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. The Chinook IPA has been very successful over the years, and we understand that doing an IPA on chum salmon may be more difficult, but we have a lot of smart people in the room there in Anchorage. In NOAA and IPA's work. As you develop the alternatives, we would ask that you use the best fishery and scientific information available, which already suggests that the ecosystem and climate changes are the leading cause of recent stock failures, chum stock failures. Unalaska does not object to the development of new measures to reduce PFC bycatch, such as the development of IPAs and Alternative 4. We would hope that you would keep an open mind that overly restrictive alternative caps in Alternative 2 and 3 could shut down or restrict the pollock bee season that would do great harm to Unalaska, the seafood industry, and support sector businesses that depend on the pollock fishery for their livelihoods. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kelty. Not seeing any questions for you. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Next up is Laurelai Ivanoff and Craig Scheithluck.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm Laurelai Ivanoff, Executive Director for Native Peoples Action. I am from and currently live in my home community of Unalakleet, located at the mouth of the Unalakleet River. My family fishes for all species of salmon, and like many salmon users throughout rural Alaska, our relationship with salmon is integral to how our families and communities operate. My family has also participated in the commercial salmon fishery operated by the regional CDQ. They have in recent years effectively not participated in the regional salmon fishery due to low returns.
Morning, everybody. Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Craig Scheithluck. I'm helping and testifying on behalf of Native People Action. I would like to thank the council for hearing our public testimony on the C2 agenda item on bycatch.
Native Peoples Action is a statewide nonpartisan organization dedicated to protecting and strengthening Alaska Native peoples and our ways of life. We're committed to addressing and restoring our people's inherent rights to hunt, fish, harvest, gather, trap, share, and have ceremony, as well as manage and steward our homelands for abundance, like we've done for millennia. It's noted in the draft EIS, as in all federal processes, that tribes should have an ability to conserve, subsist, and live our Indigenous ways of life based on our inherent rights and sovereignty through a government-to-government relationship and the fiduciary and trust responsibilities of the federal government, its departments, and all agencies.
In this NEPA process, the National Marine Fisheries Service is bound by trust responsibilities regarding tribal consultation and the utilization of all best available science. This includes tribes' ability to meaningfully engage at all levels of decision-making in any and all federal processes that have social and economic impacts to our tribes. To ensure continuity, supportive policies like Executive Order 13175, NOAA's EEJ protocols, NOAA's Fisheries Consultation Handbook, and the White House Office of Science, Technology, Policy Guidance for federal departments and agencies on Indigenous knowledge. These all reinforce trust responsibility requirements, ensure continuity of consultation, and the intentional utilization of Indigenous knowledge as best available science. in decision-making, analysis, evaluation, and beneficial to all federal policies, practices, and procedures. With this in mind, Native People Action has high-level points to support equity, ensure that all future analysis will meet the purpose and needs statements supported by NIMS, the NOAA Fisheries of Alaska Office, and tribal organizations across Alaska to meaningfully reduce chum bycatch in the BSAI pollock fishery. Native People Actions want to highlight our main points. It is NPA's position that the original draft EIS as written is insufficient to meet the purpose and needs statement to meaningfully reduce chum bycatch, and that additional analysis is necessary. We base this on the 200,000 to 550,000 PSC limits in the original draft being too high to meet the purpose and needs statement to reduce chum bycatch of Western Alaska chum. We believe an overall PSC hard cap needs to be incorporated into any and all alternatives to ensure a safety measure and accountability to those of us who are currently bearing all the burden of conservation. We have stepped down our own tribal fishing efforts. Our tribes have been regulated and criminalized. We are not asking for full closures of the pollock fishery, but that the council incorporates a regulatory level of accountability in the BSIA pollock fleet so that if needed, we all share the burden of conservation with the federally recognized tribes that have inherent rights to any and all PSC Chinook and non-Chinook bycatch. We support the analysis of alternative 5 on the time and area closures. We support any analysis that would have in regulation spatial and temporal closures in and around genetic cluster 1 to enact a conservation corridor for Western Alaska chum. NPA would support a hard cap included with alternative 5 to ensure not only are we avoiding Western Alaska chum, we are also holding the fleet accountable to continue to expand it and utilize the IPA and rolling hotspot agreements to avoid not only Western Alaska chum, but chum in general. NPA also supports the rationale to coordinate chum conservation efforts with state-managed Area M fishery happening in very close proximity to genetic cluster 1 around the same period of a consistent spike in PSC chum bycatch happening in that genetic cluster area. NPA asked the council to support the AP motion and rationale for further analysis of alternative 2, option 1, on an analysis of chum PSC limits of 22,000 to 550,000, and go a step further in recommending that all future analysis be capped at 200,000 PSC limits. NPA uplifts multiple Indigenous testimonies how every salmon matters. It is important to capture in a future version of an EIS and SIA a broader, more inclusive set of definitions and impacts from our own Indigenous analysis how a lack of salmon has impacted the ecosystem surrounding our rivers, our river systems, our ceremonies, the inability to fill our smokehouses, the inability to teach our children our Indigenous ways of life, and all matters regarding our individual and collective tribal governance and sovereignty. The purpose and need in this EIS is prioritizing only coastal Western Alaska chum stock. However, it is important to note nearly 50% of all PSC chum bycatch are bound for subsistence nets to federally recognized tribes across Alaska. We would like to reiterate, and we're getting close here. I see our time, sorry, so thank you. Reiterate that Executive Order 13175 on tribal consultation and the White House OSTP memorandums continuing to highlight that all federal agencies and departments continue to prioritize utilization and inclusion of Indigenous knowledge. Also, a very clear recommendations that Indigenous knowledge is best available scientific evidence. I'll summarize this last little bit here. We also support the AP recommendations for a status report of BBSRI regarding the 2024 genetic testing. And finally, I think it's most important to really uplift and encourage representation at all levels of decision making. I think we saw, literally a standing ovation pretty much in the AP because we have better representation helping in decision making in that process. So we encourage at all levels, council, SSC, council staff, And even outside of this regular, this governing body within NOAA, NIMS, as you all know from your many hats here, it's a massive machine that regulates this process. And we are being educated and being very successful in this process to meaningfully engage. So it's Native Peoples Action recommendation to you all to continue to encourage to utilize our brain power and our brilliance. So thank you. That's all we got.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Fassbender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the testimony. We used traditional ecological knowledge for an endangered species listing a couple years ago. I was blown away by the information that we got. It was on the Alexander archipelago wolf in Southeast. How can you share your thoughts on, you mentioned several times about bringing ecological knowledge to the table. Can you expand on that a bit?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for the question. I think we've heard in testimony from the SSC through today, it's really difficult in Western academia, research, ontology, epistemology. We look at the law and the national standards, and it's really difficult to look at the ecology as a whole. We've had multiple testimonies of how a lack of salmon are impacting not only people, but to your point on endangered species up and down I'm not familiar with that particular case, but we have wolves and bears and moose. This on the ground, very holistic approach is something that is very, very important to incorporate. I've noticed throughout this entire process that SSC through the council, there's a lot of emphasis on data. And we've been utilizing a Western ontology and epistemology and thought process on data here for a very long time. So you all are very comfortable with this rationale and this thought process. And when we have salmon state, or sea state, sorry, and other IPAs, other industries that are providing a lot of their information, it's on the ground information in a format that you all can recognize and understand. So it's very apparent and easy to kind of accept and acknowledge that information. And expansion and recognition of different ontologies and epistemologies and ways of knowing and understanding and meaningfully contribute to this space are very important. The LKTKS protocols, I think a perfect example of this would be to get the on the ground in the ocean and the on the ground on the rivers together so that we have a joint vision and understanding of our own knowledge systems to contribute to a unified vision on how to make this process not only more equitable, but useful. So we don't spend the next, several salmon life cycles arguing about the same things over and over and over again. But there's a very valuable and useful acknowledgement of different knowledge systems and how it can contribute to better informing all of your decision makings.
Thank you. I'll go to Mr. Twite and then Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Mesereau, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for your testimony. I was thinking about the very thing that you were testifying regarding the Western view of these kind of issues and the data that we have in this analysis. And the conundrum that I think the council has is that previous to this issue, we have relied on the data to guide us to a known conclusion that would solve a problem. And what's absent in the data is that. What happens is we don't have an adult equivalency, so we don't know for a fact that by preventing chum salmon from being caught as bycatch, that they're going to make it back to your river. And I guess what I'm asking from you is it sufficient from the local and traditional knowledge perspective to take action that would reduce the number of chum salmon that would be caught in the trawl fleet without having certainty that those salmon will make it back to the Yukon and that they will be able to propagate and make more salmon? Is it sufficient to just give them a chance? That would be the only way that we can have that rationale, because we don't have the fact that if we don't catch them in a trawl, that they're going to make it back and that it's going to solve this problem. There's still nature and the ecosystem and other fisheries we don't control. And so I think one of the earlier testifiers was saying we need to get together with these other agencies and all work together to have a comprehensive plan to protect salmon, but that doesn't seem to be our reality. Right now, our reality is the only thing we can do is to take some actions to help the pollock fleet avoid catching Western Alaska salmon. And then we don't know after that. Is that sufficient?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. To save a lot of time, I think, yes, we have trust responsibility. The state of Alaska has a subsistence priority to federally and state recognized tribes. Yeah, absolutely. You look up and down the river at every coastal village, every coastal community, every river system. We're bearing the brunt of conservation on all of this. And to hide and make science and really think about it for the next 10 years until we have perfect information, which we'll never have, is egregious. It's our opinion that there's enough information to make meaningful impacts today. We don't need to continue to just create information for the sake of creating information, because we don't have the ability to incorporate Indigenous knowledge and testimony into decision-making. It's not the lack of uncertainty that's the issue. It's the inability to incorporate and utilize Indigenous knowledge into decision-making so that we make meaningful recommendations and actions today. There's going to need to be levels of trust on both sides. As a commercial fisherman, I understand in my own baby version of my fishery, the blunt tools that are, big nets. So the rolling hotspot, I hear a lot of the industry folks saying and suggesting that their captains, their folks who are on the ground, are in the best position to make meaningful recommendations to you all. And they have a lot of data and information to back that up. It's observational, it's subjective, but they have the resources to make it objective. Like a single instrument or a single piece of equipment to convert this information to useful information to you guys is supported by the industry, and generally a lot of times subsidized by USDA or other departments to buy more equipment to make this process more friendly to you all to understand. We don't have that in the communities. There's a massive disparity. Again, it's not the validity of the information that is leading to your lack of understanding, or a lack of understanding, excuse me. And The uncertainty isn't because of the information being provided from tribes.
Thank you for that. Really helpful. And I guess that my last comment for you both is that you said that, you know, the tribes and Alaska Native people are getting more familiar with this process and engaging more. And I think the more engagement that we get, the more we're getting educated on your perspectives. And it's complicated. Your perspectives are not simple, they're complicated. And so it takes time to absorb them. So I appreciate you coming in and sharing your perspective with us. It's really helpful.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Clythook and Ms. Ivanoff. I'd like to continue on this because I do think in many ways it gets to the core of how we communicate. I preface my question by saying I'm asking it from the perspective of, at least in my seat, I really believe that incorporating the traditional knowledge effectively in this is key to making a good decision. I'm totally convinced of that. To that end, I was really heartened when this council put together a task force to construct a protocol for incorporating local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence interests in our whole process from the start to the end. And I was heartened with the participation that we got from Indigenous peoples in doing that. This is one of our first tests of that. So I don't expect it to be perfect. And I expect us to continue to work to improve it. But I guess I've been disheartened by it appears that we are really missing the mark, not just a little bit, but from the testimony I've heard, it appears that we're really missing the mark. I've heard many testifiers, and actually not yours as much, but because we've opened up a rich source of questioning here, I'm asking you to indulge me and maybe try to speak on behalf of a lot of the testimony we've heard. We've heard a lot of testimony that just simply doesn't even seem to be present in what we're presenting. And again, I didn't hear that in your words, but I've been hearing it, and I'm disappointed by that because we made a real effort. But that's not my question. My question is, hearing that, you started to get to this, and I'd like some more specificity, I think, in terms of between now and the next draft, what should we be doing to ensure that the next time we hear testimony, people say, I see it in there. Maybe they're not saying they like necessarily even, but at least that they see it and that they see it making a difference and they see it appearing. Can you give us some more ideas on how to do that?
Yeah, thank you through the chair, Mr. Twite. Wonderful question. You know, you have cooperating agents. And it was my understanding that the process was good, but it could definitely be improved. There's a lot of continuity in the academic and research side of things on industry. The state of Alaska has been giving tax breaks to a lot of the folks in this room for a long time to ensure that they have that continuity. We've got the Pollock Conservation Co-op Research Center that is written into Alaskan law to minimize some of the tax burden that they would have, that they continue to educate their people to participate at all levels of decision-making in this process. We have University of Alaska Fairbanks, this logo right here, the MUMTA, is Indigenous Fisheries graduate program at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, housed out of the College of Fisheries and Ocean Science. If you want better participation, it's really difficult to do that in 2 weeks leading up to the meetings. We have, 370 pages of EIS over 200 pages of SIA, hundreds of pages of IPA reports to have consistency and meaningful contribution based on all of this data. It's a lot, to say the very least. You know, I was contracted and asked to help engage and participate based on my experience with Tumumta and our history of learning about our indigenous fisheries governance and management stewardship. So the indigenous side of this perspective and how we can meaningfully contribute. You have folks that are brilliant in the room. We have COERICs, the TCCs. You have a lot of resources. Give them the flexibility, the freedom to really meaningfully engage with council staff, to incorporate their suggestions. You know, I really appreciate all the efforts and work that council staff is doing with the existing law of getting, you know, all of this EIS done in 2 years with 2 drafts. It's a monumental task. And those guys are getting paid full-time to participate in this. We're not. There's no continuity and consistency. So, you know, we have IRA funds to add a few more social scientists into this process. A really good, consistent recommendation from council, you know, as we are all working with our congressional delegates, is to continue to utilize the brilliance that we have in the room right now and allow that freedom or that knowledge system and that just massive amount of regional perspective to shine in this process, using what you have right now, but also thinking very long term, so that, you know, I understand that this research center is likely potentially going to end here soon, but we need consistency. You can't provide space and continuity for industry at a state or federal level and not offer the same thing for tribes to meaningfully engage and participate and provide our knowledge without that same level of participation. It's too much. Getting ready just for this, you know, 18 minutes of testimony, I probably have well over 100 pages of notes between March 27th or whenever all these documents drop to the public, you know, not to the cooperating agencies, but it's a lot. You're asking a lot. So I appreciate council staff. They're amazing. But continuing to broaden ways that the educated members of the public from the tribal perspective can meaningfully engage in this and give meaningful recommendations and participation, so that when you have to make difficult decisions like this, you have a wide range of ontologies and epistemologies and backgrounds, and those with both indigenous and Western science experience to really break down some of the high level and key points and actionable, like a unified vision to move forward on. Division is a waste of time. So without creating that continuity, that's all we're going to have. A lot of division. There's going to be no unifying voice on this. So thank you.
Mr. Dwight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I said I have a follow-up, and it's really more in the form of a comment than a question. Mr. Clyde Hook, I'm sitting here just really appreciating both your acknowledgement of our efforts to date, but even more so, your really clear description of the challenges that still lie ahead of us in terms of achieving what our objectives are. And I look forward to some additional thought about how to begin to address those challenges that you've described so very well for us. So thank you very much. Thank you, both of you, for this.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Joe Joseph, followed by Martin Andrew. There'll be no questions during this testimony.
Good morning. Madam Chair, member of the board, thank you for having me sit here in the front and saying my piece. You know, Joseph, originally from Tatatuliak, but currently living in Ganganak, and serving under AVCP as a Unit 7 representative and a co-chair with Raymond Oney on the Subsistence Committee. Ganganak is in the mouth of the Yukon River, where the current studies show Kasukim and the Yukon River's people are in the highest poverty level status. Growing up at fish camp, parents limited our subsistence at catches enough to sustain us through the winter. And not just us, but the whole community that are at fish camp limited themselves according to their family size. Currently, there are no subsistence activities in the Yukon River and very limited subsistence fishing on the Kuskokwim due to low numbers of fish. The bycatch report shows that there are low numbers being caught genetically from our area. And I put the two together of not being able to subsist due to low numbers of fish returning. The bycatch numbers will be low from our area. And bycatch reports are just numbers, but nothing on if the majority is male or female. Knowing that if a childbearing woman passes on before, bearing children, her genetic lineage is extinct. So, the bycatch studies need to show and include what percent of that bycatch is male or female. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So Martin Andrew, followed by Hunter Burns, and there will be no questions during this testimony.
Good morning. My name is Martin Andrew. First, I'd like to make an acknowledgement to for the Dena'ina people allowing us to come on their lands to provide testimony to the council. Good morning. My name is Martin Andrew. I am a member of the Kwikluk tribe and also serve on the Association of Village Council President Subsistence Committee. We use fishing to connect, share, and to take care of our families and our elders. The story is much more than that. It is a story of our families, communities, our togetherness, our resilience. We depend on salmon for our native communities, for our cultural identity and well-being, and for our food security. Costs of living are high in our rural communities. We live off the road system and rely on our lands for survival for our families and communities. For generations, we have been stewards and protectors of our natural resources. The priority should be to reduce or eliminate salmon bycatch and protect salmon as they migrate back to our rivers. We are asking you to do what you are required to do, asking to avoid salmon bycatch. We aren't asking for anything more or less than what any other human being needs for survival. Asking for the right to protect our food sources and to do the best we can within your control to preserve and rebuild the stocks. The social impact analysis just completed clearly states that the proposed action alternatives to lower chum salmon bycatch may have a positive indirect effect on the mixed economies for Alaska. As a council, you have a responsibility to us and our communities. You were entrusted with listening to us and help us to protect our food sources. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you, Anabasi, Wanisjish. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you for allowing to hear me testify.
Next testifier is Hunter Burns, followed by Stephanie Madsen and Austin Estabrooks. Hunter, I think you're. Have you unmuted yourself?
Yeah, I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the council, for the record, my name is Hunter Burns. I'm the general manager of Bering North, a company that owns and operates 8 AFA vessels and manages a mothership sector catcher vessel. The company is majority owned by 2 CDQ groups. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the analysis, the motion, and in support of Alternative 4. The catcher vessel's proposal under Alternative 4 was developed in a deliberative, analytical, and iterative fashion. We fully recognize the importance of avoiding and minimizing Western Alaska chum to the extent practicable out of all the chum being caught in the pollock fishery. I believe that the amendments to the IPA and the suggested regulatory language found in the avoidance plan will accomplish that goal. In the past, the fleet responded to increased encounters of chum salmon only in a uniform way across the Bering Sea. Incorporating more granular genetic data, we now have a greater understanding of these encounters, and this informs the IPA's approach. These additional tools being implemented by the CV and CP sectors are the most focused on the purpose and need of this motion. Our vessels are on the smaller side in the Bering Sea, and we deliver primarily into Dutch Harbor. We are highly dependent on the areas and genetic clusters 1 and 2 for fish and pollock. I'd like the next iteration of the analysis to evaluate the distributional impacts of all the alternatives on an individual vessel level, with an emphasis on the varying sizes of vessels that participate in the shoreside sector and their operational constraints, like our vessels. I want to stress that I do not endorse a hard cap, and I believe the analysis shows and will continue to show it is the wrong management tool for this job. A hard cap would create perverse outcomes that are not responsive to the motion and do not balance the national standards. A hard cap would create severe impacts, especially on smaller vessels like ours and our crews. The SSC and AP did a great job of putting forward recommendations to improve the next analysis, and I endorse those recommendations. In closing, the IPA is dynamic and responsive and continues to be the best tool in the toolbox. That concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Burns. I'm not seeing any questions for you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Manson and Austin Estabrooks, followed by Glenn Merrill and Jim Johnson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the council. My name is Stephanie Matson with the ATSI Processors. With me is Austin Estabrooks. I'm chuckling, Madam Chair, because you've seen a lot of us to this meeting, and we really do appreciate the time that you spent understanding and reviewing our reports. Earlier this week, we started out with the co-op reports. You learned about all the communication tools that we've been using, including 2 bycatch reports from Austin, 1 from C-State, sometimes 2 from C-State, the alarm system that we have that notifies the fleet in a high bycatch situation on the grounds, the increased communications between the fleet themselves about what they're seeing, where they're seeing it, and reporting that. You've heard from us about the continuous improvement in our gear research, the salmon excluders, the upcoming chum excluder, the active release excluder, the live feed cameras. You've really taken the time today, and we appreciate that, as well as the public, to spend the time to understand the tools and the work and the continuing work that we continue to do to minimize and change our operations, minimize bycatch and change operations. The IPA report that you heard yesterday, we tried to demonstrate the efficacy of that program. I think the difficulty today looking at that program is that you are talking about chum, and the IPA was really developed on a Chinook program. Madam Chair, the difference between those species does affect the way that the fleet has to react in order to meet your objectives. With Chinook salmon, it was clear we are trying to avoid all Chinook salmon, because the majority of the Chinook salmon that we encounter in the Bering Sea are from Western Alaska. That is not the case with chum salmon. And that's what makes this very, very difficult for the fleet to identify the tools needed to achieve that objective. I understand, Madam Chair, that all fish count. The hatchery fish are counted, but the hatchery fish are not contributing to the recovery of Western Alaska fish. And in fact, there's many studies out there that say they're actually damaging due to the carrying capacity, food, just the whole ecosystem changes with the amount of hatchery fish. So that's a different situation. So you can't really look at the Chinook program and think that we can apply it to the chum easily. Madam Chair, I think that you do have tools that can meet your objective that are currently in your analysis, but I do think you have many, many recommendations by the SSC that we hope that you'll try to get the analysts to address. The primary one was the fact that you have no tool at this point that could determine the impact to Western Alaska salmon of any of the alternatives. We don't have an AEQ. We don't have any tool that can demonstrate to any of us the impact of your alternatives. And I think that's going to be critical to try to meet the expectations of all the people in the room today. So we do request that you look at the SSC minutes. Madam Chair, I think that we didn't know what the AP was going to do. But I do believe that they came up with a time and spatial idea for alternative 5. I understand that that was recommended by TCC. I think that's a good step. I think that given us the analysts a little bit of time and the fleet, we can work to try to understand if that truly is a corridor or if it's just an area and time that we can minimize our efforts to allow the Western Alaska chum to pass through. I am very interested, we are very interested in sitting down with folks with traditional knowledge to try to understand if there is a corridor. Austin's former colleague, Ed Richardson and Charlie Lean have been looking at this for years. and we've not been able to identify that. That doesn't mean it exists. It just means that with our encounters on the Bering Sea, we're not able to identify that, which does suggest that we need to remember that we do not know the distribution or the abundance of chum salmon in the Bering Sea, because the information you're getting is from where we fish. So that's the other difficulty about moving the fleet around, because we don't have an index on the grounds of where and when chum are or how many are out there. So this is a complicated, you've heard in the past, this is complicated. I think we have to peel it apart. We have to have clear objectives, and we need to talk amongst ourselves to try to figure out how we can best use all of the information. Madam Chairman, thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any questions for you. Thanks. So Glenn Merrill and Jim Johnson, followed by Randy Mayo and Mary Evans Derry.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for your time. I'm Jim Johnson. I'm president and CEO of Glacier Fish. I'm one of the partners in the company. I'm in my 16th year here, and with me is Glenn Merrill, our Director of Government Affairs. Our majority owners are the 15 coastal communities and over 9,000 residents in the Norton Sound region that are reliant on chum salmon for their cultural subsistence and commercial fishing, as well as their investments in Alaska pollock to support the community's education, employment, local fisheries, and infrastructure needs. Our company's 42 years old. We've continuously operated in the catcher processor sector. We provide hundreds of family wage jobs throughout the pollock A and B seasons. We continue that employment year round, doing our own shipyard work with our own crews, and create a significant trickle-down effect to small businesses where we do our port calls in both Alaska and Washington, including our own employees and our own owned infrastructure in Alaska. We have nearly zero crew member turnover. We have dozens of team members with more than 20 years with our company. And our business since its founding has focused on supporting the U.S. domestic market for the products that we make. Today, I want to stress the hands-on principal leadership engagement in our business and in our cooperative to prioritize the avoidance of salmon. Starts with pre-season meetings, where alongside all our co-op members, captains, and mates, we gather new insight and information on the fisheries, technology, and then we review and refine the measures to avoid salmon. In season, there's continuous communication between the vessels. We're doing toe-by-toe monitoring, and at least twice weekly, we're reviewing and identifying areas that we should be avoiding based on immediately available fleet-wide data. We have regular co-op meetings where principal leadership review that performance. Our company and our cooperative prioritizes salmon to sustain the livelihoods of our hardworking crew, their families, and the resources, both pollock and salmon, that we all rely on for future generations. We support working together, doing our part to minimize salmon bycatch. We ask that the analysis carefully evaluate improvements to dynamic measures that the fleet has done in the past and can continue to do if that tool is available to us, to incorporate the best available genetic data on Western Alaska chum salmon. We're not supportive of caps that save Russian and Asian hatchery production, which make up nearly all of the catcher processor sector bycatch. Now I'd like to turn to Glenn Merrill, who has some suggestions for improving the analysis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. One point that I'd like to make on page 9 of the SSC minutes, there's a discussion of the dynamic that can exist with the winter savings area, specifically that area, as vessels move to avoid chum salmon, could push them into areas where herring is reached. That herring bycatch could close that winter savings area. And as we've seen in the past, that could actually force the fleet to fish in areas where there is higher herring bycatch, higher chum bycatch, and higher Chinook bycatch. We believe that exploring a dynamic closure is an effective way to address this issue. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you both for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you both for your testimony. I guess on the last point, you meant exploring a dynamic closure area for herring to address herring. Can you expand on that a little bit? It was just, seems like a main point and I didn't quite get that.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball. The point is that as the fleet is seeking to avoid chum salmon, one of the things that can happen is the fleet then ends up in areas where there's higher herring bycatch. That higher herring bycatch would then trigger, under our existing regulations, up to three herring savings closures. One of them, the winter savings closure areas in the northern area where we fish. If that area is closed, what we have seen in the past, and I think this issue was examined back in 2020 when the area was triggered, is that that large area closes for a 5-month period, and it can force the fleet to fish in areas outside of the herring savings area. Those areas where the fleet is then able to fish outside the winter savings area can have higher herring bycatch and higher chum bycatch and Chinook bycatch. One way that this issue could be looked at is to examine whether or not using rolling hotspots, dynamic closures for herring in that area may be a more effective way to address the concerns of having herring bycatch and trying to manage that herring bycatch while not forcing the fleet into an area where they may inadvertently increase their chum encounters, Chinook encounters, or herring encounters.
Thank you both for your testimonies. Next up is Randy Mayo and Mary Evans Dairy, followed by Charles Mendeluk.
Doenda, Suze Yedinitsta, Dinit Hatana, Klugatsa Hatana, Dina. In my introduction, translation, my name is Randy Mayo, English name. Enrolled tribal member of the Stevens Village tribe, located north of Fairbanks on the upper Yukon River. Representing my tribe as the appointed commissioner on the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. Stevens Village is a federally recognized tribe, and that I come to testify in your definition as a subsistence user, which my definition differentiates vastly, and an out-of-work upper Yukon River limited entry commercial permit holder that has been out of work for many years. So I just wanted to, you have heard a great many testimony from the tribal members, elders, and young people on a way of life after 1,000 generations upended within half of a lifetime for us in river. You know, sitting here listening for the last few days, and I understand your system and I understand where this council is at. Our statistics and numbers are 0. Now, is that a hard figure to understand? 0 fish, 0 income, no compensation for years of lost opportunity. So it's hard to be sympathetic to other peoples whose livelihoods are at stake also. you would think that the Yukon River and drains a big country and feeds the ocean and the sea. You would think this Western science would take that as the canary in the coal mine, and the domino effect of an ecosystem collapse and diminishment of species that everyone across the board relies on for a livelihood. Each one of you has a place and a hand in this. I, concerning the draft EIS, cannot settle for nothing less than a hard cap. I'm a displaced, like I said, out of work subsistence fisherman and commercial fisherman. Not only the economic impact, but the cost to the human element. We have been reduced to receiving handouts, which I refuse to take. That is not a solution to our problem. And this board can live up to your responsibilities as a board members. Doesn't matter what sector you're from or where you're from, to help guide this analysis. And I'll be interested to see the administrative record on the testimony here of what all of the testimony given before me on the hardships that we've been living with for many years. And I would cordially invite the board, Madam Chair, and to take a river trip, grab your camping gear, and travel down my stretch of the river, and you see shuttered fish camps, shuttered shoreside processing, fish cutting tables, empty fish drying racks, much like what some of the larger industry has faced and ever is going to face every more. I know that this is a big money focus on that. So the reason I say shuttered is maybe you can understand and in your mind visualize that empty smokehouse and shuttered fish processing area to a shuttered fish processing plant along the coast and the result of that. I mentioned earlier, as a federally recognized tribe, although we don't have treaty fishing rights in the state of Alaska, that is by design. But I think I see Mr. Curlin is representing National Marine Fisheries, which has the responsibility to engage in government-to-government consultation. And I believe Ms. Baker with the state of Alaska, ADF&G, which also has, although the state has us in an advisory capacity, has great responsibility to us in other sectors of the board here. And you cannot, in your work ahead on the draft EIS and weigh in on the analysis, say, well, I can't have any input because my jurisdiction and authority can only deal with this. I have not heard one response from Mr. Curlin or Miss Baker to all of the tribal testimony. Has not elicited, except a couple of points that you have to respond to, has not elicited any response, no questions. That tells me a lot. You either don't understand, you can't deal with it, or in your mind, it's like you're off the hook because it's irrelevant. So, and I don't expect to elicit a response from responsible parties, directly or indirectly here. So I'm not here to plead or beg. I'm here to demand, to talk straight, every one of you, that it's been said that, you know, board members will term out, but we will be here. My children will be here, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and so on and so forth. Where is your allegiance and responsibility to your children and grandchildren in the grand scheme of things? You cannot just compartmentalize right here, right now. How are they? What quality of life will they have? And I'm sure you people, folks, are family people with children and grandchildren. And I urge you to think about them, because this is what we're talking about on the tribal side of things here. And I'd be interested in the analysis of all that you're hearing from the tribal members before me. Where does that end up? All that testimony end up in the analysis? What percent does that make up to lead up to the record of decision? I'm looking at each and every one of you board members. So, like I said, I'm not looking to elicit a response, but I will be here to help guide the outcome in one fashion or another. So I think I'll just to back up in my introduction. I do and have had elected official title, but my greatest title I did not explain to you and translate. My tribe, my nation, Klugacha, Fishtail people, one of the 5 major clans in the interior region. We are Dana peoples, comprised of a great many communities situated along the major rivers, obviously, because we are salmon people. And quite a few of those villages are shuttered. You have the responsibility as a board in your purview of authority to affect positive change before it is too late for people on the coast. Look at our situation. How could you ignore one of the major rivers in North America, the collapse of that ecosystem where those fish grow and rear out in your area of jurisdiction, not correlate that event. Can anyone here explain that? I know your science and your format is so compartmentalized, but in anyone's expertise, I'm looking for accountability. I hear some responses, not enough research, not enough focus on one area or another. But I urge you to focus on that because of the domino effect and collapse of other species within your jurisdiction, like the crab and other species in decline. I hear the argument of why would you settle for an option that all that's going to do is protect hatchery fish from other origins, because the Western Alaska chum salmon make up only a small percentage of that bycatch. Like I said, nothing less of a hard cap will satisfy me that may lead to equitable alternatives. And I understand that your job is difficult. So I'll end there and be looking at the administrative record. You know, in the past, I have had experience with bad records of decision through the NEPA process. And every one of you in your jobs can help give more credence and more weight in the analysis to all of the traditional testimony that you have heard. So I will be doing my homework. And again, I cordially invite this board to come up to my country and take a river trip at what would have been our fishing season. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mayo. And just to one of your earlier points, I have to take some responsibility for the limitations and questions. I just wanted to make sure that I was hearing, we were hearing from everyone who had traveled so far to address us within the time frame that we've noticed the meeting. So really appreciate your feedback on that. Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mayo, for your testimony. And I do have a question. You were very clear that you strongly support and will only accept a hard cap through this action. And it sounds like you've at least had a chance to review some of the analysis. Do you have a recommendation for a hard cap? Did you happen to see the advisory panel recommendation, or do you have a recommendation for a particular cap?
Well, to be quite honest, I had not had time to review all of the information and all of the previous work that had been done to arrive at this point. I had to take other work. I'm here in the capacity that I mentioned earlier. So at this point, I'm referring to the number 2 option, the hard cap, and other alternatives that can come out of that option that would be more equitable and more favorable to our situation. I'm not an analyst, I'm not a scientist, but I am a traditional knowledge keeper. I'm well versed in that area. So I will be participating more to help with this tough decision. So at this point, I will follow up and be a full participant. I think that getting familiar with this process since last week, my understanding is a good starting place would be taking the recommendation of the advisory panel for starters, and like to publicly thank our Eva Burke from our region in helping initiate that. So I will be relying a lot on her and working back and forth to help input into this process here.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, before taking our next testifier, Charles Manik, we will take our mid-morning break and come back at 10:25. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. So we'll be continuing public testimony on agenda item C2. Next up is Charles Manik, followed by Gabe Canfield.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Charles Manik. I'm from Little Diomede, and I will be speaking on my own behalf. The first thing I'd like to, I guess, reiterate, and you've heard this from all testifiers, or a lot of testifiers, is that there aren't population data for chum salmon in any of your reports. Okay. I've been here. I attended the SSC, I attended the AP, and none of them tell you what the chum numbers are for the Bering Sea. Okay. I brought this up in discussions with some friends, and they said there are just so many variables. I will say right now that I agree with that. Okay. But you've had 25 years to hammer those variables out. And you still can't tell me what the chum numbers are in the Bering Sea. So with that information, I asked this question. How can you make a valid estimate on chum bycatch without those numbers? Okay. Now I realize that it takes numbers in rivers, it takes, your bycatch, it takes population estimates from the Bering Sea, which I realize are difficult to obtain, maybe impossible. But you're already extrapolating so much already, so why not that? The other thing that I had noticed in some of the testimony, like your AP people or IPA people, they said you don't have the tools to manage bycatch of chum. I agree. You don't have the baseline numbers for chum populations. Okay, it has the point I'm trying to make is all of the reports that you heard from the AP, the SSC, all of them, without the baseline number for chum, all of those reports are just speculation. Okay. I want to say something about the Norton Sound. Okay. I'm not a fisheries biologist. I'm not a researcher, but I, like anybody here, can go to the state's website, including yourselves, and get the escapement numbers from the state. Okay. And another conversation I had was, well, there's so many variables, there might be escapement that we don't know about. That's beside the point. These numbers show that only 57,000 salmon reached the Norton Sound out of 14 rivers. 14 rivers. Okay. Now, if I'm right, and even if those numbers are wrong, that represents 1% or 0.5% of what used to be in those 14 rivers. Okay. Now, the other striking part about that is I extrapolated the same numbers from 2018. Okay, the cumulative escapement for 2018, and compared them to 2023, just 5 years. And that number is a drop of 80%. 80%. So how do you say that it's or how do you say that it's sustainable at an 80% drop in 5 years? Okay. I didn't include the counts for each one of those years. I'm not going to average it out, but that's an 80% drop in actual numbers that go out, escape from those rivers. Now, having said that, and those two are the biggest glaring things that I could see that were wrong with your reports. And I'm not an expert, but okay, this is one thing I want to tell you. I believe, and I'm not a fisheries biologist, I'm not an expert. In 5 years, there will be no more fish in the Northern Sound region. None. Now, I pray to God I'm wrong, but the numbers don't, they don't support it. Now, with that, you as the council are going to have to defend your decisions on why that happened. Okay, I really don't, I'm not trying to point fingers or place blame, but it's your decisions that brought us here in the first place. So you're going to have to look into each one of your mindsets or whatever, and you're going to have to defend why there's no more chum, regardless if it's bycatch. Okay. Now, the other part about the arguments from industry is, and I've heard this in the AP, and one of the AP members said, the cap only helps Asian fish. Okay, that's wrong. It helps our fish too, because as long as you catch chum as bycatch, it's valid. They're using the Asian fish as an excuse to keep fishing is not sustainable, because you do catch chum salmon as bycatch. I've already told you our dire straits in the Northern Sound. I can't imagine how bad it is for Yukon and Kuskokwim. That's just my little neck of the woods. 14 rivers that are, none of them are longer than 25 miles. Yet they used to support so many chum. Now there's 57,000 out of 14 rivers. So you're going to have to justify yourselves when and if the chum numbers crash or to zero or extinct. Okay. People bring up that it's the chum salmon life cycle. They every 3-4 years. Well, every 3 to 4 years is 57,000 fish that escape, but it's not sustainable, because in any one of those years of that salmon's lifetime, the trawling industry could wipe out an entire year's worth of salmon. And you'll have to defend it. And I thank you for your time, and I hope I woke you up.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just wanted to follow up on your point about, I guess, not having total chum abundance in the Bering Sea and the ability to extrapolate numbers. And I want to make sure I understand what you're suggesting. And the SSC had a couple ideas. I think they picked up on that same point and had a couple ideas for how to do that. Maybe not capture everything, but provide a better sense across the board, at least of escapement for all river systems. Is that something that you were testifying to, or did I miss your point that we could do better at doing that?
All of the above. The SSC and I'm glad they did, and thank you for bringing up that point. Okay, they could do a better job, and it's a step in the right direction. I realize that when I say that, we don't know the chum numbers in the Bering Sea, there might not be a plausible or practical way to know all the numbers. Okay, I concede that, but you don't even have that. You haven't made an effort to get the numbers, because it's a species that you bycatch directly. So it should be on you to get those numbers as accurately as you can. Now, me, I don't understand how you could do bycatch numbers, okay, estimates, without those, without the population number even estimated, and you don't even do that. In none of your reports, and please correct me if I'm wrong, in none of the reports that the staff gives you, or the AC, or the AP, or the SCC gives you, none of that is identified. Okay, I heard testimony, and I did testify when the bycatch committee met in October, and one of the staff said this is based on 3 rivers in Norton Sound. Okay, that sent alarm bells in my head because it's not reflective of all 14. Okay, you have less than 1/3 of the population that you're basing your numbers on. Can you honestly tell me that you're comfortable with that? Just like you don't have the numbers for chum bycatch. You don't have the numbers for chum population assessments or biomass. You have it for the pollock. You do it yearly. Okay. So what's your excuse for not having it for chum? You've had 25+ years to get this stuff ready and done. Like I said before, and I pray to God I'm wrong. What happens when it's 0? Then each one of you is going to have to defend yourself and your decision on why the chum disappeared. I realized that, you know, I've heard testimony that it blamed the what do they call that darn thing? The fish board, and it blames you, the fish council. Okay, and the blame is going back and forth. But you're dealing with the same species, so shouldn't it behoove you to coordinate with the Board of Fish to get your numbers straight? You can't operate on one species as if the other entity doesn't exist. That's just irresponsible in my mind. I may be wrong, but it sure looks like that to me. And I'm not here to point fingers, but I am here to remind you of your duty and to point out that our salmon are disappearing. You can all see it from all the reports. You know, 30 years ago, there might have been 4 or 5 million fish going up all of those rivers. Now we're down to, you know, less than 0.5% of all the total chum that were going up those rivers. So you will have to defend your decisions on that. And I you know, I used to tell my I used to be a tribal administrator, and when my clerks came by and they said, what do we provide to the council? I would tell them, you provide both sides so they can make an informed decision. But that one glaring discrepancy in your reports, it affects everything that you do. You can't tell me that, you know, you're making an estimated decision on nothing, okay? Because there is no population estimates. And with that, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Okay. Next up is Gabe Canfield, followed by Philip Powell. Is Gabe Canfield in the room? Okay, I'll circle back to him. Philip Powell.
Morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss a pressing issue that affects both the sustainability of our fisheries and the broader marine ecosystem. My name is Philip Powell. I'm the General Counsel of Global Seas, a family-owned AFA catcher vessel with CDQ partners. Today, I come to advocate in favor of the industry's proposed modification of the IPAs over the adoption of more static, crude, and inflexible regulatory tools. The proposals offered by industry before you today may not be the ultimate solution to a holistic problem, but it is a fix insofar as it is flexible, is incentivizing, and it's based on experience, namely our experience with using IPAs. Flexibility is at the core of the industry proposals for Alternative 4, providing a dynamic framework that allows for adaptive management in response to the unpredictable and changing conditions of marine ecosystems. This proposal acknowledges the limitations of our control over external factors, such as the production of Russian and Asiatic hatchery chum salmon and climate change, by creating a system that can adapt to these variables. Unlike rigid regulations, which often fail to account for real-time environmental changes and external pressures, the industry proposals allow us to respond proactively and effectively to actual conditions encountered on the fishing grounds. Incentivization is another pillar of the industry proposals in response to Alternative 4, highlighting the strategic use of incentive mechanisms to promote sustainable fishing practices. By aligning the economic interests of the fishing industry with the ecological goals of fishing management, we can foster a culture of conservation and responsibility. This proposal includes mechanisms like rolling hotspot closures and move-along rules for catcher vessels, which not only reduce bycatch, but also encourage the industry to engage in more selective and responsible fishing methods. Lastly, this proposal is based on experience. The experience of fishermen who have worked under IPAs is integral to the proposed development by industry for Alternative 4. To create this proposal, industry brought practical insights and firsthand knowledge of the sea's complexities and how fishermen can work together to avoid bycatch to provide the foundation for the proposal's strategies. Indeed, these proposals reflect the experience industry has had using IPAs as a tool of bycatch management, as well as the experience it has had with the drawbacks of static closures and hard limits set in regulation. In conclusion, the industry proposal, with its emphasis on flexibility, incentivization, and experience, represents a modern and flexible management approach that can save fish now, but also position us to adapt to new data, technology, and techniques as they become available. Indeed, this offers a pragmatic, sustainable, and forward-thinking alternative to rigid regulatory tools, ensuring the dynamic and adapted methods of protecting marine ecosystems and the viability of the fishing industry. I urge all stakeholders, including the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, to support Alternative 4 and the proposed modifications to the IPA regs as the most effective and sustainable path forward for our fisheries and the marine environment we all use and depend upon. Thank you for your attention for this and considering for this step towards a more sustainable and responsible fishing management system.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. In your concluding comment about urging the council to support Alternative 4, and I just want to clarify, like at this stage, we can't
further analysis
any action. So that's the confirmation I wanted, that you would like us to keep it in the list of alternatives or further analysis of it. What was there?
Both. I'd ask that you keep it in the alternatives and engage in further analysis. I think some of the testimony that we've heard emphasizes the downstream impacts that, hard caps in different ways that would curtail pollock industry economics would affect other users and stakeholders.
Thank you. Our next testifier is James Nicori, followed by Shirley Fields.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to testify. And my name's James Nicori from member of the organized village of Guikluk, which is on the Kuskokwim, and I serve as a elder advisor for the the Intertribal Fish Commission, which is 37 members strong on the Kuskokwim. Our culture for many years have been living off the land and the ocean, mainly the salmon, the Chinooks, the Reds, and the Chums. To my point of view, to lower the bycatch coming from Area M is to start the fishing dates, eliminate the early May, late May and early June fishing, which is the fish that is migrating up to the Western Alaska. And reduce the fishing time. And then in the pollock, there's it's like a highway from when they go by Falls Pass to Western Alaska, and cut off the fishing maybe like a highway, not eliminating the outside, but that one area where the fish comes into the Western Alaska, make a red zone or no fishing on the certain dates of the week. And those were what I have been pondering over. And the crash of the fishing, the Reds, the Chinooks, and the Chums should not be blamed on the climate change. The bycatch has been on record before the climate change. This climate change comes in so many years, and it has been, and I listened to the elders predict it, that it will happen. And the way they summarized it is they put their hand up. This is the earth, and it will be tilting. And where it used to be warm, it's going to get colder. And where it used to be cold, it's going to be warmer. And the true north and the true south are off course now. And that's what has been happening to our weather. And it changes the whole weather pattern of our earth. That is what the elders predicted. And I listened to those elders. He said those elders were saying their elders' elder. So that has been predicted about maybe 100 years prior. And the conservation of our salmon should be weighed on both ends, the Area M and the Western Alaska. Those will be treating each side equally. As you were appointed into this council seat, you are to look at both ends equally. And you have a very hard choice to make. It's not easy, I know that, but you have to be equal in the way that you make decisions. That is what the people expect you to do. To look at our people equally. And my role as an elder advisor to the Intertribal Fish Commission is to tell our people to conserve. And another thing that I was taught is to predict the salmon that are coming in, observing the weather, the returning migration of the birds, and the direction of the wind that is coming in the springtime. And sometimes those returning migration of the birds is good. But then we find out that the bycatch is going on, and that's where it crashes. Those predictions that are done by our people, that our elders, are always true. They look at the migration of the birds, the direction of the wind, and our weather. Those are what we should be looking at. Like I said earlier, changing the fishing seasons, fishing time in Area M to cut off the late June and early May and late June fishing. That's when the fish that are going up to the Western Alaska are milling in one whole place where they will be migrating through Falls Pass and Simigan Pass. Our elders used to tell us those are the two passes that the salmon uses in the springtime to migrate to the western part of Alaska. And there should be a red highway from those passes up to the western Alaska where there should be no pollock fisheries to lower the number of bycatch. Those are what I have been really looking at closely all winter. Might help out what we have to do, you and me. We have to work together in order to accomplish something that we want. We cannot give it all to you to do it. We have to do it too. That's why I said wait on both sides equally and not looking at one side more than the other. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you for listening to me and giving me time to say my 2 cents worth. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Nicori. Are you available for a question? Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch you. I just didn't hear the names of the 2 passes that you said the elders indicated the fish passed through. Would you be able to share those with me again?
the the passes on the Aleutian chain that our elders tell us are the two main passes that the salmon uses in the springtime to migrate to the western side. Is the Aleutian on Falls Pass and the Simmigan Pass. Those are the two main ones that the salmon uses, as our elders have told us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next testifier is Shirley Fields, followed by Stanley Pete, and there will be no questions during this testimony. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Shirley Fields. I'm enrolled in the Native Village of Fort Yukon. I work for the Gwich'in Tribal Government in Fort Yukon as the Realty Natural Resource Environmental Director. And I'd like to make a testimony on that behalf of my position that I work for the tribe. I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to give you my comments regarding the salmon bycatch. I'd also like to thank the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission and the Tana Chiefs Conference for bringing me here. I support option 1, alternative 2, and also alternative 5, or additional regulatory requirements for an incentive plan agreement to be managed within the IPAs. The calculation of bycatch or base rates for rolling hotspot closures can result in areas having lower bycatch rates, even if the majority of bycatch occurs in those areas. I would like to see the inclusion of conservation corridor that includes windows for salmon passage for a meaningful reduction in chum bycatch. We all need to protect our way of life to share the burden of salmon conservation with the commercial fisheries and promote precautionary management to reduce the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim chum and Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea. There is a serious hardship when we cannot fish for our families. These last few seasons has caused all the Yukon River families not only the loss of our main food source, but our traditional way of life. And the cost for substitute quality protein is extremely high. Our subsistence needs are not being met, regardless of state and federal priorities. You guys have a legal federal trust responsibility to tribes whose citizens have the knowledge. One thing I see not sitting here on the council is a local seat that have a person locally that has traditional knowledge. And I would recommend that in the highest. We are fighting for the last salmon. There's no tribal consultation and engagement with the tribes. Before this meeting, we have the right to engage formally with you guys and informally with your staff. The general process for engaging is quite burdensome, having to sort through the 500 pages of technical documents prohibited to meaningful public participation in this process. It is the job of the council and agency staff to engage with our people who historically and currently have underserved. Alaska Native tribes have lived and thrived on the rivers since time immemorial. We know how to survive because we know how to relate to our animals. We know how to rely on them for food and how to use our knowledge. Our knowledge is invaluable. We are suffering. There are real food security concerns here in our region, in the whole state of Alaska, that depend on salmon. For us, we do not put a value on salmon. I'm asking that the salmon bycatch be reduced or eliminated if possible. As a council, you have a trust responsibility to us and our communities. You are entrusted with listening to us and helping us to protect our food source. And I'm asking you to do what you are required to do. I'm asking you to avoid salmon bycatch because every salmon counts. Masi.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Stanley Pete, followed by Jerry Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and fellow council members. My name is Stanley Pete. I come from the village of Nunamiko that's on the mouth of the Yukon River. I come from an area that in the Kuzelvac census area that has the highest rate of unemployment, the highest rate poverty level that we have the lowest amount of individuals seeking higher education, less than 5%. The employment opportunities in my region are so low that it's been a privilege for me to fish in the Bering Sea. I've been given the opportunities since I was 18, 19 years old. I started fishing in the Bering Sea to provide for myself and later provide for my family. I've made it a lifestyle to know what's happening in the Bering Sea, not because I'm trying to earn a degree, but so I can sustain myself and my family by knowing what action this council is taking. I can decipher when the taxes are low, what it means to me financially and to me and my children, and how I can interpret the information or decisions you make, how they will affect my lifestyle. I've used the Bering Sea to as a means for accessing the subsistence resource in my area. I don't know if the decision by this council is going to have a great effect on the chum salmon returns on the Yukon. Now, I live in both worlds. I rely on the decisions of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council for income or for benefits by the CDQ program, but I also rely on the subsistence resource of salmon. Now, in my studies, I've seen the massive influxes of predation on salmon. I've heard today that the increase of predation off the Yukon River increased by 2,000%. And that's got me worried. By my action of the moratorium, or not my action, by being regulated to not fish for kings, or even if I'm allowed to fish for kings, or even if we get chums on the river, the return rate of salmon is so low, you start, it's got even myself worried. If the rate of the return is that low because of predation, the predators pushed up by the warming of the ocean right off the coast of the Yukon River is so great. How are my actions in the river of not fishing and your actions going to make a difference? Unless this council can somehow change the environmental conditions that are happening out there, I don't know how we're going to fix the problem. Before my time runs out, I like the idea of corridors, of watching out, at least do more studies so you can have an idea of which way the chum salmon are swimming and which areas to avoid so they can have passages. I stand on the banks of the Bering Sea. I see the massive influx of predators now. Cod, pollock, sarks, orcas, 10-mile pods of beluga whales. I see a great influx of in-river predators because of the dietary change of the people. We see a larger increase of pikefish, a larger increase of sea fish. We're seeing algal blooms in the river. And, there's so much variables that unless you guys can change the environmental conditions that are happening, even your best efforts, are they going to be in vain? Those are stark realities that I have to face. I want salmon. A lot of people want salmon. But the realities are there are so many variables. And one thing we have no control over is the environmental conditions out in the Bering Sea and in the Yukon River Basin. the drainage itself. I live on permafrost. Permafrost is going away and it's leaching so much nutrients. And I'm guessing at the same time, it's leaching contaminants into the river. You know, it's burdensome to know all this information and try to wear a smile on your face. I don't mean to take up too much of your time. I see my time has elapsed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Pete, and through the chair. So can you expound a little bit more on this concept of additional predators that you're seeing? You mentioned cod, pollock. Are you saying that those are moving into the Yukon area and you feel that those are the main impacts, so at least one of the major impacts of the chum returns?
Thank you for that question. I don't study this, but I see it firsthand because I fish out there. You know, we've had to alter our subsistence needs by going out into the Bering Sea, which we had never done. And now, not because of my subsistence needs, but 20 years ago, I fished for cod south of the Pribilofs. I fished with people from St. Paul. I fished in the Akitan, but back in the day, I fished south of the Pribilofs. Now we see boats right off the coast, cod boats, and we since we have no salmon, we're exploring our options, and we've never seen, you know, data in the past has never seen that much. I call them predators, but cod, pollock, salmon shark, orcas, 10-mile pod whales, in-river predators, because our diet changed. I don't know how we're going to fix that unless, you know, it's a stark reality that if we can't change the environmental conditions of what's happening out there, we have so little control of how to bring back the returns of the chums to the river. I don't, you know, I've made it past high school, but I've kept a close eye on the Bering Sea because it's in my family's best interest. I live on the Bering Sea, and it seems dismal, but you know, maybe that information that I've gained over the years, maybe I kind of let that out and wear a smile for a different day. You know, sometimes too much information makes you lose focus on life. So with that, thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mr. Pete. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So next up is Jerry Davis, followed by Joanne Mans.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My name is Jerry Davis. I represent Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, which includes 6 communities in the lower Yukon River Delta with over 3,200 residents. And I usually don't appear up here alone. Members of our local communities are individually and testified either before me, like Stanley, or after me. Many testifiers have said that climate change is the main cause of the chum salmon collapse in 2021. There are probably many other causes, including predation. It's been said that chum salmon bycatch is a small part of the problem, but one that we have control over. The conclusion is that we should do something about it. That the conclusion that we should do something about it has merit, and we agree that we should do all we can do to minimize it. We get that. We've also heard that many want change now. We get that. We've also heard that many Bering Sea fisheries, many want the Bering Sea fisheries to share the sacrifice that has been incurred by in-river users since 2020. We have to believe that what is meant by that is that we all need to work hard to address the 2021 salmon run failures, but not to cause others pain needlessly. If that interpretation is correct, we also get that. But it's clear at this point that restraining hard caps would share the sacrifice in a way that would severely harm the CDQ program and many others without real impact on returning chum salmon runs. Sharing the sacrifice without real benefits will only increase the pain suffered by this many in the state of Alaska, not reduce it. In our opinion, this council should advance the analysis of alternative fours, use of the best available technology and state-of-the-art management tools to reduce Western Alaska bycatch. Spatial and temporal closures in alternative 4 and 5, influenced by genetic analysis, are the most effective tools at our disposal at this time. Indeed, we've already seen a beta version of alternative 4 in place for 2022 and 2023. 2023 resulted in a meaningful bycatch reduction to 112,600 total chum and only 11,000 Western Alaska chum. To be clear, these numbers may not be the sole result of the fleet's bycatch avoidance, and also 11,700 Western Alaska chum bycatch is not acceptable. But it does show the potential of alternative 4's targeted rolling hotspot, spatial, and temporal closure system. The prospect of the use of in-season genetics can only increase the effectiveness of alternative 4. However, with our 6 Yukon River communities with some of the highest poverty rates of poverty among the city groups, among the state of Alaska, and indeed the entire U.S., please see page 94 of the SIA, and being utterly reliant on Yukon summer and fall chum for ceremonial, subsistence, and commercial activities, why haven't we joined our neighboring tribes to ask for hard caps? The answer is threefold. The Yukon may be recovering from 2021. This is consistent with the theory that the sudden decline in 2020 and 2021 was the result of the late 2010s high heat event and the resulting smaller cold pool in the Bering Sea. In 2017, there's a record returns on the Yukon. Summer chum escapement was 3.6 million and fall chum 2.5 million. Full subsistence and commercial harvest for all of the river. 2021 was a disaster. 153,718 summer chum and 146,917 fall chum. However, the 2022 numbers were 463,806 summer chum and 325,717 fall chum. The 2023 numbers were 930 summer chum with the latest run reconstruction and 370,015 fall chum. Indeed, the 2023 summer chum numbers were at the level normally associated with the opening of subsistence and even commercial fishing. This recovery coincided with the reestablishment of the Bering Sea cold pool in 2022 and 2023. Second, our belief that hard cap management is suited for the resident Bering Sea Chinook salmon bycatch measures, but not for Bering Sea chum, as the Bering Sea is flooded by invasive Asian chum. And three, most importantly, the more restrictive alternative twos hard caps have the potential to severely, in our case, dangerously financially impact the CDQ program, and perhaps in a manner more harshly than any other sector. CDQs have built programs that rely on consistent revenue. The strength of the program is that we can look far ahead and make long-term investments and not be beholden to short-term whims of federal grants and other non-locally generated priorities. A preliminary review of the effects of the 2000 hard cap that might cause us to lose perhaps half of our bee season would cause us at least $7 million per year. The loss of this income is the same as losing our margins that we make in the fishery. Directly, that's our money we can spend on programs, directly reducing the money we use to support our in-region economic development programs. Losing it will affect many of our programs. Another indicia of the economic harm is that using the analyst numbers from our CDQ Group's collective and our CDQ Group's collective ownership of each AFA sector, a 200,000 hard cap would mean an annual loss of $17,600,000 value to all CDQ Groups each year with the 200,000 hard cap. This would increase foregone wholesale revenue. This would increase if foregone wholesale revenue is used to $57 million per year. We believe we can work with the analysts to further develop this in the EIS. We'd like that opportunity. And to remind the council, the CDQ Group's entities' investment decisions are highly constrained by statute. Our statutory purpose is to invest in and participate in the Bering Sea fisheries. We cannot invest any more than 20% of our revenues in non-fishery related investments, and those have to be in region. In addition, a couple final points. We directly support subsistence activities in our region. In fact, that's one of our primary purposes. It takes cash to affect a subsistence lifestyle. And we provide that by low interest skiff loans, low interest ATV and snow machine loans, subsidized fuel costs. We believe in subsistence activities in our region. We do our best to support that. a couple final points. We believe that alternative two, sub-option two, the 950,000 chum cap is overstated. It's not how the department manages the river. They manage the river for a 550,000 SEG, a 200,000 subsistence, and then they talk about opening to commercial. So if you're using that as a proxy to affect the next year's reduction in chum bycatch, so be it. But that's not how the department runs the river. And we think the 950,000 cap in alternative two, sub-option two is too high to reflect the effectiveness of the river's returns. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. We'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for your testimony. And I know we have a lot of the numbers you repeated in or either the draft or the social impact assessment, but I was trying to follow your 3 points. And the second one, I think, is what is so counterintuitive to people. And you kind of rushed through that, but I wrote down what you said as the hard cap will not serve your objectives. So if you could explain to me why you think that's the case, that would be helpful.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Ms. Kimball, hard cap works for the Bering Sea Chinook. They're all Alaskan to a greater or lesser extent, a resident Chinook. The Bering Sea has been invaded by invasive hatchery chum to a huge amount. It averaged 80%, if not more, in 2023. There's no meaningful way to have a hard cap and manage the fishery. We talked about, there's a lot of talk here about corridors and have a cap for the corridors in cluster one. But then if we also have a constraining hard cap, where's the fleet going to fish? They got to stay away from cluster one, high Western Alaska chum. And so that means they fish outside that where there's higher rates, much higher rates of Asiatic chum bycatch. And so it makes it impossible, a lot of ways impossible to prosecute the fishery. And I think a hard cap, if talk to a layperson, say, would a hard cap work with that ratio of non-target to target species that you're trying to address is as shown in the IPAs as being impractical, if that answers your question.
That does. I'm really missing the fact that we don't get a second question, but I totally understand with the number of testifiers, but I appreciate that response. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Davis. My question is about your testimony on, I believe, the Yukon Summer Index run and the threshold that the council's identified. And I'm hoping you can help me understand. I think your testimony was that the 950,000 value currently in the analysis is too high. And am I correct in interpreting that means it's too high if the council's objective is to find a threshold under which subsistence harvest opportunities are likely to be restricted, as opposed to a council objective more focused on trying to get ahead of a drop in Yukon summer chum salmon returns, much like the SSC pointed out to us. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at those minutes, but am I understanding your testimony in the sense of if the council's objective is to find a threshold below which the data have shown that subsistence opportunities are likely to be restricted? Is that the message I should be taking away?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, no, I probably more simplistically, I was viewing that as if the river returned a amount necessary for SEG and escapement, a full escapement, obviously, and even extra to address maybe runs that have historically been low, the NVIC perhaps, and then above that, it would seem to be a fully functioning river for the purposes of maximum sustainable yield and escapement, then that should be the index where that you could address Bering Sea capture following year. So that's as simple as I addressed it, and it seems to be the department manages it at this 700, 750 level before they open up for commercial fish. So it's just a simple comment there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, I think you mentioned that at some level of impact, even at a modest percentage of assumed impact in some of the analysis that was provided, that could consume all of your margins that you use to support your community programs, and you're suggesting that you'd like some more information on that drawn out in the next iteration. Do you have any, if I understood that correctly, any suggestions on how the analysts may get that type of information?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chairman. We've had informal conversations among the city groups that we need to further analysis, we need to give them more information. And just so it's obvious, a company's gross revenues and income and debt service is the most confidential information a company has. And so that's not shared lightly. There is a competitive industry, and we actually compete for royalty contracts amongst ourselves. But I can see the lack of this made clear. The analysts did not have the information to fully develop the potential economic harm of some of the alternatives. And to do that, we're having conversations. If our information could be aggregated so it's not identifiable and provided to the analysts, that could help them. And I think we might be able to come to agreement in that regard to help the EIS.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Johan Mana, followed by Colin Campbell.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Johan Mana. I'm the captain of the fishing vessel Patricia L. that fishes pollock in the Bering Sea. I'm a multi-generational fisherman with 40 years of commercial fishing in Alaska. My family has a deep-rooted history in Alaska that spans back to the 1960s when my father immigrated from Norway and came to Alaska. I just finished a 3-month pollock season, and I'm on my way home to my wife of 35 years, my children, and my grandchildren. I stopped here in Anchorage to offer my testimony and answer possible questions. I'm testifying in support of alternative 4. I think it's the best option to move forward with. Communication is the best tool we have in the Bering Sea for avoiding salmon. Prior to a pollock trip, I call on any number of boats at any group, any cannery, and I'll get on-scene report of what they're catching, what they're seeing, and any other pertinent information they have before I leave the dock. The challenges we face every time we leave the dock are numerous. Weather, fish size, distance we have to go to get the fish, and other PSC species that are always on our mind: Chinook, herring, and sablefish, to mention a few. We as pollock captains feel pressure all season long. It's for our crew, the vessel, safety, maximizing our quota, minimizing harvesting costs. The possibility of bycatch is always on our minds. Having a whole rolling hotspot report and constant information from the grounds is the best way to keep us informed and make informed decisions before we deploy our nets. In conclusion, I support alternative 4 because it gives the best fleet the most responsive tools and ability to avoid Western Alaskan chum through the rolling hotspot program. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mans. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Manis, for coming before you even get to go home. I know it was a long season. I appreciate having an on-the-water captain here. It's an experience that we don't always get the perspective of, and we frequently hear about test tows, and maybe boats should just do more test tows before they get into trouble. Can you talk a little bit about how you determine when you're going to do a test tow, and maybe why you don't do more of those?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Test tows are a great means to check areas. One possibility on why you would want to limit test tows is we have a constricted time frame from the time that we put our first fish on the boat till we have to have those back at the processing plant. If I'm out, say 24 hours from Dutch Harbor, our home port, and I do a test tow and I get 5 tons, for example, my clock started. So now I have X amount of number of hours remaining on my trip to fill my boat and get back to the port. So sometimes you're too far away and you don't want to risk doing a test tow because you're on time constraints from the plant. That would be one reason why you would not do more test tows. So fish age becomes the biggest problem there. And the second I would say is, because you do run the risk, if you're going into an area where you're not sure and somebody's going to be the guinea pig for this, it's a bigger decision than just the captain. I will call the office, I'll call other boats around me, and it's decided by more people than just myself if somebody's going to do a test tow in an area that we're uncertain of. So it's a collaboration. It's not something that's taken lightly. We'll just do a test tow. We'll just do a test tow. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And Mr. Metherow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks. I know from my time at sea that the last thing I'd want to do after being in the Bering Sea for 3 months is sit around this meeting, and I'd want to be home. So I appreciate the sacrifice. I'm just wondering, is there any provision that you have with the vessel accountability for bycatch? If you do a test tow and it goes badly, that counts on your available performance as a captain, or is there some way to mitigate the risk to the vessel when you're looking to try to minimize bycatch for your fleet?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Not that I know of. It's all on us. The onus falls on the boat or the company for making that test tow. We don't have any provisions that I'm aware of that would cover those fish. It's a good question, though.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thank you.
So next up is Colin Campbell, followed by Jimmy Hurley. Is Colin in the room or online? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can you unmute yourself, Colin?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning.
Thank you. So my name is Colin Campbell. I grew up in the village of Tanana on the middle of the Yukon River. And my family used a fish wheel to fish subsistence for chums and for kings, for ourselves to eat, and for our sled dogs. Along with all other traditional users of salmon along this and other rivers that terminate in Western Alaska, we've heavily felt the decrease in salmon runs and also been forced to bear the burden of responsibility of conservation. It feels very unfair and also incredibly hypocritical that while in the rivers, we have been abstaining from salmon fishing for years, while trawling is allowed to catch hundreds of thousands yearly. While this number of bycatch salmon might be a small number percentage-wise relative to the trawl fleet's entire seasonal catch, it's a huge number relative to the overall health of the salmon runs of the Western rivers and it's also a huge number in terms of the amount of subsistence fish historically taken. The trawl industry likes to tout that their bycatch numbers are a very low percentage, but this is misleading due to the sheer size of their total catch. This so-called small percentage of bycatch equates to thousands of king salmon bycatch and hundreds of thousands of chums as bycatch. For a reference, the Yukon River total chum escapement for 2023 was 22,090 fish, according to ADFMG, while the average from 1980 to the late 2010s was about 117,000. Another frequent talking point by the trawl industry is that they are not the cause for the declining stocks in salmon, and the blame is pointed at climate change. The ocean is an incredibly complex system, and with most complex systems, there are likely many factors at play. Some of these which we can control, fishing in the rivers and the oceans, and those which we cannot at this time control, climate change being the biggest one. Something we do know, though, is that trawl is taking a large amount of chum salmon from the ocean, scooping up billions of pounds of fish and affecting the balance of the ocean ecosystem, as well as dragging on the ocean floor, disrupting habitat. And while pelagic trawlers, which are more commonly known as midwater trawl, like to tout their methods as more cleaner than the Amendment 80 fleet, which trawls hard on the bottom, information from the NPFMC, this council itself, found that pelagic or midwater trawl is on the bottom 40 to 80% of the time. So this can't be discounted, because the negative consequences are not just bycatch and what you see coming up in the net, but disruptions to the habitat for salmon and disruptions to the bottom of the ocean floor, which is something that we cannot see. Listening to the testimony over the last few days from the trawl industry, there's a lot of, we are trying and we are doing our best, but this is not good enough. This is like paying lip service to the issue so the business can continue as usual. If you cannot fish for pollock in a way that can be done without bycatch, then it should be shut down, full stop. This is the standard that subsistence users and other smaller commercial users are held to. And I understand that it would be very hard financially, and this is an argument that the trawl industry likes to make, that they would hurt financially if they're hard caps on bycatch. And this is an industry in the billions of dollars, with the lion's share of the profits going to entities that are not even based in Alaska. But what about the financial hardships that have been felt for years now by the subsistence and small commercial users along Alaska's western coast and western rivers, as well as the loss of cultural practices and knowledge that comes along with going to fish camp, catching salmon for our subsistence consumption? Continuing with business as usual in the current status quo and allowing the trawl industry to do their best to avoid catching salmon will lead to the collapse of this once great, sustainable, and healthy salmon run. The story of prioritizing profits and corporations over people is all too familiar, unfortunately, and a story that has played out time and time again in fisheries all over the world. This is a story also that, almost without exception, has not been stopped until it's too late. Industry claims that the loss of revenue and economic hardships they will incur far outweigh the benefits of conservation, and then the fishery is hammered to collapse, at which point big industry moves on to the next area they can profit from, and in their wake has left subsistence and local fishers, now with a collapsed fishery. A recent example of this is the collapse of the Grand Banks cod fishery in the North Atlantic. Some of the trawlers in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands were originally trawlers in the East Coast Grand Banks fleet, and once they destroyed that fishery, they moved on to Alaska. The trawl industry is the modern-day buffalo hunter, raping and pillaging the oceans at the expense of subsistence users, and then through CVRF, also known as Coastal Villages Region Fund, and other CDQ groups, they pretend that loans for ATVs, heating fuel subsidies, and small pollock and groundfish donations to Native communities in coastal Alaska can somehow be a substitute for subsistence salmon in terms of food, culture, and traditional practices. The state of Alaska Constitution prioritizes subsistence users in terms of fishing, and this council should prioritize the people of Alaska, not corporate profits. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Campbell. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So next up is Jimmy Hurley, followed by Kylie Thompson. And after Kylie, we will be breaking for lunch.
Yeah, Madam Chair and
respectable council members. My name is Jimmy Hurley. I'm from the Bristol Bay region. Grew up in Ekwak, a little village, 100 people. And all my life, from when I was first young guy, I'd go out of the river and we'd see people harvesting salmon. And, it's been my life, salmon. Salmon has been my life. And, one thing I like to note is that Western Alaska chums, it doesn't say Seattle trawlers. River origin chums come from Western Alaska. So take that in your consideration. They're not out of Seattle. Nothing spawns in Seattle. So, but, you don't mind if I like to stand up because, I feel like, the very low returns of chum salmon on the Nushak River, there's no spawn, no future, okay? And a creek right below Ekwak used to be full of chums. Now we got hardly any. Chum salmon flayed, smoked 2 days, make the best hump chalk. Heads and skins are a delicacy. My recommendation to this council is to have 150,000 cap and close clusters 1 and clusters 4 during the bee season. Clusters 1 has the highest concentration of bycatch chums, has high concentrations of kings in cluster 4. In the Nushak fishing district, you go fishing on the west side, you used to be able to load up with chums. You don't have anymore. Chums travel with king salmon. You go up the river, even in the district, when you go in and you go out there and fish, anywhere along there, you'll have chums migrate up with the king salmon. And they're channel fish. I don't have too much more to say about, I get a little emotional, with what happens here, because I see that the people in the Nushak River are very fortunate where we're at now, even though we got 35,000 kings this last year up there to escape. In 1980s, 2 years, we had 350,000 king salmon migrate up to escape. So there's some real changes here. And I want to say this last thing is that we're headed to where the Nushak River is going to pretty much be the same as the Yukon River, and you're going to be seeing zero. So if you don't have action now, we'll all be crying. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hurley. So Kylie Thompson is up next. And after Kylie, we will be breaking for lunch.
Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Kylie Thompson. I am the president of the Area M Seiners Association. We represent the seine and set gillnet fishermen in the Area M commercial salmon fishery. I am a 31-year resident of Alaska and participate in the salmon and groundfish fisheries in the Western Gulf of Alaska. The Area M Seiners Association is somewhat surprised to be mentioned in Alternative 5 of the AP motion. In February of this year, after an exhaustive Board of Fisheries meeting, the Area M June fishery was substantially reduced in time and area to protect migrating Western Alaska chum. In addition, the Seine fleet operates under a cooperative agreement, self-imposing time and area closures during the fishery to allow pulses of chum to pass through the area. These actions have effectively created a conservation corridor for chum passage. Should the council consider Alternative 5 in the AP motion, the Area M Seiners Association asks to be involved in the analysis process by providing staff a report of its adaptive management activities in the June fishery. We maintain that commercial fishing communities need to remain viable while participating in these conservation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Yes, Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Thompson. I just wanted to flesh it out a little bit on the first part of the question is how many hours did you get reduced by the proposal that was before the board at that time? And how many hours have you guys stood down with your test fishery to let chums pass?
So I'll kind of answer backwards, I guess. So the first day of the June fishery is June 10th, and the entire fleet stands down that day. So the seine fleet can conduct a test fishery. So we give that day of the fishery up to assess chum presence in the area. I mean, the area is quite, I don't know if I'm sure this council doesn't really understand the scope of the area I am, but it's about 180 miles from end to end. And we have on the three major hook-alls in that area, we have seiners check for chum presence to decide how we'll start fishing the next day. I don't have in front of me, again, I was kind of a little surprised to be mentioned in a federal action. So I don't have the hours in front of me, but being a participant, I can definitely say it was in excess of 40% of the available fishing time. We also have, what's the word? Thresholds. So for the end of the second period, 300,000 chum harvest. At the end of the third period, 450,000. Last year, we only harvested 200,000 for the entire season. We were extremely, extremely conservation minded and reduced time. The one benefit of a directed salmon fishery is you can see the fish move through the area from east to west. So we enacted closures in the eastern sections. As the fish moved west, they followed the chum definitely passed through the area of fishery in pulses, and we were reactive to those pulses passing through the area as best we could be. That answers your question.
Thank you. That answered my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Kimball, then Mr. Messer.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. And I think it's clear this council has no role in managing state fisheries, zero role in affecting Area M management. I was reading the AP motion as using what you've done and just described as an example, and maybe could be helpful information to inform something similar to be done by the Pollock fleet or within their rolling hotspot program. So I guess if you take it in that vein, and I guess I can clarify that that's how it was intended. Should I assume that you do have some information to help contribute to that process based on your couple years of experience of that in your fishery?
Yeah, and I thank you for the clarity. That's kind of, the situation is we don't really understand the intent. So understanding the intent, I mean, our self-imposed closures to allow pulses of chums to pass through, they pass through Area M and then they pass into the Pollock fishery, basically. If the Pollock fleet could use that information to better avoid chums, absolutely. I mean, that information should be shared. The point of this is conservation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Oh, looks like his question may have been answered.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So we will break for lunch and come back at 1:10 and reconvene public testimony on C2, starting with Maverick Blake. Council members, please come back to order. We will be resuming our testimony on agenda item C2. Just as a reminder, as far as time guidelines, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, associations and organizations 6 minutes. If you go over your time, I'll offer you a friendly reminder and ask you for a summary statement. We have 48 people left to sign up, so I want to make sure we do get to everyone and we're able to hear from everyone. So I'd ask everyone to help me stay on track with our schedule to the extent possible. And see, we will begin with Maverick Blake, followed by Tim Kusk, excuse me. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Maverick Blake, and I'm currently a captain of the Pollock trawler, the FV Progress. I've worked for the Bering North Fleet since 2013 and been a relief skipper for 5 years, operating multiple trawl vessels in their fleet. I'm a father, a husband, and a fisherman. My family and I live in Ridgefield, Washington. We all live close to my wife's family, who many of them are also Pollock fishing families. Although we live around 1,800 miles from the Pollock grounds, our entire lives revolve around the Bering Sea Pollock fishery, just like many others. We take our job seriously and pridefully to complete our objectives, which include safety, fishing performance, and bycatch avoidance, just to name a few. A major component to success, just like in any venture, is communication. Vessel captains are voluntarily in constant contact with each other before our trips, during, after, and even while offloading. The main topic of that communication being bycatch avoidance. Not only do we communicate intra-fleet, we are communicating with vessels outside of our fleet. We're also in frequent contact with the plants, vessel managers, inter-co-op managers, and Sea State. There are several things that I must know before deciding where I go fish. Has there been any PSC seen? How slow did you dump your cod in? What species? What depth were you fishing? What was the tide doing? Was it day or night? What's the weather been like? What's the water temperature? Where's the highest CPUE? And what size is the target species and how far did you have to run? This is all alongside the daily vessel operations and preparing for departure. There can be great amount of stress and pressure to avoid chum or any PSC before even leaving the dock. Some of that stress and pressure is eased by working together and staying in constant communication, whether it's via radio, WhatsApp, or email, and gathering the best information available. As a whole in the Pollock fleet, we work extensively and vigorously to make sure we are avoiding any PSC. Information from the network of vessels on the ground, offloading, plants, local knowledge, and the rolling hotspot areas all come into play when it comes to avoiding PSC and PSC areas entirely. Another tool we use are salmon excluders to mitigate incidental catch of chum salmon. Many fishermen in our fleet have participated in salmon excluder EFPs, experimental fishing projects, myself included. We also make test tows if we are skeptical about an area or in an unproven one. We are constantly adapting our practice and making gear improvements in response to the changing ocean conditions. This is more of a lifestyle to me and my family than it is a job. I take pride in what I do. I aim to fish cleanly, efficiently, and return my crew, myself, and the vessel home safely. In conclusion, I support Alternative 4 because it gives the fleet the best tools to be able to avoid Western Alaska chum through the Rolling Hotspot program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Blake. And I didn't, I hope it's still in line with your testimony. If you looked at kind of the new measures that are put forward in Alternative 4, which would be, I guess, additional tools that the catcher vessel fleets and CPs have thought about to do more than is being done today. do you have any comment on that as an additional set of tools?
I'm sorry, I do not.
That is fine. It's probably outside the bounds of your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm seeing no further questions. Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Tim Kusk, followed by Laura Delgado.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Tim Kusk. I'm the cooperative manager for Westward Fleet Cooperative and have been since 2008. I want to testify today on some of the trends we saw last bee season and what the fleet's responses to them were. We started fishing on June 10th, primarily in Cluster 1, where fishing was good CPUE, good fish size, and clean as Chinook. Those areas range from 50 to 130 miles and probably from about 50 fathoms to 200 fathoms. About a month into the season, we started to see chum appear in the shallower depths to the northeast in Cluster 1. At that point, the fleet moved deeper back into the areas closer to Unimac Pass, closer to Dutch Harbor, to reduce chum numbers, which was effective. That concentrated too much effort in a small area, so much of the fleet then also turned northwest, 240 all the way up to 500 miles. While this proved to be a good option for 2023 bee season because CPUE was good, the fish size was better than normal up there, so we were able to bring a viable product to the plant. That's not the case every season. Oftentimes that fish is quite a bit smaller and doesn't hold up to the long run times. One of the big concerns we had when we saw a spike in chum last bee season was when the fishermen were displaced out of the deeper waters of Unimac Pass. This was done to prevent exceeding the herring cap and triggering a fixed closure for herring. The fixed closure that we were worried about triggering was the winter herring savings area, which was the area where the Northwest Fleet was fishing. So while there was very low chum and herring bycatch in that area, because it was a predetermined in-regulation closure, it would have forced that entire fleet back down to the areas around the Pribilof Islands and would have spiked bycatch much higher. So that kind of brings me to my concern about fixed area closures, both fixed in time and space, is that you can't adjust them to match the conditions on the ground year to year. For that reason, I strongly support option 4 because it's the tools that give us the most flexibility to move around and avoid bycatch in all years and all levels of abundance. And with that, thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. See if there are any questions. Seeing none, appreciate your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Laura Delgado, followed by Jonathan Samuelson and Therese Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Laura Delgado, and I'm the Chief Program Officer for Aleutian Pribilof Island Community Development Association, or APICTA. We're one of the 6 CDQ groups. We serve the communities of Akutan, Atka, Fultz Pass, Nelson Lagoon, Nikolsky, and St. George. I grew up in an Alaska Dutch Harbor and have APICTA has been a huge part of my life. I've been a beneficiary of their scholarship program, and then I went to work for them, and I've been working for them in various capacities for over 22 years. I currently manage all of our community programs. I'd like to start out by sharing that we are deeply concerned about the chum stock declines and the impact this is having on families, their food security, and their culture. We fully support the council continuing to investigate ways to further minimize Western Alaska chum bycatch in response to these challenges. I'm here to briefly share some additional information on the benefits that we offer and share concerns about the potential impacts to the CDQ program if the modeled effects of some of the alternatives in the analysis are realized in part or in whole. In doing so, I by no means want to suggest that the CDQ program is somehow an acceptable trade-off for subsistence access to Western Alaska. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that is an available choice in front of the council. And as returning in river access is something that this body may not have within its control, considering what is known about the significant negative climate drivers on these salmon stocks. Still, we agree that industry must absolutely do everything it can to minimize the impacts in response to this crisis, and that those efforts should be focused on Western Alaska chum. As I mentioned, I have a lot of experience with our CDQ group and our region, and I'm very compassionate and committed to our economic development and social mission. This is a unique and forward-thinking program that provides very important benefits to its 65 member communities in Western Alaska. In total, the program delivers on average over $100 million in benefits annually between wages and grants, scholarships, and research. We have numerous and diverse programs that provide funding to support critical infrastructure and essential services, including housing, water and sewer upgrades, community buildings, greenhouses, powerhouses, and renewable energy. We have grants that help increase access to small boat fisheries, fund gear and fuel for subsistence harvests, and provide matching dollars to access state and federal funding sources. Communities facing school closures have received financial support through our infrastructure and community development grants to construct housing so they can retain families. We have also played a role in helping to fill gaps and from reduced state capital spending in recent years, which has significantly affected some municipal budgets in our region. In one of our communities, we provide grant funding that now carries 75% of their annual operating budget, which they use to fund personnel and keep the local utilities operating. I've seen many youth grow up with the CDQ program as an important part of their lives, from their school to college or vocational training, internships, and jobs. Many of them are now community leaders who are looking for ways to live in their home, in their communities, and maintain their way of life. As the analysis points out, we and other CDQ groups are extremely dependent on the pollock fishery to fund our benefit programs, which contributes 55 to 66% of the sector's revenue. And in looking at the total fishery, there is a very large overall Alaska community interest, with 30% of the fishery now being owned by CDQ. As the SSC minutes and other CDQ representatives have noted, there is a potential for additional nuanced impacts being felt by the sector under various alternatives due to our leasing dynamics. We understand that these may be difficult to analyze, but we support the additional context and acknowledgement of this being included in the next iteration of the document. We greatly appreciate your work and the focus on trying to understand the Alaska community components of the salmon and pollock fisheries being discussed in this action, and we appreciate your efforts in trying to merge different knowledge systems in your decision making. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. I think it's not the first time I heard that there are, you used the term nuanced impacts to CDQ, because you're involved in all sectors, mothership, CV, and catcher processor sectors. And so I wondered if you admitted the difficulty for staff in trying to get to those types of impacts and differentiate, I think, between the alternatives. Are there things in the SSC minutes as approaches or other suggestions you have for staff to try to draw out the context that you think is important?
It turned off on me. I think that I don't necessarily have any recommendations, but I think that the fact that with deep caps put on things and the prioritization that our partners would have to make in their harvesting decisions would greatly impact our revenue and our ability to carry out our programs.
Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I guess I'm trying to get an idea of how sensitive the CDQ program that you're representing is to fluctuations in cash flow, in a way to just consider an action and how it might impact you. And one way to consider that might be asking a question like, if fish prices are low, because that's something that does happen, Do you feel that in your financial budget and have to make hard financial decisions if the price of pollock dropped by 15% or other fisheries you're involved in, you had an unsuccessful year? Does that immediately translate into reducing the footprint of the CDQ's programs, or is there enough leeway that fluctuation like that doesn't really have any impact?
Thank you for your question through the chair. So there's a couple different ways I could answer that, but I think for APICTA, our goal has always been to insulate ourselves so that we can manage to that. And I think that's the purpose of the CDQ program. However, outside of that, there are so many factors that affect our communities and their needs from year to year that it just kind of compounds. So if we have a change in our quota or our fish prices and our income that comes in, and then there is a great need for something, especially infrastructure projects in our communities that cost millions of dollars, there is a balance, and we do spend a lot of time trying to prioritize how that will affect us year to year, and sometimes throughout the year, given what happens. So absolutely, yes.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Jonathan Samuelson, followed by Teresa Vicente, and Teresa Vicente, followed by Dr. Rachel Dunker-Sluch.
And I think we have some slides that could also be shown.
Good afternoon. How's that? Can you hear me? It's funny when you sit here because the sound goes all over the place. So, Jonathan Samuelson Arunga, Kuskofaramilunga. My name is Jonathan Samuelson. I am from the Kuskokwim River. And I need to preface our testimony today by offering gratitude and, more importantly, asking for forgiveness to the Dena'ina people whose land we have gathered on this week without permission. And I ask this on behalf of the 33 sovereign nations of the Kuskokwim River watershed, whose voices I hope to represent today as the chair of the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I need to also acknowledge the elders and my relatives that are in the room and online today.
And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Vicente. I'm the programs manager with the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. I grew up on Potawatomi, Kickapoo, Puyallup, Nisqually, and Coast Salish lands. And now I'm a guest and a settler on Yupik, Dena, and Dena'ina lands in the Kuskokwim River region. And with us, we invited our elder advisor, James Nicori, to be with us today at the table and support our testimony. I think we're ready to begin. Thanks, Sarah.
Again, my name is James Nicori. I'm from Queeslip, and I serve as an elder advisor for the Intertribal Fish Commission.
We asked the council and NIMS for a PCS limit on chum salmon bycatch at all levels of chum salmon abundance. And we asked that the current range be lowered to include 0 to 200,000 in the next analysis. We would also like to see time area closures that are managed outside of the IPAs and rolling hot spot program added to the suite of alternatives, with the goal to work toward conservation corridors for migrating Western Alaska chum salmon. But we also ask the council and agencies to stretch yourselves to reframe this issue. This should not be about sacrifices practicable for the pollock industry. This should be about restoring salmon and maintaining a resilient, biodiverse, river to seas ecosystem, and doing this with the best traditional and modern science in mind. This map shows our place, the Kuskokwim River watershed outlined in red and yellow, that flows from the mountains of the interior of Alaska out to Kuskokwim Bay, which meets the Bering Sea. All the dots you see on there are communities and our places that are represented through the Fish Commission, the original stewards of these lands and waters who have coexisted with salmon for millennia. We need gravel to gravel stewardship because, as you can see in this map, our stewardship on the rivers is pretty well intact. We've been doing everything we can to save our fish and give them a fighting chance, but they spend a majority of their lives outside of our care in the ocean. And so we really encourage this gravel to gravel salmon stewardship so that we can care for our salmon at all stages of their lives. NMFS and the federal government have directives to consult, engage, and co-steward with each of the tribes that you see on this map and each of the tribes that you will continue to hear from today and as this process continues. Yesterday, you heard from a unified leadership representing over 100 tribes, over 20% of the nations in sovereign, over 20% of the nation's sovereign nations were represented by 3 people yesterday. 118 of us could line up behind me and share stories and testimony. And I really hope that they don't have to do that. We need the federal government to step up to do the work with our tribes. As James mentioned earlier, we can do this work together.
Sarah, could you go to the next?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. And I want to highlight some information that we provided in our written comment and putting this graphic on the screen. And what this is it's our own conceptualization of the scientific principles as well as the knowledge about why every salmon counts in order to protect distinct or discrete spawning populations of chum salmon and their genetic diversity and genetic resilience. And this is the other half of the AEQ equation that's left out of that model. This looks at what could happen when adult salmon are removed from their ecosystem. There's more about this in our comment letter, but briefly, scenario 1 on the far left shows that when there's high abundance of different discrete spawning populations throughout a watershed, fishery removals, including those from bycatch, have a lower impact on net abundance and diversity. But we're nearing scenario 3 on our rivers right now, where low chum abundance means that fishery removals have a higher impact on discrete spawning populations, as well as the overall stock in a watershed. This accumulates, and it can threaten extirpation of a population after time, which also impacts and threatens local fisheries. So as chum salmon decline, every salmon that returns becomes biologically more important for the sustainability of discrete spawning populations and overall stock abundance. This was something that we had developed through our cooperating agency work. It was not included except as a reference and a footnote, but we thought it important to bring to you as decision makers today, so we've included it here. And you can go to the next slide.
I want you to feel what we mean when we say every salmon counts. And I use this series of photos to help depict that feeling. When the ecosystem is in balance and things are well, we're full. Right now on my river, we are very fortunate to have a few of our fish returning home to us. And so we try to learn to be people in 12-hour windows and put up fish for the winter. That's the second photo there. The third photo I borrowed from my friend Brooke Woods from the Yukon River. One fish hanging in their smokehouse. And this photo is old. That smokehouse has been empty for 4 years now and will continue to be empty for at least 7 more. Every fish matters. We have a traditional story in my area that an elder shared with me. And again, I'll break protocol to summarize it for you for sake of time. After a long, harsh winter, a family was going hungry as food was incredibly scarce. And the head of the house decided that that very last bit of food would go to their dogs, because the dogs needed to be able to take him out to find more. The same elder shares with me a time when she was young in her life in a similar situation. And I asked, well, what did you do? We shared the food meant for the dogs because it's processed with the same care as the food for ourselves. So when you hear counts and when the AP hears counts of chum as dog food, I need you not to minimize that and understand the importance to our people of what we mean when we say food for our dogs. I realize we're out of time because we had a confusion in signing up for testimony. So we have a few more points that we're going to make. Next slide, please.
And I'll just be super brief before we conclude, but what this graph shows you, it's that 2,800 threshold that is proposed in alternative to option 2. And as you consider including that in the next round of analysis, what I'd like to flag for you, this is from Bethel Test Fishery on the Kuskokwim, the CCPUE. 2023 would not have triggered low abundance, but our returns were declined up to 80% in some places. ANS was not met. There were very few openers for chum salmon, very few chum salmon hanging in smokehouses. So we'd like to see you continue with alternative to option 2, but that threshold doesn't actually show low abundance. It would need to be raised. And we also support the AP's idea to make a more holistic composite abundance metric for the Kuskokwim using other sources of data, not just one. You can go to the next slide, Sarah. Thanks.
And I'll wrap us up here. You know, our knowledge system is very complex and our data set is over 10,000 years in the making. So I acknowledge that it is likely overwhelming for people to try to understand it. I will spend my whole life trying to learn it. Right now, we're watching the snow fall in the mountains that feed our river, that feed the ocean. Soon, we will watch very closely how the migratory birds will return to our area. The people of our river, both human and other, continue to prepare to welcome back our salmon relatives. However, even when our natural indicators tell us to expect them soon, they don't show up. We know run timing in abundance and what it's supposed to look like according to the world around us. Something is happening somewhere else. Perhaps you've never experienced hunger. I don't know your life stories. Maybe you've never experienced deep, gut-wrenching grief like our people do every day of the summer. We're far beyond a time of conservation, and we have to think in terms of rebuilding for generations from now. We're living through a storm of cultural genocide, and the authority and responsibility of this body directly contributes to that weather.
Thank you for your testimony and the presentation. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Mesro and then Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. First of all, I think that comment from the advisory panel you referenced was several meetings ago, and I think there's been some training and awareness. And I think from my perspective, I've considered what chum salmon are to you and your people as everything, whether it's food or in a subsistence lifestyle. Feeding salmon to your dogs is like gasoline to go travel places or whatever. So I don't think that characterization that occurred a couple of meetings ago is necessarily certainly not what I think, and I don't think anyone else here does. So just, but my question for you is, you mentioned in your testimony a gravel to gravel approach to managing salmon, and that is not something that we've heard before. And I was wondering if you could just expand on that concept to help us better understand it.
Thanks, Mr. Mesro, and through the chair, I can start with an answer. What this gravel to gravel approach to salmon management is something we've borrowed from tribes down in the Northwest and Columbia River who use this approach in their own management. But what it is thinking about the salmon as the focus and as such a key part of healthy ecosystems and healthy people in Western Alaska. And it's an approach that takes their entire life history into mind. So right now, the Cusco Fish Commission, in partnership with Fish and Wildlife Service, we're able to manage adult spawners on their return journeys back to the Kuskokwim. And that's where we're able to impact conservation initiatives on our river that can help get more eggs in the gravel. But once those eggs hatch into fry and then smolt, and then they make their way downstream and out into the ocean, we no longer have management over them. That's within the state's authority, but also in part it's within NMFS and this council as an advisory body's authority, because those fish are taken as bycatch. And what we would like to do is to have a more comprehensive, holistic, cooperative way to manage salmon, to steward salmon throughout that whole life history, all of those stages. And that would be a gravel to gravel management from the time the eggs hatch, are laid in the gravel and hatch in the gravel until they return to the gravel to lay their own eggs and feed future generations.
And I'll add quickly to that, you know, we have tribes that steward the spawning grounds because of where they're located. They're in the headwaters, right? Fish make their journey way out into the ocean and they weren't coming back. So what did we do in river? Because that's where we have a sphere of control. We implemented a time area closure on the lower part of our river. And after 40 years, our people in the headwaters saw their fish return. So we know that that approach works, and that when you allow safe passage of salmon, they get back to the spawning grounds and into the tributaries and rivers that they need to be. And that was our approach as a start to this gravel to gravel, you know, because our river is long and we have to communicate at all parts of it to understand where the fish are at different parts in their journey.
Thank you. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your comments and thank you for coming. I think it was really helpful. At the very beginning of your comments, you mentioned the basically the alternative 5, the corridor concept that we've been talking about, and that you felt it belonged in regulations rather than the IPA. And I didn't catch why you felt it should be in regulations rather than the IPA. We've heard from the industry why they think it belongs in the IPA, and I apologize if I missed that when you were speaking to it.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven. That's a good question. And this is something we've heard many of our partner tribes and their representatives talk about too, but it really boils down to a matter of transparency and accountability in wanting to see these time and area closures analyzed outside of the IPAs and ultimately implemented outside of the IPAs. We're not privy to those contractual agreements. We get their reports alongside you all, but there ought to be something that can be managed outside of the industry. I think that's, as I understand it, at a really high level, that's what's happening right now. That's what's been in place since Amendment 110. And I don't think it's working. So we need something a little bit different. And we would like to see that incorporated into the next round of analysis. Just, it would be responsive to tribal testimony, including our own. And I think it would bring to light just some different nuances and a broader range of options that you all could take further down the road in this process. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball, then Ms. Baker.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and apologies that I'm going to be in the weeds a little bit on the last slide. I think that was on the proposed changes to the index. And so I think you had up there the proposed number that you support for the index for the Bethel test fishery. Yeah, that's the one. I guess I wanted to make sure I understood your recommendation. Was it consistent with the AP motion? And could you provide the rationale or the difference in that change from what's existing in the motion to your recommendation again?
Definitely. Through the chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball. This is not our recommendation. This was what the council passed back in October. And we thought it was important to help visualize it. This is something we do for our own in-season managers as well, to put visuals to the numbers, but what that red line is the proposed threshold that would, for lack of a better word, trigger low abundance in the Kuskokwim. If you were to take alternative 2, option 2 with the 3 area index. But what I was flagging here is that, yes, so the blue line is the cumulative CPUE from Bethel Test Fishery since 92, excuse me. And it would have triggered low abundance in 2021 and 22, but not in 2023, which was still a very, chum harvests were better. Escapement was better, but it was not nearly what has been seen historically. So our recommendation would be to raise this threshold. We do support what the AP put in place with a 10,000 limit, I think it was, or threshold. That would be fairly precautionary and kind of catch those years too, where it's starting to precipitate downwards, like in 2019. I did take a look at other numbers. The 20-year average at Bethel Test Fish CCPUE is about 6,000. So that would be another one, it would be more precautionary. But this one, just the fact that it didn't catch 2023 as a low abundance year is fairly concerning. And then the other part of it too is that we don't think it should just be Bethel Test Fishery. We're, as a cooperating agency, we're very open to working with the lead agency to identify other sorts of thresholds from other in-season metrics of abundance on the Kuskokwim. And this again stems from how we manage fisheries on the Cusco. It's not just cherry picking one data source, even if it has a long time series. We look at as much information as we can. So happy to speak more to that, but we do support what the AP said about creating a more holistic index of abundance for the Kuskokwim and including that option in alternative 2 moving forward. I hope that helps.
That does clarify. Thank you.
And Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you for your testimony. I wanted to follow up on the discrete spawning population information that you provided both in your letter and in your testimony. And I appreciated you putting it into context for us in terms of, from your perspective, it's the other side of what we typically refer to as the AEQ or the impacts analysis for our purposes. So you may be aware at this meeting, the Scientific and Statistical Committee provided some recommendations for a more simple AEQ type of analysis. And so in our, I think, shared effort to incorporate traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge in our decision-making, I'm assuming, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that your intention in providing the discrete spawning population information as you described it in your testimony, which was very clear, would be the some context or the different perspective in terms of way to look at that in terms of likely impacts of any council action on Western Alaska chum salmon returns and the impacts there. So it would be an important part of that impacts analysis. Is that what you're suggesting? And if you could help me, if I got that wrong, please correct me. I think we're all struggling to I appreciated Mr. Samuelson's testimony about this is difficult to figure this out. So we appreciate your guidance on that. And that's what I'm asking for.
Through the chair, thanks, Ms. Baker. If I could rephrase, so you're wondering where that sort of concept of the discrete spawning populations would go. Yeah, in the impacts analysis makes sense. And I think it could fit within the status quo impact as well.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chairman Samuelson, for spending time with us. I've seen you in the back of the room, and when I see people as busy as you are in the back of the room for a couple of days at a time, I just wonder how much is piling up for you when you get back home. So my sympathies in advance. I've also been thinking, as I've seen you and so many others here in the room for several days, about, and we know we have more iterations of this process ahead of us. And the tremendous commitment of time and energy that being made by many tribal bodies and many tribal peoples. Have you put any thought into whether there's other ways of ensuring that we have tribal voices, tribal perspectives in actions like this that don't involve bringing everybody here to Anchorage? Would there be some other ways of accomplishing this that might even be more comfortable for tribal people to really express themselves? Wondering if you've got any thoughts on that that you'd like to share with us at this point.
I'm glad you asked. So I currently chair the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, 33 tribes of our watershed. I sit on my tribal council and chair the environmental committee. I serve as vice president of my Alaska Native Village Corporation, amongst other things. And still I find myself here with 6 minutes to try to convey 10,000 plus years of information. So, and we're very grateful and encouraged by current co-management and co-stewardship approaches. And, you know, the Fish Commission has an MOU with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for part of our river. And there are advances with gravel-to-gravel keystone initiatives and things like that to better elevate and represent tribal knowledge and decision-making. So, and we are a cooperating agency on the CIS as well, and happy to help carry that burden, but it's still not enough. So the short answer is, if you had Indigenous tribal seats on this body, they could inform you every step of the way, and we wouldn't have to spend days and weeks and hours getting ready for 3 or 6 minutes. And that would be the most efficient, economical, and knowledge-sharing approach to ensuring that Indigenous knowledge is included in these processes.
All of our, excuse me, all of our board members are tribal members from each unit up and down the river. And not only do we make our decision from the information from the tribe, but we rely on the Bethel test fisheries for the numbers that they give us, and the Fish and Wildlife with their numbers. And those three that we mix together during our meetings and see if it is safe enough to open our fisheries for 12 given hours that we are allowed. But our most important information comes from the Bethel test fisheries, which is located right below the Kuskokwim, and the Kuskokwak cuts off. The Kuskokwim goes up to the main tributaries, up the headwaters of the Kuskokwim. The Kuskokwak cuts off in it branches into the Quithluk River, the Kizralik, and Kasigluk, which is the spawning, also the spawning grounds. And it goes up and cuts into the Kuskokwim again. And like I said, we rely mostly on the Bethel test fisheries for information before we do any movement in our fishing. Thank you.
Goyana Chahak. And I briefly Mr. Twite, you mentioned folks that weren't able to be in the room, but there are also a lot of knowledge holders who have been in the room and provided really astounding knowledge this meeting. So I know Mr. Mayo from Stevens Village mentioned this earlier today in his testimony, but it would be really prudent for staff, and we could help as well as a cooperating agency, to go back through the testimony that's been shared at this meeting and others to try to incorporate that knowledge into the next analysis.
Thank you all for your testimony. Our next testifier is Dr. Rachel Dunkersloot online.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Rachel Donkersloot. My background is in anthropology, and the bulk of my research has been motivated by how to improve and better account for equity and well-being in management and decision-making. And I currently live in Aniak. Aniak's on the middle Kuskokwim, and you may have read about Aniak in the news this past summer when our power costs increased by 400% overnight. The power bill for our local AC store went from $6,000 a month to $28,000 a month. We have friends here who are dog mushers, and they put in a fish wheel last summer across the river to try to target reds to feed their kennel of 50 dogs. And when the cost of power surged, they shifted to try to harvest what fish they needed on a more time-intensive, near daily basis to avoid plugging in their freezers. People were literally living with the lights off here. The summer before, many families tried to avoid chum, even though chum was legally open here. They were trying to reduce pressure on chum, so they waited to target silvers. But the silver return was much lower than expected, and it closed early, so they didn't get their fish. And the Kuskokwim, I think, is clearly faring better than the Yukon, but I wanted to share these stories here to emphasize that there are multiple stressors bearing down on these communities all the time in a lot of different ways. The other point I want to quickly make here has to do with the limits of data and what Mark Cooper calls the problems of measurement, whereby we intend to measure what we value, but we end up valuing what we can measure. The National Academy of Sciences that was tasked with assessing equity in fisheries. And our report discusses the tendency for contemporary governance in particular to emphasize things easily measured and how this reinforces the importance of things that can be measured. Data that is not easily quantified tends to be what Guin describes as nominally included, but functionally ignored. We want to make good decisions. We want to make good decisions based on clear data, but there's a gap between reality and what's easy to measure. And I think you see that gap here in what is being shared about the unquantifiable impacts and the unquantifiable role of salmon in people's lives. I also want to stress that measurable data is often perceived to take the politics out of science, but measurement is inherently political because, as Mark Cooper notes, it involves work which sets up values and then makes their origin invisible. These are the pitfalls of science that Robin Gregory writes about when he argues that good decisions require good information about values, because science itself provides no framework for making what are values-based trade-offs. Those trade-offs exist in what data gets collected, in how data is classified, in how it is treated, and in what we decide are acceptable management outcomes. Finally, I just want to wrap up and I say that I served on the LKTKS task force, and I view the work that came from that body as evidence of the council's awareness of and commitment to the growing body of evidence that demonstrates that a plurality of perspectives and a plurality of values contributes to better quality decisions and more equitable conservation. So I'll end there. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your service on the council.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up is Acasio Doar, followed by Kurt Jad.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Acasio Doar. I'm a captain on a fishing vessel, Storm Petrel. We deliver into Dutch Harbor. I've been fishing since 1986. I can even tell you how many generations my family has been fishing. That's all I know. We just finished a season. Therefore, I haven't seen my family since January 9th. My family came over to fish in the 70s, and this is why it's very personal to me, and that's why I support Alternative 4. This will give us the best opportunity to avoid Alaskan chum. The amount of communication that we have between captains and co-op managers and sea state is just impressive. None of us captains wants to catch anything else other than our target fish. Therefore, if we see that there's anything else other than what we're looking for, we call each other, we call our captains by phone, by radio, messaging, and to make sure that everybody's aware of what's going on, and we keep moving. We do have the best tools available on the market. Many companies have sent captains to learn about salmon excluders to institutions that have flume tanks. I'm one of them. It's obvious that the knowledge among the fishermen makes it the best tool that we can share on the grounds, and we do. We also had some of our boats working with the FP program. I'm one of them, on which we had scientists on board helping us understand all the videos that we're getting from the net while we're fishing. Every time we are in an area that there's chums, we just need to move, and we keep moving to another area, which can be many miles away. And sometimes with the weather being as bad as the Bering Sea, it's very dangerous. When we must move to new locations to avoid chums bycatch, which we do, we burn a lot more fuel, and the quality of the fish gets affected because of the distance to the plant becomes an issue. It's a tremendous amount of pressure to avoid something that we can't see. So when we slow down and look at how much learning we've been through, and now, after all these years, how much teaching we must do to make sure that the new generations are as responsible as we have been, so they can have fisheries for many generations to come. And that's why I support Alternative 4. It's because without it, the seasons will be pushed back until later the year, which puts us into a Chinook time frame to the crossing the fishing grounds. We will keep pushing to get better at it. As a captain, I can say that we are, as a group, we are doing our best to keep improving on every aspect because it's our livelihood. Thank you for all your efforts, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Looks like we have a question for you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Doar. We haven't talked a whole lot about salmon excluders, and you mentioned that a couple of times, and you've been fishing for a long time. Those salmon excluders that are currently being used, I think were designed for Chinook. Are you seeing them to be successful with chum as well, or do you think we can get to a point where we have an excluder that works for chum? What's the status there in your opinion?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. It's actually a good one too. We, at any time, any new tool becomes fine tuning. I do believe we need to work even more and harder on finding the right excluder for chums. The excluder that we have, they work fine for Chinook. We've noticed the data is there that the numbers are going down and getting better. And I do believe we need to keep studying it and adjust it.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Kurt Jad, followed by Brendan Raymond Yacobian.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Kurt Jad. I'm a captain of the fishing vessel Commodore, 133-foot trawler. I am a second generation fisherman. Started fishing with my father out of high school in 1985. I worked on his 100-foot crab boat, several others over the years. Worked from greenhorn up to captain. I started trawling in late 1999. Again, deckhand up to captain. My crew and I just finished up a season Pollock. We put the boat away in Dutch Harbor. I wanted to testify before heading home to my family. I'm here to testify in support of Alternative 4. As a captain, I try to use every tool available to me to avoid salmon. I have a salmon excluder in my net full-time. Pay attention to sea state alerts. Try to communicate with other vessels about any potential bycatch issues. My crew always dumps or caught in slowly to watch for and count any salmon seen. If need be, I do it my best to move to a cleaner area. During the summer months, we face challenges just about every trip, wherever we go. We have to watch for weather, pollock movement, Chinook, chums, herring, black cod, ack mackerel. We as captains also try to take into account distance to the grounds. That determines a lot of fish age and quality. Depending on which plant you work for or fish for, has a lot to do with where you can and cannot fish. Some plants are fine with this little smaller grade fish. Some plants need a little bigger fish. Last summer, a lot of boats ran 2 days from Dutch Harbor to go catch a smaller grade of fish to avoid Chinook, chums, and herring. Fortunately, on my boat, I don't pack enough pollock to run 2 days to fish. The plant also required larger fish. I had to choose areas that may or may not be quite as clean of fishing. Avoiding chum salmon is always a priority for us captains. Unfortunately, it can also push us into other bycatch issues. Like last summer, we had a bad herring year. Herring showed up in deep water. We've never had issues like that before. That pushed us into shallower waters, into chums at times. I think as a fleet, though, we've done an incredible job over the last few years. I think more restrictions or too tight of restrictions will make that much harder on me, my crew, and the fleet as a whole. So in conclusion, I support Alternative 4 because it gives the fleet the most responsive tools to be able to avoid Western Alaska chum through long rolling hotspots. So thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony. Yes, it looks like we have a couple questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Like I said to the other gentleman, appreciate you coming. And just a pro tip, if you look at the 3-meeting outlook, you can see when this might come up again in the future, and you can time your schedule to be out at sea so you don't have to get roped into this in the future. But not that I don't appreciate your testimony. My question for you more is about something we haven't really talked about much at this meeting, but we did at another meeting regarding live feed cameras and the ability to avoid bycatch using that. And I don't know if you have one on your boat. You do not have one on your boat. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I wanted to know, and if you can't describe this in a way, or you're not willing, I totally understand, but if you could describe kind of where you fish generally as a catcher vessel, where do you primarily fish, understanding that you need to stay close to Unalaska to deliver into Alaska. We've been talking a lot about cluster 1 and cluster 2 and cluster 3 and cluster 4, and maybe that's not in your vernacular at all. But if you could just kind of describe the limits of where you can fish with your type of vessel, that would be helpful to me to understand the CV fleet.
Thank you. Through the chair. Well, typically the plant that I've been fishing for, we typically, over the years, we don't typically go more than what we say 30 hours from town. So we're looking at somewhere usually between St. Paul, St. George. That's typically, anywhere from 30 hours out from town. So, I mean, on an average, we're doing 9-10 knots. So we don't, a lot of it depends on weather as well. So, but for what I pack, I just don't the fish age. Cause it's like, say our fish age starts as soon as we put fish on board, our clock starts. And there's several plants too that their clock starts as soon as they put the net in the water. So it all depends who you're fishing for. I mean, everybody's got their own little timelines on when they think they can put fish on. Some plants, they're a little more lenient, some are less. So it makes we always want to bring in the best products as possible. So it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly where we want to go all the time. Like I said, we had northeast, kind of up towards AMAC and up towards Bristol Bay a little ways, but there's a line there that we can't cross. So it kind of, that helps, because I mean, then we can't go, and it definitely, that's kind of the outer areas. That's like 180 miles out of town. So then we go northwest. I mean, it's the problem going that direction too for us. So once you kind of start heading that way, you can easily end up further and further and further trying to chase fish, unless you want to turn around and try to find something on the way back. So generally that fish just keeps bouncing northwest, just keeps moving that direction. So just gets further and further away from town.
Yes, Mr. Seaborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. We've heard quite a few times about communication as it pertains to chum bycatch, and I was wondering if, from your perspective as a captain, if you can maybe elaborate more or describe the process they use to communicate that.
Through the chair, just ask the question one more time, please.
Oh, I was wondering if you can, as far as communication for chum bycatch, if you can describe kind of the process or a little more detail of, when you encounter chum, how you communicate that to either to the fleet or to the co-ops.
All right, thank you. Through the chair. Everybody's pretty much different, but nowadays we have so much more communication available to us. So a lot of times we'll contact our plant. At least in North, we use WhatsApp. Like almost everybody's up there on WhatsApp. So we have, and it gets passed around. I mean, gets passed around pretty quick. So, I mean, and there's any vessels in the area, you're talking to them on the radio. So it generally, any kind of bycatch or any problems, it's, if anybody sees it, it gets around it. I mean, we're talking within, I don't know, depending, half an hour, couple hours. If anybody new's coming into the area, leaving town, and so it's I mean, nowadays, I mean, I would consider that almost instantaneous.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony and through the chair. You had mentioned that some catcher vessels can steam 2 days out, and your boat doesn't have that capacity. Is that a matter of hold capacity? And well, I don't want to waste the question on that. If it's a matter of hold capacity, where would you put your vessel? Like, what percentile of size is your catcher vessel that maybe can go 30 hours, but not the 2 days?
Thanks for the question through the chair. Well, my vessels, yeah, I guess we're kind of on the medium to medium size. We're actually kind of maybe on a little lower end, the medium. Still a decent sized boat, 133 foot, but it's just a tank capacity they don't have. So anything, and like I say, I'm restricted kind of to my plant for fish age. So, because if you get up there, you get, let's say you run 30 hours from town. So you got to add that into your fish age. And if they want, well, typically we start out with like 36-hour-old fish. So, I mean, then you got 6 hours to fish and run in. And if it's slow fishing, typically if we end up going a little further out, they'll extend your time a little bit, 40 hours, depending how fast the fishing is. So, I mean, you got to take all that into account when you can start, steam, the weather, and it's, yeah, from what it's like anything else, it just adds on to the, I bring in better quality fish, I get a better price overall. So it's just kind of good for me, the plant, the crew, just everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So Brendan Raymond Jacobian, followed by James Sherman and Wes Jones.
Greetings, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, providing testimony on behalf of COERC, supporting President Banky's earlier testimony. Our letter addendum and President Banky laid out our request and rationale, so I'll only briefly reiterate the high-level point that the existing range of alternatives in our view does not pass muster. To improve this situation, we want to see consideration of lower PSC cap numbers, higher abundance thresholds in terms of any indices used, and spatial temporal closure measures outside of alternative 4. The AP motion we feel made commendable progress on all three of these counts, or all of these counts, apologies. I'll use the remaining time to address some more specific issues. First, we feel that an overall limit of 22,000 or its correlated WAC component is certainly reasonable to consider for a low end of season-wide chum PSC ranges. The original suite of alternatives had no limit on one end, and where a ceiling number was actually used, it reflected a value reached only once in the analyzed time period, and that was also double the average for the time period. We don't feel it's dispensable for that to be considered reasonable, but 22,000, which was achieved in 2012, to not be. We would also be opposed to everything being moved into alternative 4 IPA structures. There are, in our view, decades of evidence that the fleet cannot manage this problem in the absence of something more like caps. And the second point we'd like to raise is a concern relevant to both the analysis and the discussion about it at this meeting, and that's what we would call the asymmetric treatment of uncertainty, which the SSC also noted as a concern. We would point out that there's uncertainty throughout the analysis, not just in one aspect or direction. This includes uncertainty in terms of how actions may relate to conservation and subsistence benefits, as well as to the impacts on pollock-related economies. Analysts very clearly noted the caveat that retrospective analyses of foregone pollock revenue are not an accurate prediction of what would happen in a real future world, as fishing behavior would assuredly change in light of something like a cap. We do have concern that there isn't comparable analysis of conservation and subsistence benefits compared to pollock-related economic impacts. So bearing in mind for both analysis and your deliberations, we feel you should consider that positive impacts from subsistence resources and opportunities are well known. We know at least as much about the result of increased subsistence resources as we do about impacts to the pollock industry, even more so when it's understood that any amounts of bycatch have enormous impacts when considering this crisis in its totality, and remembering that numbers are not the same thing as significance. We're concerned that in discussions here that uncertainty seems to be misunderstood and as cutting in just one direction. Having uncertainty and not having an impact rate does not mean zero impact or license to conjecture a low impact, nor lead to the conclusion one can or should do little or nothing, nor abandon analyzing a cap, nor justify requesting analysts to produce a scientifically indefensible version of an impact rate. We hope the council keeps these considerations in mind working through your deliberations, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next up is James Sherman and Wes Jones, and there will be no questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is James Sherman. I am Vice Chair of Norton Sound Economical Development Corporation. I'm a resident of Nome, Alaska. I'm here on behalf of the CDQ group and represent Norton Sound region. I also want to recognize my following peers Frank Kelty of Unicleat, and Milton Chimuk of St. Michael's.
Madam Chair, I'm Wes Jones, NSCDC's quota manager, and prior to this role, I served as the Norton Sound Fisheries Research and Development Director for NSCDC. Prior to working for NSCDC in 2006, I worked for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game as a fisheries technician in Bristol Bay and the crab program in Dutch Harbor, and then I was the assistant area manager for Norton Sound out of Nome. I'm originally from Dillingham, but have called Unicleat home for the last 20 years. And I'm also a Norton Sound subsistence and commercial salmon fisherman. NSCDC continues to strongly believe that the action should be focused on protecting Western Alaska chums, and it is critical the council ensure that the action it takes with this desired goal in mind. Western Alaska is in the midst of a salmon crisis, and our residents are paying for it. This council cannot fix the crisis through any management action available to you, but you must be certain that your decisions do not exacerbate our region's problems. Taking an action that incorporates protections for the massive number of foreign hatchery chum salmon in our Bering Sea waters will do just that. As you're aware, NSCDC is one of the 6 CDQ groups whose mission is to provide benefits to our member communities. We do this through a number of different means. We offer $3,500 scholarships to our residents for each semester of college or vocational training period to advance their careers. We issue electric utility subsidies annually to each household to combat the high cost of living. We organize and finance bulk fuel program shipments to our communities to bring down the cost of gas and heating fuel to our 9,000 plus residents. We sponsor wellness activities through our communities and invest tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure programs and water and sewer programs. I wouldn't have the time to provide a list to you, a comprehensive list to you of all these benefits in our 6 minutes here today, but leave you with the statement that over the last 30 plus years since the CDQ program was created, NSCDC has become a first place that a large majority of our residents look to and our regional organizations think of when funding needs arise or other regional needs come up. Our ability to do this work largely depends on the pollock fishery. We have relied on it since the inception of the CDQ program through allocations provided to us through this council, and have strengthened our benefits through investment in the pollock industry as was envisioned. With our allocation and investments, we now own nearly 10% of this Bering Sea pollock fishery on behalf of our member communities. It is critical that the council fully consider the importance of pollock to Western Alaska and not unintentionally harm our ability to do our work in order to inadvertently save Asian hatchery fish. As NSCDC representatives had testified previously, a constrained cap on the total number of chum salmon. Once you start focusing on that, captains simply will consider the total number of chums on the ground, and this will be their focus. A low hard cap would absolutely be effective in enforcing behavior, but if the conditions are such that the low numbers of chum salmon areas are where the Western Alaska chums are more strongly concentrated, all it will do is save Asian and Russian hatchery fish while focusing the fleet on Western Alaska fish. It is not what the council set out to do when you took up this issue. There are a lot of people hurting from the declines of salmon runs, and it is really easy to point fingers and focus and not focus on facts. You as managers of the resource should have a record and a mandate to use the robust science provided to you in balancing the national standards We have a record as owners in the pollock industry of improving bycatch performance in our fleets as what that is best for our communities. We want to provide Western Alaska chum salmon. We want to protect Western Alaska chum salmon for our residents. Those residents are us. Russian fishery managers certainly aren't looking out for us in their pollock fishery. We need you to do that. These incentive plans, the incentive plans we fish under now have a real actual mechanisms to mandate that vessels move from areas with high chum rates. The best tools available to save Western Alaska's chums without simply closing the pollock fishery to this focus, the action in those agreements to require vessels to move out of areas of higher rates of Western Alaska chums, whether that is through rapid developing genetic sampling that informs spatial and temporal measures or other techniques. That's where the focus should be. It won't be without cost to the industry and CDQ groups, but the fact that it is prioritizing saving Western Alaska salmon and not hatchery fish will mean it's worth it. So thank you for listening to our testimony today.
Thank you for the testimony. So our next testifier is Dan Martin, followed by Matt Upton.
Madam Chair, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Dan Martin. I'm a 40-year veteran of Alaska fishing and currently the fleet manager for Bering North. Bering North owns and operates 8 shore-based trawl catcher vessels that target pollock, cod, and rockfish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska. First, I'd like to thank the staff for the Herculean effort of producing this document under such a compressed timeline. I look forward to the next iteration, which will hopefully better illuminate PSC trade-offs, specifically herring, and the efficacy of static closures. As illustrated in Table 6-17 of the document, the trawl sector came within 7 metric tons of reaching the trigger for closing the herring savings area. This year, herring will be much more constraining as the limit has been reduced by 909 metric ton or 26%. The reason for the reduction has nothing to do with abundance, but for the fact that Togiak didn't have a directed fishery. Therefore, age, length, and weight data could not be collected, and an aerial survey biomass estimates from 2014 to 2023 were used as proxy. Deeper off the shelf edge in the Unimac Pass area, between 100 and 200 fathoms, has always been a critical fishing area for the inshore catcher vessels when chum salmon would begin to peer shallower on the shelf, with very low chum and chinook encounters in the deeper water. Bee season 2023 was no exception, but with one caveat. A large biomass of herring intermingled with the pollock at depths never seen before. When I first heard this from my fleet, herring at 200 fathoms, I was blown away. With my 40 years of experience, if there was a spot in the Bering Sea that I thought I could draw a box that would represent the cleanest fishing for July and August, that exact area would have been it. But Mother Nature would have proved me wrong. This is why, especially in an ocean undergoing a regime shift, why fixed time area closures could prove to be extremely counterproductive. Ultimately, the fleet was forced to move out of this historically clean fishing area due to the prospect of triggering outdated HSAs, only to encounter chum when searching for different spots to fish. Figure 6-26 shows herring abundance inside the HSAs to be very little, but outside the closure areas to be significant. Just an example of a current static time area closure failure. In conclusion, I'd just like to say I support including Alternative 4 as outlined by the Catcher Vessel Intercooperative Group. Alternative 4 provides the flexibility to be the most responsive to changing ocean conditions. Also, it has the ability to evolve as real-time genetic testing becomes more of a reality furthering everyone's goal of reducing Western Alaska chum encounters to the highest extent practical. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I think I heard clearly your testimony on asking the analysis to look more closely at the efficacy of fixed closures, and it could have unintended consequences if we assume that everything's going to stay the way it is one year, the next year. I think some of the other things I've heard in testimony are like this skepticism, I think would be a kind word, on alternative 4 and using the IPAs because they are not as transparent to the public on people actually taking that information and using it to move when they encounter chum or Chinook or herring. And so I wonder if you have any comment on that. Maybe you're just the first person that I ended up thinking of asking about, is there some opportunity, if the only way we can really do in-season movement, in-season closures, in-season changes and windows is through an IPA program or through C-State, then how do we make that information or those decisions more transparent such that those that are also dependent on salmon understand what the reaction is or what the response is on the water? It's a little bit of an unfair question, and everyone has the opportunity to say, I don't want to answer that. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts about the transparency.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. So I think most responsive to the problem is dynamic closures, but more to your question is, how do we provide transparency to know that those dynamic closures are actually reflective of good data and not just arbitrary? I think that the rolling hotspot program can be very convoluted when we talk about base rates and all the other things. It's hard to quantify that to an actual number. So, not all of us do multiply fractions very well. So, and I understand that, but I think that through the foundations of the rolling hotspot program and the evolution of it, there should be some sense of security for the public that it does work. We have seen it, the reductions in Chinook that it's made. If we're trying to come up with some way that through C-State or through the intercooperative, that there could be some measure of a bulletin sent out or something to that effect when a closure is going to go into place, and then maybe some explanation of why, to help all those engaged in this process understand those closures and that they're needed and the trade-off. But also, if I could just add, and it's beyond the scope of your question, but as we talk about closures and corridors and things like that, if you've looked to the past and the other rolling hotspot closures we've had, they do present corridors. If you've seen plenty of the charts that have overlaid the different closure areas. So those dynamic closures are responsive to what's happening real time, or as close to real time as possible. Catcher vessel sector has, a few day lag, but that's as close as you're going to get. So, and I tried to emphasize the contrast between static closures, just because we have experienced static closure failures. And presently we're faced with one right now in the herring savings area. If you look on that chart, in the winter herring savings area, only a very small corner, the northeast corner, is shown any chum or any herring activity whatsoever. But if you were to shift that box to the east or northeast, then it would be effective. But because it is a static closure, that is not able to be done out or only within regulation, change of regulation. So adaptability is the key here.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Next up is Matt Upton, followed by Florence KGI.
Good afternoon, Matt Upton testifying for Great West Seafoods. We manage pollock catcher boats primarily in the mothership sector. We also deliver shoreside. We're family owned and operated. Family members fish on vessels that their great grandparents built. I just want to follow up real quick on some points that Dan made. And I think that's really key here is there's these 6 closure areas that I think are really similar to what the advisory panel's looking at in their alternative 5. So I'm just hoping that's something that gets analyzed further. I support the advisory panel looking at that. A few other brief comments. The purpose of this action is to minimize bycatch of Western Alaska chum. I really think the IPAs are responsive to that and they need to be more thoroughly analyzed in the next document, similar to how they compare to caps and which is more effective at reducing Western Alaska chum bycatch. I think the cap concepts are really problematic because I think they don't minimize Western Alaska chum bycatch directly. The implications of the hatchery chum encountered in the pollock fishery that we've heard about a lot today needs to be better understood along with the warming ocean conditions we're likely to encounter in the future, because I think those really are going to impact what's practicable from the different alternatives. The negative impact of hatchery fish on Western Alaskan chum needs to be explained further in the document. I think that's another big issue that we've been hearing about. And I think it's important for the analysis to clearly address if there's a conservation benefit to reducing foreign hatchery chum. I think our efforts should be really focused on the Western Alaska chum. I agree with the SSC that there needs to be some way to compare the alternatives in terms of their benefits to Western Alaska chum. And there needs to be some kind of impact analysis or partial AAQ so that the description of the pollock fisheries impact on Western Alaska chum is based on the best available science. And so we all have kind of a similar expectation or understanding of what actually the council can do around that. Finally, we all want to see healthy salmon runs. I'm worried that instead of focusing on what's practical with the IPAs and analyzing that, we end up with this kind of overall constraining chum cap that would then be implemented in terms of to an individual vessel level. And one of our boats would be out fishing and really focused on avoiding Western Alaska chum. But because there's so many hatchery fish on the grounds, that's what ends up causing them to shut down. And I just don't think that would be responsive to the problem. And I think the pollock fishery provides a lot of benefits to Western Alaska communities, creates affordable meals and a lot of good family wage jobs. Appreciate all the work that everyone's done on this, and I support the SSC recommendations as well.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Let's see if there are any questions on your testimony. Appreciate your time. Florence KGI and then Susie Zagorski.
I grew up in a community-rich culture that also had a lot of social ills, but instead of falling into those same intergenerational cycles of trauma, I was lucky enough to grow up with my great-grandparents, known as my amas, my anas, and my adas. And in Yupik, that means mom and dad, but that's what we call them. My ana says that us kids, her grandkids, adapt very well to modern society. You know, we have to, otherwise we'd be stuck in the past and not grow. A little bit about myself. I was born in Bethel, raised in Hooper Bay, and I grew up in a time when there were many youth suicides, which I thought was normal. At that time, I didn't realize it, but that was when there was a generational shift and I was adapting to it. How did I adapt? Again, I will reiterate, I am very fortunate that I had a lot of encouragement from my grandparents and my parents who encouraged me to pursue higher education because they knew the world I was going to grow up in would be different from theirs. A little bit about me. I finished out my senior year after our old school burned in 2006. So I finished my final year at Mount Edgecombe as a Brave. And then I shot off to the University of Alaska Fairbanks, lived in Fairbanks for 6 years, which was a little bit too long given the dark winters. But I completed my undergraduate degree there. Then I moved to Anchorage to work full-time for our CDQ group, which I started out as an intern 15 years ago. Being from Western Alaska, I received many scholarships from organizations in our region, such as AVCP, Cellista, CBRF, UUI, Sealand Corporation, and LISD. During COVID, I completed my graduate degree from URA while working full-time and raising 3 beautiful girls with my husband. And for the record, he is not my cousin, which is why I have a foreign last name. I am very fortunate and grateful for the CDQ program. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Florence KGI. I am the Regional Affairs Manager for Coastal Villages Region Fund Group, CDQ Group. CBRF supports the council's efforts on chum bycatch, and we believe more can be done to limit bycatch of Western Alaska and Yukon chum salmon. My comments are addressed to the social impact assessment. This council created more than 30 years ago. Today, we believe CDQ has become the most successful environmental justice program in America. CDQ delivers economic equity, opportunities, and diverse benefits to the most vulnerable Alaskans using the sustainable resources of the Bering Sea, especially pollock. CBRF represents 20 Alaska Native villages in the lower Kuskokwim River region. The total population of these communities in the 2020 census was 9,691 residents, a 14% increase since 2010. This is the largest number of communities, the largest population, and the largest rate of population growth among 65 CDQ communities. CBRF is the only CDQ group to wholly own and operate our own catcher processor. The Northern Hawk allows CBRF to sell value-added seafood products, including leasing of quota. By participating in more of the seafood supply chain, CBRF can extend our benefits programs and accomplish more of our environmental justice mission. We want to thank the council and NIMF staff for the hard work put into the social impact assessment. The SIA describes the 6 CDQ regions, our demographics, and some of our many benefits programs. While fishing operations receive a lot of attention at the council, the real story of CDQ is in our villages, where CDQ programs provide positive benefits to our residents every day. To that end, we respectfully suggest that the council and NIMFs have an opportunity to better explain CDQ benefits programs in the SIA. A few points to consider. First, the SIA says CDQ communities are indirect participants in the pollock fishery. We believe they are direct participants. For more than 30 years, CDQ's environmental justice mission has been an essential part of the pollock fishery. You can't tell the story of pollock fishing without CDQ. Second, the demographic information in the SIA is stark, especially for the 3 northern mainland CDQ regions. But these numbers don't tell the story of why economic development is so difficult in Western Alaska. For example, 32 Alaska villages are still on the honey bucket. Many are CDQ communities. Housing construction in Western Alaska is more than 100 years behind schedule. There is a $3 billion housing deficit. Most homes are old and energy inefficient. We often have 3 or more generations crowded into a small number of rooms. Not every CDQ region has commercial fishing opportunities anymore. Subsistence is the main economic activity in the CVF region. Our biggest programs support subsistence hunting, fishing, and gathering. Third, climate change is rapidly taking away the little infrastructure that exists in Western Alaska. Roads, runways, houses, schools, and entire villages are washing away as permafrost melts. Climate change is the biggest factor in low salmon runs, and it is the biggest challenge to our villages' survival. CDQ groups work with other communities to promote infrastructure investments. And fourth, the SIA focuses on benefits programs that are common across multiple CDQ groups. However, most of the most creative and effective programs are unique to a single group. For example, Senator Murkowski asked CVRF to help FEMA do a better job delivering disaster aid following Typhoon Merbok. We also have produced GIS maps to help guide infrastructure investment in our communities. Both of these stories can be found in CVRF's publicly available annual reports, which are posted on our website. Other groups have similar stories too. And in conclusion, this council has known that CDQ is a critically important environmental justice program serving the most underserved communities in Alaska. We respectfully suggest the SIA would benefit from a further description of Western Alaska and the diversity of CDQ programs addressing these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. No. Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next testifier is Susie Zagorski, followed by Marcus Alden.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. I'm Susie Zagorski. I've been living in Alaska for the last 15 years. I formerly was a fishery scientist and a Bering Sea pollock fisherman. I'm currently the inter-co-op manager of the AFA catcher vessels in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. I am proud to represent the catcher vessel fleet and all the folks involved, many of whom I consider my extended family. First off, I'd like to recognize that this has been and continues to be a complex analysis for staff to be tasked with, and what I can only imagine is stressful at times, especially given the new NEPA time constraints. So I want to give my appreciation to staff and say that my recommendation for another analysis does not reflect the judgment of their work before us, but rather reflects the complexity of the task at hand. I support a collaborative and iterative process as we move towards solutions. My support lies in the AP's updated Alternative 4, and I would like to see the IPA provisions presented to you earlier this week to be analyzed to the extent practicable within the next round of analysis. I do not support hard caps, but if the council chooses to retain Alternative 2 in the analysis, I urge that the high end of the range is at least $550,000. I urge the council to carefully consider the measures before you and make decisions that will not degrade the incentive plan tools that we use, and that we update to adapt to myriad of changing conditions. I also urge the council to consider how some of these alternatives could disproportionately impact small catcher vessels given their size or capacity that you've heard about prior. I support the IPAs and dynamic and adaptive tools because I have seen static closures that, mind you, were set in the Bering Sea before my existence, now being questioned as to whether they are the right area or timing, given the new conditions that we are experiencing. I don't want to repeat this, especially since we do have dynamic tools that are easily adaptive in a year, 5 years, 10 years, etc. Adaptive in these amount of years to the Bering Sea, the climate, and fishing conditions as they change. So I do not support a static closure or a hard cap. I think we, meaning this entire process and those involved, can do better. We have an active and We have an active and ongoing catcher vessel chum work group. And in addition to the provisions and tools that we have proposed, we are actively investigating additional accountability measures and informative ways to increase our transparency to the public. I get it. The incentive plan agreements are confusing and complicated, but we're happy to talk about them. So you've heard from some of our other co-op managers and fishermen prior to me, and I would like to echo their requests and support their comments. And I'll keep it brief and take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Baker.
Through the chair, thank you for your testimony. And I wanted to ask about your comment. Fully understand you do not support a hard cap, but I think your testimony was if a hard cap alternative remains, that the high end of the range we currently have, 550 stays there. And I think, so what is the reason for that? Because I think we've received some testimony that essentially what else can we do but look at previous chum salmon PSC limits to try and determine what is a reasonable range. And that high end that's currently in the analysis, I believe we heard testimony, and I think it's correct that that level was only reached one time. And so can you give me a rationale why the high end of the range is something we should even be considering?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for that question. So first off, as we think about, I know a lot of people have been comparing the prior Amendment 91 and 110 and that there's a cap involved with that. This is a completely different situation that we are dealing with in the Bering Sea in terms of the conditions and the drivers of the downturn in chum amounts and how the IPAs are set up. So currently they are set up to prioritize Chinook, but we are doing using all the tools that we have possible to now additionally ensure that there's prioritization for Western Alaska chum avoidance. But in order for all of these tools to work within the changing conditions that we see on a day-to-day, week-to-week, season-to-season basis, there needs to be an amount of flexibility. And so if the fishery is constrained so much so that we're not able to use these tools in the way that they are developed, or even the way that these new provisions have been developed, then they won't be effective. So out of the AP came a motion that under alternative 2, there was essentially, I think the low end was 22,000. When we were getting the analysis, the presentation of the current analysis, we were looking at what was in that, and then also the supplemental from agency staff. And essentially 22,000 is so constraining that could result or equate to a 0. In the analysis currently as well, 200,000 could be so constraining that fishermen are not going to be able to use these tools aptly. They're not going to be able to move with it and know that they have just enough flexibility to go find those areas where there could be less chum. But as you heard from many testifiers before me from the Pollock fleet, there's a lot of different dynamics that they're having to consider to make one decision. That decision to go out, where to fish. There's so many factors that are involved with that. And so I think with the decline in chum having prior been described as the main driver being climate change, and now we know that there's also a majority of non-Alaskan hatchery fish involved in the ecosystem in the Bering Sea competing. There's so many of these factors that, in addition to the current factors that we address to make a decision in the fishery, we also have to consider all these other factors that are driving the situation that we are now trying to solve. And so in order to account for all of those, we have to analyze we at least have to have in the analysis what's going to provide that flexibility to adapt to, say, if Russia or Japan decided to increase their hatchery releases, or if warming conditions occurred more and we see more species shifts, or if we have any other PSC changes in terms of encounters and abundance, like herring. So the flexibility is not to say, so we can do what we want in the Bering Sea. The flexibility is so that we can manage to the extent practicable and move our fleet in the most optimized ways that we possibly can. And for that, I think that we do need to absolutely keep a higher range, whether that be 550,000 or higher, to be in that analysis if the council so chooses it to go forward. But again, I do not support having a hard cap, just given that the constraints that it would provide.
Thank you for your testimony. Up next is Marcus Alden, followed by Benjamin Mala and Gayla Hoseth.
Madam Chair, council members, thank you for this opportunity to address you this afternoon, testify. My name is Marcus Alden. I am president of Westward Fishing Company. We have 5 AFA trawler trawlers, yikes, operating in the shoreside AFA sector. One of our vessels also does cod. We have a very small amount of cod that we do. We are members of the Westward Fleet Cooperative, and we've been doing this ever since, well, prior to AFA enactment in the Olympic fishery prior to 2000. I've been doing this now for almost 40 years. I started in the crab industry. I went to designing boats and then to designing the Westward plant and building that. Then to the boats, to manage the boats. So I've seen a very varietal situation with the way this fishery has developed. And I have to say that in the last 20 years, it has advanced in ways that we never thought possible. In the Olympic days, nobody talked to anybody. Boats would come in, they would offload their fish. The plant might have an idea of what bycatch was in there, and they tried to spread that out to the fleet to try to avoid things. But captains didn't talk to captains; they were enemies on the grounds. Come AFA, everything changed. It wasn't just a fundamental change. It was a entire sea state change. It was a tsunami. We were now encouraged to communicate, to tell one another what we're doing on the grounds. Prior to that, nobody talked. And it's only through that communication and that ability to work with one another that we're able to make programs like the IPAs that we have in place now work. We didn't talk the way we do on the grounds. When a captain comes across a bycatch that's unacceptable, to let his fellow fishers know in the area, we'd never move off the grounds. We'd continue to those problems. That only happens when there's communication. And the communications we have now are so vastly different from where we started. It's incredible. The technology that's changed, the fundamental human element that people are now realizing it's in our best interest, each of our best interest, to communicate, to move off those grounds, to use the best available technologies to avoid the salmon. And for that reason, I support Amendment 4 and keeping our flexibility, our adaptability with these tools that we have developed over the last 20 years and proven that they work, both in terms of communications of moving around, salmon excluders, talking about salmon excluders, how they work, how it works on this boat, how it works on that boat, constantly trying to improve our ability to react and adapt to a changing fishery situation. With that, thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See. Not seeing any questions. Appreciate it. So we'll take one more testifier and then we'll take our mid-afternoon break. Benjamin Malat and Gayla Hassett.
Good afternoon, members of the council. For introductions, my name is Benjamin Lott. I'm also here with our subsistence chairwoman, Gayla Hassett, one of my many amazing bosses. For background, AFN is Alaska First Natives. We are the largest statewide Native organization in Alaska. Our current membership includes 179 federally recognized tribes, 154 British corporations, 9 regional corporations, and 10 of regional nonprofits and tribal consortiums. So I'm here to kind of talk about a couple of themes, and our subsistence co-chair or chair, Gayla Hassett, is going to talk about the really fun stuff. For background, I am from Juneau. My mother is from Rampart. My father is from Yakutat. I do want to say, I'm going to take a couple of minutes or a minute, maybe 30 seconds, and say something personal. As I've been here listening to the testimony, Jan Woods, who I call my Auntie Jan Woods, did mention her experience of having her family, her cousins work together and put up fish. Even though I grew up in Juneau, my mother made sure I spent time in Rampart to know where I'm from. As Jan said, that made me think of my time in Rampart and my time with our cousins, part being terrorized, also doing the same exact thing. And I'm happy that my brother does the same exact thing, take his kids to Rampart each summer, although they haven't had the experience of putting up fish or putting a net with their aunties. I worked in Congress. I work for AFN. AFN's not a low stress job, but I do want to say that there's nothing more stressful than having to cut fish and feed aunties who have 10,000 plus years of knowledge. So hopefully these days that my nephews can do the same exact thing. Going back to AFN and testimony, I do want to raise a couple of things. One, we do have a resolution that was passed in 2022. That's resolution 22-3, a resolution requesting the North Pacific Management Council to address salmon bycatch and salmon mortality issues and fisheries in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands affecting coastal western interior Alaska salmon stocks. This resolution is attached with our thingamabobber on the screen. I don't know how to say that. But this resolution demonstrates that AFN's membership at the time it was passed included 209 federally recognized tribes, 154 British corporations. Sorry, I got that wrong. 10 regional corporations, 12 regional nonprofits, that our membership was unified to find a solution, addressing this resolution. Or as I also say, our membership was not okay with the status quo. I also do recognize that as this resolution passed our convention, it passed with each organization that is said with 10,000 plus years of management. That's 10,000 years of management and within our areas and our waters. Resolution 22-3, as I said, mentioned, is requesting this council to look at further measures to decrease and increase incentives for public fleet to reduce Chinook and bycatch. You've heard it today, the impacts of that. And also the need to better understand science. So with that said, I'm going to hand over to my chair, Subsistence Committee Chair, can talk more about how AFN could be involved in some more fun stuff.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon. For the record, again, my name is Gayla Hassett, and I'm also the first chief of Shogun Tribal Council located in Dillingham, Alaska. And that therefore I serve on the Alaska Federation of Natives Board, being the village, the Bristol Bay Village representative. So just to give you a little bit of history, the Alaska Federation of Native Subsistence Committee was established to review, monitor, and take necessary actions on all aspects of Native subsistence rights, protections, and practices. And part of that is to review, monitor state, federal policy regulations and legislation affecting our Alaska Native subsistence. And we're new to this process here at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. This is actually my first meeting that I'm attending, and a lot of us leaders are at various meetings across the state of Alaska right now. Basically sending messages to the same different management bodies. But After I was doing some homework and seeing what North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is, and being with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, I did the research, and on the Section 2, finding purposes and policies, A1, the fish off the coast of the United States, the highly migratory species of the high seas, the species which dwell on or in the continental shelf appertaining to the United States, and then imaginous species which spawn in the United States rivers and estuaries constitute valuable and renewable natural resources. These fisheries resources contribute to the food supply, economy, and health of the nation and provide recreational opportunities. You know, I serve on a lot of different boards too, and I think it's really a good idea to kind of go back to what are you guys here for on this council, just to remind you. And with an anadromous streams species, these rivers sustain our people, and ensuring the escapement goals are being met for all of our salmon and species. You may not be aware that the state of Alaska has an anadromous streams catalog located on their website, and you could pull it up so that you could reference to see there's about 20,000 streams of anadromous streams in the state of Alaska. And with my doing homework, what I have is that this management council needs to ensure with the conservation, balanced conservation. We need to make sure that we get escapement into those rivers. We have a catalog. If you want to know where, pull it up. It's quite an extensive map. I got 30 seconds. Great. So I guess one of the things that I wanted to make sure is my key points, since I only have a few seconds left, is, you know, looking at your guys' the statement here that you guys are the greatest benefit to the nation. I just want to remind you that as we sit here today, AFN has 179 nations a part of our group. And if you don't know that the tribes are nations, I'm the president of my tribe, just like the president of the United States of America over the United States. As you listen to the leaders that are speaking before you today, they are representing their nation, their government. And if that's your guys' goal, don't forget that there are 574 tribal nations in the United States. And what you represent here on this council is that there's 266 tribal nations within Alaska, Washington, and Oregon. And I do have more, but I see that the time is up. So thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you both for coming here and sharing your testimony. And I'm sorry, the time goes really fast there. And so I think maybe that makes me think that my question for you would be that we may be better off communicating about Magnuson-Stevens and this issue and the mission of the council and the work we're doing on a variety of fronts that impact Alaska Native people if we had a better way to communicate with AFN. I feel like maybe that's a piece that we haven't really done our work on. I'm not sure about that, but I'd just like to get your impression on how we could better enhance communication. It may be the most efficient way to communicate with all of those different entities, as opposed to trying to have all the entities come to us at great expense. So maybe if you could tell me how, or the best time, or maybe this is a better conversation offline, either way.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you for that. That was a part of my key point, but I guess I wanted my key point to be that we are nations. That is something I'm offering to you guys as AFN subsistence chair. It's really important that we all come together collectively and that we work on this. We could hold it through AFN to where it's a part of a conversation place where we could have the conversation. And time is of the essence right now that we do have these conversations, and our AFN organization is willing to have that be a platform. And one of the main important things is to make sure that we get the traditional knowledge along with the science in the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council NEPA process. And how we could get there is we could have some meetings, figure out how we could do that. But we see that that is a key point that needs to happen. And when we do make these management decisions, you know, it's a prime example how we can integrate working together with the tribal nations and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to make sure that we make that good decisions are being made.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. I think this is a good time to take our mid-afternoon break. We'll come back at 3:35 and resume public testimony with Marissa Wisniewski. Council members, please come back to order. We are continuing our testimony on agenda item C2, beginning with Marissa Wisniewski, followed by Carl Haflinger.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm glad everybody got a good break there. I know it's a long time to be sitting down. For the record, Marissa Wisniewski testifying for the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. My comments today largely reflect what I've heard this week in the course of these meetings and serve to supplement our written comment, which I invite questions about. I'll start by elevating the note from the SSC, which underscores the asymmetric treatment of uncertainty and differential bias of impacts on industry versus salmon-reliant communities. Differential bias is described as the systematic differences in soliciting, recording, or interpreting information, and this bias has been a point of conversation between many of you and testifiers, emphasizing the authority of Indigenous knowledge, which deserves to be at the forefront of actions like this. One of the things that I've been struggling with throughout this meeting, particularly in light of that differential bias within the analyses, is the conflation of dependence of communities on fish. It should be made absolutely clear that tribal sovereignty and the right to self-determination must not be conflated with the maintenance of business models that are perceived as being too big to fail. Honoring the rights of sovereign tribes is a trust responsibility that falls to NIMS, and I appreciate their work to consider a lower bound for PSC that's below 200,000 chum salmon. This action should honor the original and ongoing stewards of this land and the abundance they have curated, which so many of us benefit from. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples confirms the right of Indigenous peoples to self-determination, recognizing subsistence rights and rights to resources, and recognizes that Indigenous peoples deprived of their means of subsistence and development are entitled to just and fair redress. National Standard 9 states that the councils should adhere to the precautionary approach found in the FAO's Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries when faced with uncertainty concerning any of the factors listed in National Standard 9. The Code of Conduct also describes the precautionary principle of ensuring that fishing pressure from other segments, such as industrial segments of the fishery, does not deplete the resources to the point where severe corrective action is needed. National Standard 1 describes optimum yield as maximum sustained yield as reduced by any relevant economic, social, or ecological factor. Restrictions on the fleets that intercept salmon, including restrictions which have economic consequences, are practicable. The absence of an AEQ does not mean that the increased probability of a single salmon returning to its river of origin is not meaningful. It's a sign that Western science can and does fall short of encapsulating dynamism and portraying value, including the significance of genetic diversity of those salmon that make it home to spawn in a changing climate. It is vital to return more salmon to Western and interior Alaska river systems. A responsive course of action is to strive to restore returns to levels that allow for amounts needed for all place-based beings in those regions to thrive, including commercial fisheries with harvests that allow for safe passage upriver. Related, AMCC supports the recommendation from the AP to consider data that starts in 1976, wherever possible. Serious consideration of the decades of management that has led to this point of decline in salmon is imperative. AMCC supports the AP's motion with action alternatives that are not mutually exclusive, but which have an additional round of analysis before the council suggests a framework for just how those alternatives might work together. Alternative 5 should be considered in the next analysis under a series of static times and areas historically relevant for chum salmon to also better encapsulate potential benefits to other ecosystem components such as habitat, crab, and squid. A few notes on genetics. It appears that the abundance of adult Asian hatchery salmon has a strong negative correlation with abundance in eastern Gulf of Alaska and Pacific Northwest chum, and has less of an effect on the abundance of chum returning to western and interior Alaska river systems. And I want to underscore our continued concern about the purpose and need, excluding benefits of minimizing chum bycatch of other domestic points of origin, particularly considering the prevalence of domestic chum in genetic clusters 1 and 2, and the genetic report citing that the Eastern Gulf of Alaska and Pacific Northwest Reporting Group has often been one of the largest contributors to chum bycatch in past years. Finally, following conversation at the AP, we request that NMFS logbook data be utilized in future analysis regarding fishing behavior associated with higher and lower rates of salmon PSC, including use of test tows, tow duration, bottom depth and trawl depth, and trends which could be assessed to incorporate into regulation. And with that, I invite any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Fassbender.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. When we hire people at the Fish and Wildlife Service, we go through this bias training, and you mentioned differential bias. And us humans, we just have so much baggage that affects our decision making. Can you touch on what you brought that up for a reason, I'm guessing. Can you expand on how that plays into decision making?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Fassbender. I appreciate that question. And it's a very broad topic to try to distill into a succinct answer. I think I know my husband will be testifying after me, and he's got even more of an education in anthropology than I do, but just mere undergraduate here. But one of the important things in that training that I had was recognizing inherent bias. And since then, it's been, more than a decade of me continuing to unpack that bias as somebody who's been raised in a society where there are certain norms of perceiving value, relationship, my relationship to society, self, that are very much just one tiny fraction of a way of existing in the world. And there's so much more beyond that. So I think it's really important for this body and you all who are making decisions who have really serious consequences about how people can live in relationship with the world, to recognize and be humbled by your own biases, and be open to the values and priorities of other people. I think in terms of the context of this analysis, specifically, we've heard from a lot of people who say that there needs to be a greater depth of Indigenous knowledge that contributes to meaningful solutions here. And one of them that I wanted to emphasize in my testimony specifically is really the need to look more seriously at the time depth of declines here, contributions to those declines, including, continued removals over the last 4 decades, and what that might mean now at this point of declines that are having really substantial consequences for communities. I'm sorry, that wasn't actually very succinct.
Okay.
The question wasn't very succinct, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Carl Hefflinger, followed by Teresa Simeon Hunter.
We have that.
All right. I am Carl Hefflinger, and I used to work at C-State, and for I don't know, more than 20 years, I was involved with making closures in these rolling hotspot programs, and I've drawn up hundreds of boxes on maps and tried to explain to people why they had to stay out of areas. And before that, I spent more than 20 years fishing in Bristol Bay, my own boat. So I feel like I understand and fairly sympathetic with people who are salmon harvesters. And I add up those sets of years and I'm kind of horrified actually, but I'll get going here. I wanted to comment on the Chairman, members of the council. I wanted to comment on the council mandated, and industry supported bycatch mitigation program that I've been involved in over the last 23 years. The council, of course, has been paying attention to chums for much longer than that. I'll be talking about rolling hotspots, but there's another very substantive gear modification program that's been ongoing. As soon as cooperatives were established by AFA, all sectors came together and established the first rolling hotspot program in 2001. And the idea was simply to control bycatch through avoidance and avoid triggering chum closures. We closed half stat areas, ADF and G stat areas at that point, and used a fixed base rate that allowed co-ops to that fish cleanly to enter into those closed areas. The program became advisory only if the savings areas closures were triggered. And they were at times. Chum bycatch built rapidly after 2000. It became clear that rates along the and when it did, the chum savings areas closed, moved the fleet off the shelf, and it became clear that rates were much higher out there than in the savings area. So the industry was allowed to operate under an EFP and run a rolling hotspot program. We added in-season base rate adjustments, and the program became the basis for Amendment 84. With changes that included third-party notifications, violations, third-party compliance audits, evaluation of the numbers of salmon saved, and publication of Dirty 20 lists. You see there on your screen that the results of the evaluations we submitted from 2007 to 2016, we avoided roughly 450,000 chums, 22% reduction, forced the relocation of 590,000 metric tons of pollock, meaning it was pushed out of the areas that we had to close. Jumping ahead to Amendment 110, we pushed access to the closed areas down from the co-ops to the vessel level. We also included base rate floors and, much more importantly, powers to prohibit rapid base rate increases in July, as rapid rate increases meant that vessels were actually not being affected by the closures. It's kind of complicated, but the base rates would jump up and vessels were basically not escaping, but they just didn't have to stay out of the closure. With 110, third-party audits, the Dirty 20 lists, and program evaluation by co-ops were dropped at Amendment 110. These changes took effect in 2017. And as I was reviewing them for this testimony, I looked at the C-State comment letter that you have and noted that these were a year of peak returns to Western Alaska since 1995. Relatively high bycatch in area M. And what was really interesting is record chum catches for the entire U.S. going back to 1995, all while we were making our program more restrictive. In other words, we were strengthening our bycatch reduction efforts when, frankly, nobody cared. I think that you need to be sure that whatever you do is abundance-based, with stronger efforts required in weak years and relaxed measures when in-river abundance is high. I personally favor using in-river returns and not Western Alaska percentages in the bycatch to trigger any measures, but I see that that's all been dropped. Those Western Alaska percent triggers an alternative for. Finally, we've been trying to use genetic information as quickly as it becomes available, and that is a very rapidly changing landscape. The cluster analyses first became available in 2015, but they are from the harvest or for the bycatch in 2015, but was probably just published in 2017. We pressed for a fishing grounds approach as we felt the clusters were difficult to use because they could have crossed fishing grounds.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, well, let me just do one other thing. What I want you to do is, if you can see it, look at the series of closures on our fishing grounds that are in the orange there. And we really, there's a series of closures that's farthest up on the shelf. And we really felt like those were going to show a corridor, but they didn't at all. So I feel like we don't know where corridors are. And I think the last thing I want to say is we want to use genetic information, but I don't think we can be useful I don't think we can use it if you put caps in place, because we can't run rolling hotspot programs that prioritize Western Alaska chum reduction if we're working under indiscriminate caps. And that's it.
Thank you. Thanks. I will see if there are any questions for you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Haflinger. My question, you covered an awful lot there in a really quick time, and even following on your slides there, it was hard for me to keep up. But at the very beginning, you mentioned that there was this awareness that the shelf area was going to be an area to look at to it might be a chance to reduce the bycatch of chum salmon. So what year was that realization took place? I'm just trying to put this in some kind of conjecture, which is the same thing you were trying to do. It's just that it moved kind of fast. So
through the chair, Mr. Down, ever since we probably since about the set of council meetings that were in Nome, it was really clear that although there was a rebound in chum bycatch that had shown up at the Yukon and Kuskokwim, that not all areas had come back. And we were very focused from about 2012 onwards in trying to figure out if we could find corridors and figure out how to make sure that we put the most of our effort, not the most of our effort, but that we really focused effort on the month of July and in areas that might be corridors. We just honestly couldn't ever find corridors. And what I was trying to show you is that I don't think we found them yet. But so that was what we were doing. And we've always tried to do this. I mean, nobody's ever, back in 2000, I don't think we knew how much of this fish was hatchery fish, but it certainly started to become apparent that something was very different in 2005 when we had a 700,000 fish bycatch out along the shelf. And I've always felt that all these fish are milling around off the shelf, and that under certain conditions they'll slop over onto the shelf. And this includes hatchery fish, and we just don't know where the actual returning fish are making their entry onto the shelf. I mean, it seems like it should be through Unimac Pass and up through the canyon, opposite Unimac Pass. But beyond that, we just haven't found any more specificity, and we can't seem to find corridors. I don't know if that helps.
I'm sorry, Mr. Down. Is it a follow-up? Okay. Any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Teresa Simeon Hunter, followed by William Hunter.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Teresa Simeon Hunter. I'm from Jochbalak, which is located on the Kuskokwim River. That's near Aniak, Alaska. My grandparents are the late Jokoyak Phillips and Lucy Kalila, and my parents are the late Arnold Simeon Sr. and my mother is Lucy Simeon, my mom was born in Crow Village, which is 5 miles below Aniak, and my dad was from Aniak, Alaska. And my family relocated to Jochbalak, where my great grandpa established Jochbalak for school and the church there. I'm a lifelong subsistence fisherman. I love to go out hunting. I'm a gatherer also. And I'm a mother of 4 and a grandmother of 5. This is my first time ever speaking in this capacity. I'm also the chairman for our tribe. I know it's a lot of responsibility to be sitting on any kind of seats as you guys are on these seats to listen to what we say. And thank you for letting me comment. Right now, I'm really nervous. I have mixed blood in me, and I get red really quickly, but I guess it's okay to be in the way I am right now. I'm just trying to put it together. There's a picture on the wall or on your screens. There's my mother with her grandchildren and a couple of her great-grandchildren who are enjoying a dry strip, and that's at our fish camp, which is located close to Jochbalak. And the reason why I'm here also is to speak for my grandkids, my kids, and their kids to come. Salmon, is our life. I lived in Bethel for over 20 years, and I fished in Bethel, and I seen how it was there, and I learned to fish there and then moved back home to my village, and we fished there. And when we started getting restricted, it got hard. It wasn't easy. You wanted, you're supposed to be doing something, and while we're on restriction, your thoughts are what am I supposed to do? The fish are supposed to be coming, but we cannot do nothing until they lift that restriction. And by, what's going on out there on the Bering Sea where all the fish are, that's a very worrisome thing for a lot of us on these rivers. And there's my first grandchild, and we taught her how to fillet a fish. Even though I'm not a right-handed person, she's a left-handed person. She learned how to do it on her own by what we told her. And there's, our fish camp in the back, and it's a lot of work cutting fish, putting away fish. Nowadays, where I live, we have to drift, maybe I could say 16 times, go drift down and go back up and drift again in order to get us enough fish to cut that day. It takes so much time and gas to go and drift the waters. Our waters aren't calm. Our waters are a little fast. So we gotta drift and go back just to get enough for us to cut. And then we'll do that the next day, and we'll keep going until we run out of fish poles because there's at least 5 families we cut fish for at home when the fishing comes. Right now, I'm just trying to think of how to word a lot of stuff that I need to say, but you know, our salmon is our life, and that's how I grew up, what I was raised on. We use salmon, we make saltfish, we make half-drieds, we jar our fish, we make stinkheads, we even dried tail parts, horses hanging onto that tail part, we dry them for half-dries also. So, you know, we really need our salmon in our rivers, and that's what, what we live off is our salmon throughout the winter. And we also trade our salmon with other stuff. I trade with since I can't get herring eggs, I trade to someone in Sitka for herring eggs. I trade someone in Barrow for whale. I trade, my foods, we trade like that. We don't sell or buy, we trade. And, I'm just thinking about God made this earth for us to manage. He gave us the earth to manage and to control a lot of things. But if we overdo it, we'll have nothing. If we overtake, we have nothing. And by the trawlers and the bycatch, I think they're wiping out the ocean. They're wiping out the fishes that we need. And I'm just trying not to be so nervous. He's the one that provides our food. And if we overtake, we're not going to have anything. I don't think, it's going to last very long the way it's going now, because overtaking is not good for our lifestyle. We take what we need. And, other day I was talking with a person from Somalia. He said they had to quit that trawling because they wiped out their oceans. And he said that Alaska was the only place that's trawling and bycatch is going on. And I think you guys need to stop that. You really need to stop that before you deplete all our fish in the Bering Sea. And the first day I came and listened, I can't remember who it was that spoke, but he spoke from his heart, and he talked about how his grandchild really wanted to fish, and that really touched my heart. I don't know if any of you have gone without anything. I don't know if any of you have ever not have what you wanted. just think all those people that can't fish right now on the Yukon can't have what we have on the Kuskokwim. So please think of those grandkids and kids who really want. Who really want salmon?
Thank you so much for your testimony. I greatly appreciate it. And thank you so much for sharing your photos.
Thank you.
May I ask who's joining you? Would you like to introduce yourself?
My name is William Hunter. My name is William Hunter. I'm a Yupik Eskimo from Southwest Alaska, from Bethel. My Yupik name is Knuckles, and I have lived part of my life in Bethel and in a number of places throughout the state. But I am living currently in the village of Chwakwalak, and if you could, and you know, our community has only 89 people in it, and what we do throughout the year is we fish, we put up fish, we gather from the land, and we hunt our moose for meat, and we also put away fish. We also teach our kids, you know, a way of life, and you know, life is not all about making money. Life is about being with family and growing up with family, and life is about being with family, teaching family, and you know what we learned from our parents, what was brought down from us. We take that in consideration, and we teach our children that, you know, because we need to live a life that here we could prosper, and that's what I hope that all of you do. I pray that you have a long life and you prosper, and I believe that, you know, all of us, we all have. I had a job, and all of us have jobs, and in our jobs we work 6 days, and on the 7th day we rest, you know, just like God did. So I believe here, he said that to the land too. If we work the land 6 years, we give the land a rest for another year. So the land would recuperate. And it's the same thing as the sea. If we give the sea 1 year, just 1 year, close everything down for 1 year, like how we did on the Yukon, 1 year, our fish will come back. And, you know, this is life. This is what we do with our fish, like what you see on the screen. This is how we put away fish. And, you know, that's our store. And, you know, I believe each and every one of you guys go to a store. And I wonder how would you like it if there was somebody waiting for you outside the store? And once you came out of that store, he arrested you. He took away all your food. He even confiscated your car, your vehicle that you came into. And then on top of that, he cited you. How would you like it? Well, that's what's happening here in Alaska. You know, if you're fishing in a closed spot, what they would do is they'd take away everything that you have. They'd even take away your skiff, and they'd cite you. And that's totally wrong. And what she's saying about the trawlers, I believe that we need to put a stop to that. Because my brother, he worked on a trawler and he told me what they do on trawlers. He told me all the fish that they gather. And if it's not what they're looking for, a certain kind of salmon, they throw it away. And that just hurts me. You know, how would you like it if we went to your farm and we're only allowed to get a cow, yet we kill a lot of other animals? And then I'm pretty sure you would be very, very upset. A lot of us would get guns and we'll put a stop to that. Why aren't we putting a stop to that when all these big trawlers are killing off everything in the ocean? You know, they have ships that they have mile-long nets and they gather everything. And if it's not salmon, they'll toss it overboard. You know, we need to put a stop to that. You know, we want fish for our children and for their children and for the children afterwards.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hunter. And thank you for also sharing some photos of your family and your fish camp with us. Greatly appreciate it. Not seeing any questions. Thank you again. Next testifier is Dr. Josh Wisniewski, followed by Shannon Aart.
Prior to introducing myself, Madam Chair, I'd just like to acknowledge the effort you've put into managing this meeting today and the opportunities you've provided to people to fully express their testimony. I think it's admirable given the complexity and the emotional levels of this topic. So thank you for that. By way of introduction, my name is Josh Wisniewski. I live in Seldovia. I'm a small-scale commercial fisherman. Fishing my local waters is what provides me the opportunity to participate in my local subsistence fisheries, to fish for myself and others. And in my wildest imagination, I never could have fathomed that I'd be privileged to give chum salmon to my Dena'ina and Supiaq elders in the community I live in while Yukon River smokehouses sit empty and we'd be having this conversation. I have a PhD in anthropology. I completed all of my education, training, and fieldwork here in Alaska, and I've been very privileged to be generously and patiently instructed by tradition bearers and knowledge holders and harvesters, sharing experiences with them out on the country, and it's been an education that's changed and defined much of my life. My area of focus includes knowledge production, traditional ecological knowledge, fishing rights, and the history of North Pacific fisheries. As an anthropologist, I've worked with multiple communities and treaty tribes. I'm frankly quite humbled to be here today listening from and learning from Yupik, Dene, and Inupiaq fishermen and knowledge holders whose knowledge of chum salmon and traditional management practices define the best available science. I previously commented to both the SSC and the AP on inadequacies in the SIA regarding the characterization of Western Alaska and interior peoples' relationship with salmon, including the temporal depth of that relationship and knowledge of salmon. Archaeological evidence from the Upper Tanana demonstrates the Yukon drainage salmon fishery, including both subsistence and traditional commercial harvests, are the oldest continuously practiced fishery in the Americas and perhaps actually in the history of the world. As I've participated in, though, and observed the council process through the lens of history, I've watched this body continuously fail to draw upon the lessons of history and the history of failures in fisheries management, and unfortunately repeat them with the same results. The history of fisheries management from the 1870s forward is largely defined by management regime bodies dismissing and ignoring the observations, knowledge, and concerns of traditional and small-scale fisheries. While these fishermen have most often been the most knowledgeable people in the room, their views have often proved inconvenient to the profits of industry and large-scale fisheries. By way of an example, In 1866, the United Kingdom Royal Commission on Fisheries interviewed over 7,000 small-scale fishermen who reported a major decline in inshore fisheries and habitat following the advent of large-scale trawling. Subsequent historic analysis has demonstrated that they observed an over 60% decline in their fisheries in one generation. That was nearly 20 years before fishing statistics began to be recorded, and those small-scale fisheries and the habitat that supported them no longer exist. In the 1980s, Newfoundland inshore fishermen were sounding the alarm on cod stocks, calling for a reduction in the quotas and reporting that cod weren't making it to inshore habitat and declining in size due to high quotas and the intensity of fishing effort by the trawl sector. Unfortunately, by the time they were voicing their concerns, the stock had reached a state of collapse. In 1992, a moratorium was established and remains in place, and a generation has not fished in this 500-year-old traditional fishery. Compared to the antiquity of traditional ecological knowledge, modern fisheries science, it's in its infancy and is largely developed in partnership with and to support industry, which is demonstrated in the historic record. So despite its hubris, fisheries science does not have a historically demonstrable record of success in sustaining fisheries. Modern fisheries management is still largely shaped by early 20th century economic and agricultural models, falsely equating maximum indiscriminate large-scale harvesting with efficiency and continually using antiquated single-species MSY principles that aren't reflective of marine ecosystem functionality. Again, this is demonstrated across a broad range of peer-reviewed publications illustrating how we've got here today. In contrast, the traditional ecological knowledge informed through relational coexistence with salmon has proven highly successful in sustaining salmon fisheries that have largely continued without interruption and is a demonstrable example of how TEK is the best available science. A fundamental dimension of traditional ecological knowledge in this part of the world is recognizing the role, impact, and responsibility of human behavior in affecting the abundance or lack of abundance of salmon and other fish or animals. This includes acknowledgement that indiscriminate harvest and waste of salmon has a detrimental impact on their multi-generational success versus impacts from environmental factors such as changing climate, ocean, and in-river conditions. So meaningful hard caps, time and area closures, limiting tow times, these are the types of actions with proven success in the reduction of bycatch and stock rebuilding in places like the West Coast and in Iceland, where tows are limited to 7 tons. Those in the industry or in this council who think that's not practicable, I recommend that they review the work of fisheries science pioneer Michael Graham, whose 1944 treatise, The Great Law of Fishing, identified that fisheries that are unlimited ultimately become unprofitable and that the only adequate measure is to set limits on fishing. Western and interior people don't eat statistics and they don't eat percentages. As others have eloquently stated, every single fish that makes it up a Western Alaska and interior river system to their spawning grounds, into a subsistence net, a smokehouse, or freezer, or onto a table counts. So taking the strongest actions this council can to reduce chum bycatch respects the basic human dignity of area residents who have the longest continually active fisheries in the region, and is the morally correct decision, which is always of the greatest net benefit to the nation. In concluding my testimony, I'd like to offer a quote from a former mentor, the late anthropologist Dr. Alan Boraz, who offered that the central to the success in our human experience is to recognize important opportunities when they avail themselves, because that's how you change the world. Lack of engagement with history of people's use of salmon in Western and interior Alaska and the history of failed fisheries management is a major detriment to this body making equitable, moral, and common sense decisions to support local fisheries for future generations. In short, while the history of failed fisheries management repeats, it doesn't have to. I'm happy to take questions, and I'm also happy to provide citations for any of the publications I have referenced in support of these comments.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Mr. Down.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that, the history in that your undergraduate work in anthropology. So my question is, I think we heard from your wife earlier And so in a household where you've got two undergraduates, how do you decide who is going to get to the PhD first?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I don't know that I've ever been in that type of circumstance before. That said, I feel like
it was a bit tongue in cheek, but anyways,
please.
I didn't take that. I mistook him for somebody else. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize for that. Okay, not seeing any questions. Thank you. So we have Shannon Aart online.
Am I?
We can hear you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, my apologies. I couldn't be there in person, but want to give a big thank you to the council, all the staff, and for everybody who's been testifying before me and to come after me. It's been taking a lot of effort to sit here and listen to everybody and be part of it. And I just applaud everybody for their points of view. My name is Shannon Aart, for the record. I'm a Nulato tribal citizen. Nulato is a village located in the middle Yukon. It's about 60 miles down from Galena, if those of you are familiar with the map of the Yukon River. And today I'm testifying on behalf of myself and that the importance of the fishing that you've been hearing. You guys have seen me at some of your meetings in the past, and I have talked about different areas. And I said I have been here supporting the work of my grandfather, my late father-in-law, to continue the fight for our salmon and for our people on the river. I have told you I grew up in Fairbanks, but I went to Nulato every summer and I learned from my grandfather, my aunts, my uncles, and my mother. And I blessed those years that I have, and I was able to take my own 3 children to their grandfather's fish camp above Tanana. But my grandchildren today have not had that opportunity. And this is why I'm here talking to speak for them on their behalfs and for my future grandchildren and great-grandchildren for the generations to come. I want to support that the analysis that are doing are not timely for our tribal people. As you've heard in previous testimonies, we never have enough time to go through this. Most of these people that are here testifying, myself included, we do not have this as a full-time job. We are coming here because we care and we want to work for change. We need you, the council, to direct the North Pacific staff to analyze additional alternatives as have been presented. As you've heard me state in the past, we do not understand bycatch waste. It goes against our spiritual values. I support a hard cap on chum bycatch like alternative 2, option 1s and or 2s. It has to be lower than 500,000 or even 200,000 at best. We need it to keep our salmon supporting, as you've been hearing from people and the gentleman talking before me. In all kinds of lands of abundance, we need less than that. And the pressure that the salmon are getting, we're going to look at them becoming extinct. And you don't want that to happen if we ever get listed on the extinct list. So extinction list. Alternative 4 is status quo. And in this day and age, that's not a lot of difference of what we're doing right now. While I want to applaud industry for making changes and that they could react, we have to take harder stances, as we heard, because this is man-made stuff that we can do while we're making leaps and bounds in other types of sciences and tests and results that are happening. That's the only thing we really can control. I want to applaud the AP for bringing forth alternative 5. They're talking about the time and area and the closures. We heard about corridors, and I don't know if we ever need corridors. In my personal opinion, we need the time to allow salmon to pass. As we heard when people mentioned the Board of Fish from a year ago, February, we had renowned scientists talk about, we just need it once they hit, let them have time to go. They need 72 hours to get from point A through point B without being attacked by boats. And that's what we are asking for. That's what I support personally. Give them the time. And there is traditional knowledge, as you've been hearing, that we know when fish are going to start hitting. People know. You guys have radios and communications that you're applauding, that they have time to talk to other people that are on the other side of the Aleutians that will let the people know in the Bering Sea to let them continue up on their paths. And then let nature take its course. Let them have the time and effort to see what fish will happen and what will make to the spawning grounds to us river people. My time is up and I didn't get to some of my points, but in conclusion, you know, we're just asking to give our salmon a chance. Our relatives, we hear of these CDQs on the coast and that they help their villages, and I applaud them. But of those villages of the interior, 42 communities, and only one community of those 42 are part of a CDQ that benefit. Those other communities do not benefit. We do not get any of those economic and scholarship efforts that those CDQs are providing for some of our other cousins and relatives on the coastal areas. So we need more help for our salmon to get to their spawning grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Earhart. I will see if there are any questions. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Earhart. I always appreciate your testimony, and I think at a previous meeting, your testimony was the first time that I really understood, or at least thought I understood, the concept of a corridor. And from your testimony, it sounds to me like what the AP proposed and we've been discussing in public comment, maybe we're missing the mark. And I guess I just wanted to clarify if I am getting the right takeaway from your comments on that. And if so, if you can help me understand what you think would be a better approach there. Thank you.
Well, I'm not a scientist by any means. I look at this as common sense and what I'm hearing people testify. And I missed some of the meeting this week, so I didn't get to hear or see all the presentations. But what I'm hearing from testimony that I've been listening to is, and I think we overthink things sometimes. Like I said, common sense needs to prevail. And when we looked at the previous gentleman, a few before me, that showed the rolling hotspots, and I don't understand the hotspots yet. I'm still learning, trying to decipher what all that means. But I get the fleet saying that they can move and they're trying to and they're communicating, but they're still not going to leave whether they want to or not, if they have to fill their quota before they're going to go into the shore to offload. I mean, we've heard that's just unrealistic for them. So when we're hearing salmon, and whether it's a corridor or not, it's time. The fish need their time. And Dr. Daniel Schindler reported 72 hours gives them time to swim through an area. And if you look at the overlay of the map, if you recall that I presented a year ago, the hardest areas that are hit we see in cluster 1, and granted you can't give it in time, but if you're talking to people with indigenous knowledge, with the communications and the technology that we have today, you know when a run is going to be hitting and that they're going to be coming through. Whether they're Asian fish, we hear a lot about Asian fish, and I mean, I don't think we personally can do much about Asian stock right now. That's controlled by countries that we have no control of. And if they're going to intermingle with our fish, we know they're competing. And we're working on other avenues, our organizations, for other areas that you guys bring up. But you got to allow the salmon time. Once they're hitting, they know when they're coming out of that false pass or the Shumagan Islands, other passes I hear about. People know when they're hitting. And you need to give them some time to get through. You've heard other elders from my area talk about the first pulse that comes through that we never fished because they were the ones that are going to scouts. Well, that's going to happen in the ocean too. So again, it's communication. Yes, we all need to work together, but just give the salmon a chance. I hope that kind of helped you.
That helped. Thank you, Ms. Earhart.
Thank you, Ms. Earhart. I'm not seeing any additional questions. I appreciate you coming in.
Oh, and I appreciate you guys, and I just pray for all of you to make the best decision for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think Brooke Woods isn't available right now. So unless I'm missing her in the audience, we'll circle back to her. Go to Bernie Burkholder and then Caitlyn Joerger.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Okay. My name is Bernie Burkholder. I'm here today representing 4 of my fishing vessels, the Northern Endurance, Aleutian Endurance, Southeast, and Buchanan. I've spent most of my fishing career as a trawl fisherman, but our vessels now fish fixed gear, pot, long line, shrimp, and Dungeness crab. At times I find myself at odds with the trawl sector, but that does not mean that I do not have a deep respect for the trawl fleet and the owners, captains, and crews who operate these companies and vessels. Without the trawl sector, most of the plants in Alaska and on the West Coast would not be open to buy my product or other fishermen's product and support the communities they do business in. Multiple markets in Western Alaska are important to all fisheries, including my fisheries. It is important that we all understand just how important the trawl sector is to these plants and communities they support. It is important that we use the best science available in arriving at a path forward to deal with Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch and return these fish stocks to the communities and indigenous people who rely on them. It's taken a long time to get where we are today. And unfortunately, I believe it will take a long time to work our way out of the problem and return chum salmon to the abundance levels we all want. I strongly support spatial and temporal understandings of Western Alaska chum salmon migration. Without a doubt, the pollock fleets have the most complete set of data and understanding of this issue. Let them continue to define and understand this data and put together avoidance measures with input from tribal, state, and federal government. Putting an unrealistic hard cap on these fleets will be counterproductive in achieving everyone's goals and objectives. I do not support a hard cap that would shut the pollock industry down. I do believe that alternative 4 presents the best path forward, but even this alternative needs to have further definition and define goals and objectives. I do not believe the pollock industry is to blame for the decline of the chum salmon in Western Alaska, nor do I believe that Bristol Bay or Area M is to blame. These fisheries are embedded in our history. We cannot restrict or hurt one fishery on the chance that it may help another. In my opinion, the science does not support the Western Alaska chum salmon stocks can be solved, or will the needle even be moved by shutting down and further restricting the pollock fleet. In my opinion, it will do far more harm than good. What we need is to focus on a better understanding of the effects of adding hundreds of new runs of hatchery fish competing for the same ocean resources as Western Alaska chum salmon. We need to look at habitat changes on the Yukon and the Kuskokwim, and we need to better understand the emerging smolt's condition and their ability to survive and compete in a new ocean environment. Finally, aquaculture enhancement along with genetic selectivity needs to be seriously looked at. Hard caps and closures for the trawl fleet would negatively impact all fisheries and communities in Western Alaska and would be a step in the wrong direction. At a time where we are seeing unprecedented financial challenges in the processing sector in Western Alaska communities, we need to act responsibly and make science-backed decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Burkholder. I'll see if there's any questions. Not seeing any. Thanks for calling in.
Thank you.
Next up is Caitlyn Joerger, followed by Amy Spark.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Caitlyn Joerger, and I'm the General Manager of Alaska Boat Company. We operate a fleet of AFA catcher vessels owned by 2 CDQ groups. Given our ownership, we do not take bycatch issues lightly. I began my career in fisheries as an observer and was a co-op manager for 10 years, where I lived and worked with our fleet of fishermen on a daily basis in Dutch Harbor. While I may no longer be on the grounds, entrenched in the day-to-day, I have been afforded the perspective of understanding of what the cause and effect looks like between here and on the dock. After reading numerous comment letters, I'd like to start by putting a little perspective on things. So the ABC fleet represents roughly 4% of the AFA pollock fishery. And in 2023, we landed 108 million pounds of pollock. That would fill up this auditorium 55 times over. If you were to further apply the genetics composition to our bycatch incurred, that would equate to roughly 300 Western Alaska salmon. The incorporation of an AEQ in the next iteration of the analysis is crucial to better understand how many of these fish are making it to the river in comparison to straight savings of Asian hatchery fish. I am not condoning or implying that this is an acceptable number, but rather I'm trying to highlight that the meaningful change is absolutely necessary, but we should remain mindful of the expectation associated with future measures. With regards to a hard cap, we've been operating with the moving goalposts since the implementation of Amendment 91. And while I appreciate the range of options under consideration, I'd encourage you to look at the effects of a hard cap allocated out to the vessel level. Furthermore, while the council staff highlighted that PSC can be transferred, I think the actual picture of the usage and foregone pollock is being misrepresented when you take timing and the mechanics of how these transfers occur into effect. Listening over the last few days, a common idea is being presented, but perhaps we're using different terms. I believe corridors and rolling hotspots are both steering us towards the same goal, in that we're trying to use similar data to inform the timing and position of closures for conservation purposes. My only reservation towards the corridor concept as a proposed under Alternative 5 is that I would caution you against overly prescriptive timing. We too monitor the timing of various things in our fishery, such as the presence of herring, the state of the roe, and so the list goes on. And what we've seen is that there are general trends, but the peaks can skew as much as 3 weeks in either direction. So in short, it would be prudent to consider if there was a way to modify the timing of a corridor so that it remains responsive to our environmental conditions. Back to my moving goalpost reference. It's imperative that we look at this from an ecosystem perspective, and since I'm running short on time, it's all too easy to look at these programs in a singular lens. Testimony has shown that this is not checkers, it's a game of 3D chess, and I'll wrap up my commentary with some of my favorite fishing quotes that include that not all fishermen are created equal, a day in June is 3 in September, and that it's fishing, not catching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jaeger. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Sagata.
Yep. Thank you for the testimony and through the chair. What exactly did you mean by it's fishing and not catching? I wasn't quite following you there.
Thank you. Through the chair, it kind of ties into the 3D chess reference of if it were quite as simple as just going to one area at a time or avoiding a certain box, anybody could do it, but it's not those things. I think you've heard testimony where they make references to salmon lying in crucial areas or depths or thermoclines. And so this goes to why a closure area or certain regions can be more or less detrimental to certain fishermen. It also kind of ties to that not everybody's created equal. Some people have the wherewithal and knowledge that you might be less than a quarter of a mile or a tenth of a mile away, but by slipping from 60 fathoms to 80 fathoms, it makes a monumental difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Jaeger. And I understand the point about being able to be responsive to changes on the water, and the peaks have been different. I heard all that, but are there not some areas and times, maybe areas more than times, where we consistently can see a higher rate of Western Alaska chum than other chum? I mean, is there not some ability for us to work through maybe somewhat of what the AP has put on the table in terms of identifying some consistency with higher chum rates, Western Alaska chum rates in space and time? Or are you saying you don't really think that's possible?
Through the chair, there are general trends, but access and availability to just blanket avoid those areas is pretty limited. We've heard that a boat that can hold 1 million pounds of fish can afford that run both for cost and for timing to go up to cluster area 4 or past Semchug, whereas the guy who hacks 300,000 pounds to 500,000 pounds cannot. And then alternatively, one of the things I've always struggled with some of these cluster determinations is that it's fishery dependent data. So you're seeing information shown where a lot of fishing prevalence occurs, What you're not seeing is the places that people absolutely avoid like the plague. If someone goes to a fishing area and they get a lot of salmon, no one goes back there. And that's not being shown in the analysis.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. I'm not seeing any additional questions. I think next up is Amy Spark, and I'll circle back to Brooke Woods after Amy. And if Brooke is with us, she will be our last testifier of the day. And if not, we will take up Becca Robbins-Gisclair and Megan Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and council members. Winga Banilak. My name is Amy Spark. I am Executive Director of the Bering Sea Fishermen's Association. I am Chupik, Alaska native, born with triplet sisters in Anchorage to the late Harold Spark of Baltimore, Maryland, and Lucy Spark of Chivak on the Bering Sea coast. We grew up along the Kuskokwim in Bethel, raised with native values by lifelong conservation, education, and self-determination rights advocates, whose most enduring lesson is to live and share within the balance and bounty that our ecosystems provide. BSFA serves 128 communities in the Arctic, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Bristol Bay regions of Alaska. We support capacity to access, sustainably develop, and protect our fisheries in these regions where small boat commercial and subsistence fisheries are vital economic and cultural drivers. We support foundational fisheries science and interdisciplinary research and engagement at every level of fisheries management. This is my first time testifying at council, and I might just lead with saying that to some council and management members' relief, I am not my father and will not beat you about the head with your own stock report numbers and statistics as he did in his council days of yore. But I will continue his legacy of attempting to evaluate and collaborate towards improving management for the healthy quality of life for our Western Alaska communities. It is my hope that with the dozens of testifiers and hundreds of comments advocating for Western Alaska chum, we can bring you to comprehend that with mere decades under official fisheries management, over 10,000 years of abundance management has brought us to crisis management of zero opportunity for salmon for Alaskans. You can do that, especially since our communities people have to comprehend the sheer volume a single trawler can take. A collective of trawl fleets can speak to accepting a high PSC limit of chum, but our salmon subsistence users have to deal with the mind and body shock of hearing that up to 550,000 accidentally caught salmon can be discarded in just the federal fisheries. BSFA continues to urge the committee that a sufficient range of alternatives for precautionary approaches evaluating impacts on Alaska tribes and fishing dependent families and communities be addressed by council. With that, I appreciate how quickly open the council and NIMS was in accepting the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission to participate and contribute with the latest chum salmon draft EIS. While they did their best to present biological and management and social impacts of the drastic decline of our chum stock in the DEIS, they merely represented 33 communities on the Kuskokwim. Impacts to other Western Alaska and Yukon River communities must still be evaluated. Regarding the advisory panel, I am so very heartened at the inclusion of Eva Burke in the tribally designated seat. With her and Melissa McToy Johnson and Tiffany Andrew, many aspects of local and traditional and commercial benefits of salmon to our Western Alaska communities were prudently weighed and included in the AP chum motion. Regarding that motion, We align with alternative 2, option 1 with the low PSC limit of 22,000 as a start. The next further steps include a conservation corridor, which align with local and traditional knowledge, and fair and equitable representation on council. Quiana, that's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. I appreciate your time.
Quiana, thank you.
Okay. Is Brooke Woods available online? Okay. Becca Robbins, just Claire.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. Becca Robbins, just Claire, Senior Director of Arctic Programs with Ocean Conservancy, and with me is
I'm Megan Williams, and I'm a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy.
And before we start, I would just want to say Chinan to the Dena'ina people for the opportunity to meet on their ancestral lands. In closing out the day today, you know, I think I don't have much to say that hasn't already been said, but I do want to just acknowledge that you've heard for several days now about the crisis at hand. And I think in many words and with tears, you've heard about the situation in Western Alaska is dire, as Indigenous people who have stewarded and lived with these waters and salmon since time immemorial are losing the foundation of food security and culture. This is not my story to tell, but you've heard from many before me about the loss, the impacts, and the deep pain this causes. But you've also heard hope and a strength that I don't think many of us would have to come before you in this imposing process, which has dealt many defeats in the past, and to ask for your help. And regardless of what you might take out of the many pages of analysis you have before you already, I think the council does have the opportunity here to help. People are here because there's nowhere else to go. And whether you're sitting on the council, whether you're from Alaska, whether you're from Washington, whether you're from Oregon, or even the other Washington, as decision makers and as humans, your job here today is to do what you can to meet this crisis and do your part in restoring salmon runs by reducing chum salmon bycatch. I think you've all been involved in this process long enough to understand how unique the AP motion that you have before you is at this meeting. You have a motion that was put forward by a tribal leader, amended by the whole advisory panel, and endorsed unanimously. I think that's rare, if not unprecedented on this type of action. It's certainly not a vote I ever got on this kind of thing on the AP. And I urge you to really accept this as a gift and move forward with the set of alternatives that are set forth in that motion. As you think about your action here today, I recognize where we are in the analytical process, and you don't really have to pick an alternative yet, although I think you've heard lots of encouragement about which way to go. And I think the job right now is really to make sure that you have a robust set of alternatives that gives you the options that you need to have before you when you do make that decision, and an analysis that gives you enough information to make an informed choice. One key piece of those alternatives is the hard caps in alternative 2. And you have guidance from the National Marine Fisheries Service about the need for analyzing a lower range of hard caps to ensure a reasonable range of alternatives, and an AP motion that provides a set of numbers that does just that. And I would urge you to move forward and adopt that range into a revised set of alternatives. Another key piece of the AP motion is the addition of alternative 5 and a system of regional closures or conservation corridors. And I would also urge you to move forward with that sort of concept in the next analysis. Overall, I'd say it's critical that your alternatives remain to be structured in such a way that you can layer non-regulatory measures such as an IPA with a hard cap. And I just want to recognize, I think we've heard a lot about IPAs and what they can provide, and recognize they are an important tool and provide some adaptability that you can't provide through regulation. But I think we have to remind ourselves that we find ourselves here because the council has rejected this sort of regulatory approach to reducing chum salmon bycatch numerous times over the years, from Amendment 84 to Amendment 91, and then more recently Amendment 110. And I think that's close to 20 years of relying on IPAs to reduce chum salmon bycatch. When we see chum salmon returns at their lowest levels, and over that time period, we've seen some of the highest chum bycatch rates. So I think this time the council really needs to take a different approach, and that it's critical that you have a motion before you, a set of alternatives that gives you the tools to do that. Finally, in closing, I think we've heard, and you can find plenty of excuses for inaction here. We've heard many throughout testimony. Ultimately, though, the presence of hatchery fish, the cyclical nature of chum salmon returns, climate change are not excuses for inaction, but actually reasons that reducing chum salmon bycatch is so important amidst all of these cumulative impacts as one of the many stressors that can be controlled. Many have also posed the question, will reducing chum salmon bycatch actually recover chum salmon runs? And I think you have plenty of data in the analysis with best guesses under various scenarios of what will happen. And you have Indigenous knowledge and wisdom telling you what action is necessary to properly care for, respect, and restore these runs. Ultimately, it will take a series of actions from this council and the Pollock Fleet, the Board of Fish and the Area M Fishery, and many others. And everyone in this issue can point to another impact. One thing is for sure, if everyone uses that as an excuse, then nothing will change. So the council has an opportunity here to show leadership and answer the pleas that you've heard with hope, while fulfilling your moral and legal obligation to listen to Indigenous knowledge and to reduce bycatch. As you all know far too well, there are many times in this process when you're faced with extremely difficult decisions, which push you both professionally and personally. Right now, I think your choice is a little bit easier because you're just designing the set of alternatives, and you really have been given this gift by the AP and the tribal leaders who are here sharing their time. And I'd really urge you to honor that by adopting the motion set forward by the AP. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. It's just clear. I appreciate your comments about the AP motion, and I do think it was exceptional that they were able to sit down and agree. But since we've had a lot more time to look at the AP motion and the work that was done there, and we've had the ability to reflect some of the suggestions that were made there, there are some that we found out would result in the double counting of salmon in one of the rivers that they suggested we use for an index. And so what I'm asking you is, do you think it would be still considered a good use of that exceptional decision that they made at the AP for the council to modify some parts of the AP motion to be more reflective of what we know with the extra time we had to chase down some of the suggestions and see that they may not achieve the objectives? Or would you rather just see the AP motion as it's made, go into the analysis and have the staff point those inaccuracies out in an analysis? It seems like we'd be duplicating some effort if we did that, but I'd like to just get your take on whether the small errors that we've been able to find in there are worth just putting forward as they are, or they're worth correcting at the council like we normally do.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau. As spent enough time on the AP to, I'd like to say the motions are always perfect, but I think we know that they often aren't. And so I think there's always opportunity to change small things. I think that the substance, and particularly, the range of numbers that are put forward in there are particularly important. And I guess I'd look to Megan to see if there's anything in particular about the indexes to talk about.
Through the chair, no, I'd just echo Becca's sentiments. It's really the concepts, the cap levels that are evaluated. I think when you get to the smaller refined indices, the key there was that they wanted the indices that are linked to the Western Alaska rivers increase such that they were more responsive to low abundance levels. And I think in terms of the science that supports that, we would look, to cooperating agencies to make the best science possible that includes all partners. So I think the AP relies on the council and vice versa to generate the strongest motions through both processes.
And I guess I would just add to that in terms of those indices. I think the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission provided some detailed testimony earlier today about those, and I would defer to those comments.
Okay. Any additional questions? Thank you for your time. Okay, with that, we will break for the day and resume at 8 a.m., beginning with Charlie Wright. We have, I haven't counted, about 20 more testifiers left. Thank you.